In the dead of night, the white snow seemed to have covered everywhere. In the middle of the forest, there stood a wooden house with bright lights that looked very cozy. Inside that wooden house, on the table, a glass of purple wine was spilled and lying on the table. This type of poison has a neutralizing effect in your veins. Next to you, he is sitting on his knees with a painful face, his hand covering his mouth to stop the blood from falling. Facing him was his old friend, the king of this kingdom. He looked at him coldly and said every word, even though it only had a temporary effect for a few minutes at most. In the dark house, there was only light from a few oil lamps and a large stove next to her. With his miserable face, his mouth covered in blood as he knelt on the floor, his hands unconsciously leaning down to stand in front of the person who poisoned me. I looked at him, but he said that's why I mixed another type of poison into it. He looked at him with a cruel face without any emotion of pity or movement. He suddenly whispered and asked why. He felt a bit uncomfortable and pressed his feet against the floor a bit before replying that you should have known the answer, but he continued to say that it was because of your strength. After hearing the first answer, she froze and looked at him in surprise with a lot of blood still flowing from his mouth. He continued to say that that power had no effect on helping the future of the country. Standing in front of her, he stood with dignity and respect, his hands slightly clenched, and continued, if this was a war period, perhaps things would be different, but now you are nothing more than the seeds can betray us at any time. His cruel, emotionless face at that time, his eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, repeating the words she had said to him before, I will never betray, I will live the rest of my life, at home. But what he said next was what you told me, right? When she heard that, her face was covered with a few drops of sweat and her eyes widened in surprise and pain as she looked at him. Next, she slowly lowered her head and looked down at her hands, which had soaked up all the blood flowing from her mouth, becoming wet, thinking that I just wanted to clean these blood-stained hands, even if just a little. Stop. She cried in her heart again and thought that she just wanted to live the rest of her life to repent to those who had to die because of her magic, and also to those who had to lose their lovers because of her, only love the most. The fire of the fireplace seemed to be burning passionately, as if expressing the voice of her heart. Under the firelight he continued to say, do you know? But with those words, his face became angry and his muscles gradually tightened as he looked at him cruelly as he continued, I was very scared about you. The light from the fire inside the fireplace shined brightly on him. Then he spoke again with an angry tone mixed with some discomfort, I almost went crazy with fear of my old friend. He still looked at him with that surprised face, probably because he still couldn't believe his friend would do that to him. His next words made him change his expression and glare his eyes wide with indignation. He said in a row that an 8th level magician could overthrow both me and my kingdom at any time. How can we let such a monster live? After speaking for a long time, he with a face that earnestly pleaded and had some patience, slightly lowered his body and said, my old friend, please, never forgive me. But he also returned to his original cold and cruel expression and straightened up. After everything was over, he turned around and she seemed to want to leave, but she stopped for a moment. The girl behind her also helplessly knelt down and looked at him. Outside the house, because of the snowstorm tonight, the wind was quite strong, so it was quite strong and kept making the door of the house banging and making quite a few loud noises. The inside of the house seemed to gradually glow with sparks and dust particles flying in the air. He was still kneeling in the middle of the wooden house, ignoring the fire that quickly spread throughout the house surrounding him. He just sat there in a daze like he had lost his soul. After a while, he gritted his teeth and thought hatefully in his heart about the bastard. He slowly stood up, using his hands to support his chest, gritting his teeth in pain and blaming himself for being too careless. His hand tightened tighter and tighter to his chest, partly because he was indignant, partly because he was too miserable, but continued to speak. After thinking about it, he pulled out a rather long dagger from somewhere inside his body and curled his mouth a bit, thinking Ragnar. With his steady eyes but a few drops of sweat on his cheeks, he thought you were equally careless. After completely pulling out that knife, he held it out in front of him and looked at it, saying in his heart that he had been studying it madly in regret for the life he had lived until now. But he used one hand to hold the knife tightly and raised it high, thinking the dagger was casting a time spell. Then he raised the knife again in front of his chest. His eyes seemed a bit sad, looking at the dagger again, thinking that if he stabbed it into his heart before the poison took over, he would be able to use magic one last time, together. After thinking about it, he didn't have time to hesitate. He pointed the knife straight at his chest and stabbed him. At that moment, the thoughts that had not yet appeared in his head were the atonement he wanted. Quickly, a lot of blood poured out from his chest. Unable to bear the pain, he choked up a few times but bled profusely, his hands leaning down with eyes filled with pain. Suddenly, The knife slowly flew up and a blue stream of power continued to surround the knife in his hand. Seeing that, he immediately opened his mouth and spoke in a loud and resolute voice, reciting the spell Huskiro. Not long after, his position was surrounded by characters followed by circles with ancient characters above. But he used his hands to place on those magic circles and continued reading his spell Ro Cube Gato. Finally, he used his strength to shout Gen Shuinagas. At this moment, a thought flashed through his mind, which was to return everything to its place. In that magical blue light, his mind seemed to rewind to the past one last time. In the past, he used to go back to visit his mother's grave very often. But then, because of the great ability that the Creator gave him, the king at that time and his son, the king of the current kingdom, admitted him to the royal palace. At that time, Ragnar was very friendly, like a close friend, always extending his hand to help him. At the time of war, flagpoles were placed alone in many places at the same time, flocks of crows also flew to each other. At that time, he walked step by step holding his stick and approached. The image of him as a talented magician standing in the middle of that chaos seems to be incompatible, but it looks very similar. Suddenly he woke up in the form of a child but felt like he was constantly coughing and it was hard to stop. After realizing that he was a bit shocked, his hands were covering his mouth, but they relaxed and released their eyes, looking a bit surprised, thinking what had happened. Next, he immediately stood up and used his hands to feel all over his body to find the stab wound he was looking for, thinking that he couldn't find the knife mark and didn't feel any pain at all. Not finding any trace, he raised his head and sweat continued to flow along with worried eyes. A few thoughts also flashed in his mind, surely something unusual had happened. Suddenly, someone called him from afar. He was startled and turned around, looking a bit surprised. It turned out that his mother was worried and placed her hand on his shoulder and asked what was wrong, what happened. As for him, after seeing his mother alive again in front of him, his cheeks turned pink and he stared at her for a long time, wondering why his deceased mother was here. He suddenly felt moved, his hands gradually raised up as if he wanted to hold his mother's hand, thinking he had succeeded. His mother found the action quite strange, so she also looked a bit puzzled. After a while, he held his mother's hand and felt the warmth that had disappeared for so many years. Then he thought, nonsense, or was he meeting his mother in hell? His mother still maintained that questioning attitude and looked at him. After holding her hand, he immediately turned around and looked at the strange bustling noise behind him. It turned out that everyone in my cousin's village was bringing their children to be examined and talking excitedly together. There are children everywhere around, even children waiting in line to be tested. Up above are the knights in the area who are keeping order for everyone. Up there is a person standing checking his mouth and continuously speaking next. That white tower stands majestically in the middle of the street, and the white flag on top is fluttering. Then he turned his eyes back to his dirty hands and looked at his hands, secretly happy that he had returned to 30 years ago. He just stood there dumbfounded and suddenly raised one hand to look forward. Magic reflex test. To train outstanding magicians, the foundation of the kingdom's power, every child in the Greenviver kingdom is required to take a magic reflex test the year they turn 12. The first part is to examine the magic brain, which plays the role of manifesting magic. The second part is to examine the mind of magic, the place where magical energy is generated, circulated, and stored. Children who pass these two tests will immediately be sent to the Magic Academy, and can gain national power after graduating. Ian exclaimed, 30 years, I've come back further than I thought. Dragon language, considered the foundation of magic. The time spell that I spent a lot of time learning about to atone for my sins took effect right before my death. Ian recalls, at first, I was just going back to avoid my sins, but the scene of him standing alone with bloodstained clothes appeared. Ian continued to think, and there were also many people who had to die because of blind loyalty. As for himself, a man who had worshipped the promise of loyalty and friendship with Ragnar, all his life he devotedly accepted being used and then killed. Ian's eyes were resilient, he couldn't let things end like that again. In this life, everything will be different. Suddenly a voice from the front rang out. Next, Ian and his mother both heard it. He decided, to do that, I have to find that thing first. Ian prepared to go inside. Before leaving, he turned around, smiled, and said to his mother, I'll be back later. The power of an 8th level magician, and even higher. Ian walked up to a guard and introduced himself. I'm Ian Phage from Maglian village. The guard muttered, Maglian. Then his smile was a bit disdainful. Ah, is Vaynessa's son? Come in, don't ask this or that question, lest you bother the magician. Ian slowly walked inside, but before he was completely inside, he turned his head to look at him and frowned. Inside, the magic examiner with a tired look and dark circles under his eyes was lamenting and asking Aaron, "Lord Aaron, how many more children are there?" Aaron stood looking at him and replied, "I think you have to stay here for at least another half a day." Hearing that answer, he sighed, "Ha." Ian opened the curtain and politely said before entering, "Excuse me." Seeing a child come in to check magic, he immediately smiled enthusiastically and said, "Hello boy, come closer." The magic examiner held out his hand, then said to Ian, "Lower your head first, I will use magic to stimulate your brain, you might feel a little dizzy." The magic inspector put his hand on Ian's head to check and reassure him, "It's only temporary, so don't worry." Then he nodded, "Very good." The magic tester continued to open his mouth and say, "Now turn your back." Ian didn't answer but was startled. He seemed to think that Ian was scared, so he gently told him, "Hurry up, I just felt the brain magic energy in your head, that means you will be able to turn your life around." If there is a magic mind in your chest, the magic tester clenches his fist. Ian was thinking in his head, just joining the academy wasn't enough. He spoke up and said to the magic examiner, "Mage, there is something I want to show you." The magic examiner's head was full of question marks. He wondered, what is that? Ian closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and shouted. "I thought, maybe I should show off a little more." From Ian's hand appeared a small ball of fire. At this moment, the magic examiner opened his eyes wide, a ball of fire. Then water drops also appeared. The magic examiner looked at Ian's two hands, a fireball appeared in one hand, a water ball appeared in the other hand. He was surprised, double magic. Seeing that he was done watching, Ian let them disappear. He seemed innocent enough to explain, "I don't know why but, I can suddenly do these things." Everyone standing in the room was startled. And the magic tester was equally shocked. "What?" He asked Ian, "Has anyone ever taught you?" Ian calmly shook his head, "No, no one." The magic examiner used detection magic. He asked again, "Is it true?" Detection is a skill used to detect lies by examining every movement of the body. The magic examiner reminded Ian, "Think carefully before answering me, if you lie, you will probably become a criminal." He threatened that you and your entire family, including close neighbors, would be beheaded. Ian replied calmly, "How dare you lie in a place like this?" The magic examiner smiled wryly, "Hee, oh my God." The detection magic did not detect any lies. He looked at Ian thinking, "This child." Suddenly, a woman's voice filled with fear cried out, "Kya," causing the magic tester and Ian to simultaneously turn towards the direction of the sound. Ian felt that the voice was familiar, so he quickly pulled the curtain and ran out, "Mom." Looking at the scene before him, Ian's face darkened. "I just saw my mother trembling and protesting, wanting to escape someone's hand." Don't do that, be quiet," the guy holding my mother's hand said. He smirked and warned, "Don't you know how many important people are inside there?" He said insulting words to Ian's mother, "Being a widow for 7 years must be very lonely, you can't sell your age anymore, so stop trying to bargain." He just said, "I just wanted to get closer to Ian's mother, but I'm glad someone noticed, but I don't even know how to thank him." Ian's mother was surprised to hear him say that. She stammered and said, You are." After hearing the noise, Aaron and Ian immediately walked out from inside. The guard was startled and quickly said, "No, it's nothing. This lowly kitchen assistant doesn't know her place, so I taught her." Ian's mood dropped to the extreme. He clenched his fists and looked at him angrily, "Vile, that bastard dares." The magic inspector quickly stopped Ian. Ian looked at him in confusion. The magic examiner spoke coldly to the guard, "A few minutes ago, this boy was recognized as a magician because he met 2 requirements. Therefore, this boy and his father, the boy's mother, was equally powerful as the nobility." He looked at the guards, who dared to disrespect nobles and magicians as if they were challenging the emperor's authority. This crime can absolutely be judged and given the death penalty. As soon as he finished speaking, the people behind him, including Aaron and a few others, pulled out their swords. The guard turned pale in fear. Ugh. He quickly knelt down in front of Ian to beg, "Please forgive me, please have mercy, please forgive me this time." Ian looked at him coldly, "Why are you apologizing to me? There is someone more deserving of your apology." The guard let out a loud sigh and understood who Ian was talking about. He quickly knelt in front of Ian's mother and respectfully said, "Madam, my crime deserves death, but please give me one more chance." Ian's mother was startled when she saw him kneeling down. She didn't know what to do, so she used her eyes to ask for help from Ian. Ian looked at his mother and sighed. He walked step by step towards the guard. Ian sat down, he faced the guard and said, "Listen. I know all about you disgusting people who always say bad things about my mother," Ian said slowly. The guard immediately felt guilty when he heard that. Ian calmly said, "It's best for a piece of trash like you to go and tell them the lesson you just learned today for me." His face was dripping with sweat, trying to calmly reply, "Yes, yes, I understand, thank you, magician." After the guard left, Ian walked up to the magic examiner and said sincerely, "Thank you for helping me." He smiled. The Ivory Tower's job is to protect magicians. The magic examiner ordered Aaron, "Lord Aaron, from now on, please watch over and protect this child and his mother. I will give you the remaining information through the crystal ball." Aaron nodded, seemed to understand. Aaron turned to talk to Ian, "Let me take you to the inn where our knights are staying, is that okay?" Ian grabbed his confused mother's hand. He politely replied, "Yes, thank you very much, sir." Then he bowed his head to the magic examiner, "Mr. Magician, please excuse us." He also waved back to Ian. Walking down the street, Ian's mother wondered, "Ian, what's going on? Are you a magician?" Ian said softly, "Yes, they said so." The magic examiner smiled faintly. He was already so smart and talented at just that age. It seemed like the palace and the ivory tower were about to be very bustling. In a small village, high-rise houses are built with the same architecture. Aaron was walking on the street, his hand holding his shirt which was draped over his shoulder. His steps were staggered. Aaron was spitting on the street as he walked. Aaron scowled and cursed, "That stupid guy too, damn you, that insolent kitchen assistant." Sooner or later, in front of him, that woman will, Aaron is happily walking forward without knowing that he is being watched by someone else. Suddenly Ian stopped. Aaron is still laughing and talking about the play he's thinking of. "Seeing you guys kneel down and beg, I'll probably be so happy then, damn it." Not long after, Aaron could no longer move forward, causing him to become afraid and his face turned black. Seeing him so scared, Ian mysteriously said from behind, "I'm afraid it will be difficult to move." On the bridge right now there were only two people, Aaron walking in front and Ian walking behind. Ian continued to say, "This magic is inherently effective." Ian stood behind Aaron. Thanks to his magic, Ian made it impossible for Aaron to continue, so he became even more scared. Sweat flowed all over Aaron's face when he heard Ian's voice. "What did you just say about my mother, muscle?" Ian took off his hat and asked Aaron with a serious face, "I told you I would keep an eye on you, right?" Aaron turned back to look at Ian with cold eyes. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Ian didn't care what he wanted. He continued to say his words. Today, he was humiliated by the son of a lowly kitchen assistant. Because he was so humiliated, he left, drinking, wandering in the middle of a deserted street, and suddenly, he slipped on this bridge and fell into the fast-flowing water below. As soon as he finished speaking, Ian pushed Aaron down to the bridge. As he fell, a stream of water shot upward. Ian still stood on the bridge to monitor the situation and continued to speak, and he died like that. This made me wonder, is it okay to do this? Ian stood blankly on the bridge talking to himself. Is what he just did the right thing to do? His face calm but deep inside his eyes, Ian's eyes showed unspeakable sadness. Ian stood next to the railing of the bridge, looked down at the rushing water and said to himself, "I have come this far just to learn how to atone for the sins of my past life, to go back in time so I can make the right choice, and get rid of all the blood stains on your hands." But then I realized that I can't completely erase them. I just want to protect my loved ones, and I will do anything for that, even though I wish I wouldn't let my hands be stained with blood again. I really hope that life Ian's is as bright as the starry sky tonight. I still hate you, I will never forgive you. Aaron was pushed by Ian from the bridge and fell into the water, which emerged after a short period of time. He died. And also the person who poisoned me. What made Ragnar say those words? It seems like I'm about to understand. After returning from the bridge, Ian was tired and sat with his back against the wall, his eyes closed tightly, feeling like his head was about to explode. It seemed like Ian had lost his strength because he had to deal with it, dealing with things like killing Aaron and the person who poisoned him. I never thought I would run out of magic after just one paralysis spell like this. Ian raised his hands in front of his chest to observe his magic more closely. She needed to understand her body better after using it, revived, and, hopefully this body will soon develop further. Ian was standing quietly from afar looking at his mother lying on his bed. There was no sound in the space at this time. Her mother, a beautiful mother, was no longer alive, but instead of burying or cremating her, she still put her on the bed, dressed her in beautiful clothes, and her hair was combed neatly like a woman in bed, sleep. After a year of entering the Magic Academy, I was placed in the first-class magician course. My mother, who was left behind in this Maglian land, passed away from an illness. Before even seeing her child, my son became a master magician and lived in wealth and happiness. Mom, in this life, I promise to protect you. Ian came closer and knelt next to his mother's bed. I'll make Mom happy, so please, live long. Ian sadly wishes Mom could hear the words he says. In my previous life, I couldn't even protect my friends and abandon my family. I couldn't protect anything or anyone, but in this life, it will definitely be different. A magnificent castle appeared. Master Tower, what do you think? The man speaking is the Emperor of the Green River Kingdom. His name is Terry Greenriver. Terry Greenriver sat on the desk. One hand he looked at the paper, the other hand propped his chin to work. I can't rule out anything at this time. However, the man who answered Terry Greenriver was Herbert Leon. He held the position of 5th level magician and owner of the Ivory Tower. Herbert Leon was old, so when he stood must use a cane. However, Terry Greenriver didn't understand Herbert Leon's words, so he asked him again. Herbert Leon tried to explain thoroughly to Terry Greenriver as follows: magical energy is a part of the soul circulating in the blood. The moment you can move that soul yourself, you are a magician. Stimulating the magical brain through tricks is a simple method of magical manifestation. Normally the academy would teach this method, like how I and other magicians did, but there were also people who claimed it was all their own revelation, and those people, they were free to use first-class magic, like a great magician. Great magician, a long time ago, thanks to his presence, humanity was able to discover the adaptability of magic. He himself found a way to manifest magic without any need. Anyone who teaches, it's a legend among magicians. Terry Greenriver continued to ask the great magician more closely, is it like the presence of dragons in legends or myths? Herbert Leon also enthusiastically answered the question, dragons are simply an illusion, but the existence of the great magician is true, because someone had to start it for us to have what we have today, now. Even my logic cannot explain this situation, so I need to verify with my own eyes. The magician sent to Maglian is not a liar. If this is just an exaggeration or mistake, then that boy's ability is truly dangerous. This is all I can tell you right now. Listening to Herbert Leon's explanation, Terry Greenriver was confused. He needed time to think about this. When he heard the noise outside the door, Terry Greenriver asked, Prince, are you out there? Hearing his father's question, the prince politely replied, yes, father, it's me. Hearing his son's voice, Terry Greenriver immediately told him, come in. The door gradually opened. The prince entered the door with a solemn gait. He was the crown prince of the Green River Kingdom. His name was Hayden Greenriver. After entering, he obediently asked his father, please call me. Terry Greenriver saw his son had entered. He immediately answered his question, yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Hayden Greenriver replied, father, it's okay sir. Looks like something's wrong. The last time you went out of the palace was 5 years ago, when we were on patrol because of the crop failure, right? The emperor called the crown prince to confirm the information with you, then delivered the information. Give the crown prince a mission. I think you should go out for a bit. The crown prince received a mission from his father. In order to understand better, he asked again. What father meant was that the 4 of you travel outside the palace. Yes, I will send cavalry and 300 more royal soldiers, and 3 third-class magicians with you, so immediately go to the Maglian lands, and bring back the boy named Ian Fei here for me. It can be seen that the emperor was very concerned about the safety of the crown prince, so he sent so many people to accompany him, partly because he wanted to help him quickly complete the mission. Dad said, Ian Fage. When Hayden Greenriver heard that name, he panicked a bit. You still haven't heard about that boy? Phew, never mind. I've told you over and over again to pay attention to all the kingdom's news. I'll assign another prince to do this. The emperor was disappointed when he received that answer from his son. But the opportunity could not be lost. The crown prince quickly asked the emperor to assign this task to him. No, father, please assign this task to me. I will complete the task and not let it happen, out error. Hearing this, the emperor felt a little proud of this son of his. Perhaps in his mind he suddenly thought, he is indeed my son. So with all his efforts, the crown prince finally convinced the emperor to give him this mission. Good, now go prepare, this is going to be a long trip to the north. After receiving the assignment, the crown prince immediately left to arrange his belongings and prepare to leave. Then I also asked for permission to retreat to prepare. Herbert Leon also asked for permission to retreat but received a slap from the emperor. Do you have something to prepare? Herbert Leon also gave a very convincing reason to ask permission to go out. You also know that we magicians hate going outside. If I don't convince them now, maybe I won't be able to mobilize 3 magicians to accompany the prince tomorrow. Ha ha ha, You're right, go. The Emperor laughed a few times and then sent Herbert Leon home to prepare for his mission. Once again the door opened and closed again. Herbert Leon walked out and a servant stood next to him and bowed. He asked Herbert Leon, the Tower Master, will you return to the Ivory Tower? Herbert Leon immediately replied, no. We need to go stop something first. At the house where Ian lived with his mother. The sunlight gently shines into the room through the window. Sooner or later, the Ivory Tower and the royal family will take action. Ian sat on the bed, slightly turned his head towards the familiar window, watching the golden sunlight. Ian's mind sank into memories again. The magic examiner once said, a few minutes ago, this boy was recognized as a magician because he met 2 requirements. Ian guessed, looking at the way he admitted himself as a magician right after the test ended, he most likely reported it to his superiors right then and there. Just like what I wanted him to do, the kingdom is currently eager to find a talented person who can accompany Prince Hyde in Green River. Although the head of the tower, Herbert, is with the 5th Prince Ragnar, so he will need more people in the tower, and this will create conflict between the royal family and the Ivory Tower. Whether I'm on the king's side or the Ivory Tower, or choosing my own path, my potential is limitless. I've become serious. Right now, I'm no longer a naive person. Let them manipulate more. Mr. Magician, please move forward, a voice rang out. As the one who tested the magic from before, Aaron and the knight stood behind. That magician raised his hand to adjust his voice, ahem. Then he said loudly, Magician Ian Phage of the kingdom, please listen to the king's decree. His voice was so loud that it made Ian sitting in the room jump. Ian clearly heard what the magician outside said, the king's decree. He acted faster than he thought. Ian stood up and slowly went to open the door, his voice showing surprise rang out, ah. The boy is awake. The magician smiled and said to Ian, the king just gave you an order. I will teach you the royal etiquette first, please do the movements as I say. Ian nodded to show he understood. The magician instructed Ian to kneel down on his right knee, placing his hands in front of his chest. As soon as he finished speaking, Ian also knelt down. It seemed that Ian was extremely familiar with this movement. The magician looked at the kneeling action and was also surprised. What is this? Is this really the first time the boy did this action? Inside the blue sphere came the voice of someone, the kingdom's magician, Ian Phage, please listen to the king's decree. From inside the sphere appeared words, which seemed to be the king's decree. It is written, I highly appreciate Ian Phage's talent, and recognize you as a magician of this kingdom. I allow your name to be inscribed on the Ivory Tower. I invited you to visit the royal palace, and also sent my eldest son to accompany you on the way here. Ian silently listened to the decree. Finally the king said, good luck on the trip. Ian is not happy at all, I can clearly see his intentions. The magician told Ian, this was the king's entire decree. Ian also slowly stood up. A head knight asked that magician, can I take him to the Lord's palace now? He nodded, yes. The feet slowly walked towards Ian. He introduced himself, my name is Arnold, captain of the Maglian Knights. This Maglian land has been given the honor of escorting the prince and you, Ian. I will escort you safely to the Lord's palace. He continued, and we'll leave when you're ready. The scene of the boarding house where Ian just stayed is still there, blending in with the clear blue sky. At the Lord's palace. He's here. The one who spoke is the Lord of the Maglian Barons, Marcus Maglian. He reminded his 2 children, Ravi, Margaret, I will remind you again, to pay attention to your own words. At the same time, treat the magician with the utmost respect. Ravi and Margaret stood quietly and listened to him. In the distance, Ian and his mother slowly got out of the carriage. Ian Phage, even though he is still young, cannot change the fact that he is the kingdom's magician. And he has enough talent to attract the king's attention. When Marcus Maglian saw Ian approaching, he opened his arms and greeted Ian, hello. He knew there was nothing wrong with being friendly with him. Marcus continued, the kingdom's magician. Ian raised his head to look at him. Inside the Lord's mansion, voices talking about the servants. Ian rang out. Someone asked, hey, have you seen the boy at the training ground? He can turn fire with his bare hands. The servant next to him was speechless. So you think he's suddenly recognized as a magician, huh? The maid exclaimed, what an amazing kid. He's been at the training ground for 15 days straight. Maybe he's still there while we're talking. It's true that Ian is still there, at the training ground. He slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath. Then slowly raise your hand. Ian, expressionless, used the move, Ice Nova. Then small ice blocks appeared around Ian's feet. Even the training equipment there was surrounded by ice. The ice continued to spread around the training area until it completely surrounded it. Ian looked at the scene of ice before him. He was breathing because of the cold air and was not satisfied with what he created. It was still not enough. His hand tightened. If in my previous life, I could have frozen not only the training ground, but also this Moglia's palace, this small body still has too many limits. I need something that can make up for the missing magic. Outside, a person ran into the training ground, shouting loudly, calling for Ian. Magician, Sir Magician. Ian turned his head to look in that direction. He wondered, what's wrong? The person running is the butler of this mansion. He asked for help. Magician, please help us. He said in fear, Lord, you're missing. Ian was surprised. Why did he go missing? The butler bowed his head slightly and recounted the situation. The story is, he still hasn't returned from the goblin hunting trip yesterday. Young Master Ravi and the knights who accompanied him on the hunting trip. Currently, we have used up all available manpower to search, but still without results. We can only find a few remaining traces of the war. Ian silently frowned. He thought, I don't think now is the time for them to die. Lord Marcus Maglian will die at the hands of enemy assassins, on the eve of the first unified resistance that will occur in the future, and his son Ravi Maglian, when the unified resistance begins, he will give up and run away from this place. That's why, he will be executed after the war ends. Ian seemed puzzled and asked the butler, don't you think that asking for the help of a Moroccan magician would be more helpful than me? The butler hesitantly replied, well. If he went hunting as usual, then the possibility of this happening due to my return is very low. The butler explained in a low voice, he is currently outside this land on another mission. Ian was stunned when he heard that. Did the magician of the land go outside the designated territory? Was it because of my return? Ian wasn't too sure. Ian frowned slightly. A magician went outside the designated territory. This is really rare. I don't know the exact details of everything, but this must have something to do with me. For example, if report this silently to the head of the ivory tower, this will be dangerous for you. He became thoughtful. The strongest weapon he had right now was the ability to predict the future. If the Lord's death changes the future, I will lose that weapon. Ian pursed his lips. That butler continued to open his mouth. We can't do anything anymore, so I came here to ask for your help. Help? Ian interrupted him. Where? I will also cooperate in the search. It seems that Ian has decided what he will have to do. No matter what, we definitely cannot let this happen. Ian in his dark brown coat was about to leave when a voice called out to him. Ian. That's your mother, Vanessa said with a worried look on her face. I heard about it. Are you planning to go up the mountain with the search team? His mother had a worried look on her face. She asked Ian if it was dangerous. You're too young to do something like this. Ian calmly reassured his mother. It's okay, Mom. I'm a magician now. His mother couldn't help but worry. She said, but this still happened. Ian held his mother's hand tightly and promised, don't worry too much, I promise to come back. A girl suddenly entered the room. She rushed into the conversation. This is Margaret, her face scared, asking Ian, I beg you, please find my father and brother. Ian was awkward listening to what she said. Margaret clasped her hands and begged Ian, if you can find them, I am willing to do anything to repay you. I will tell my father to give you money, land, and people, almost too, so, please. Margaret's hands were clasped, and on her left index finger she wore a yellow ring. Ian recognized something from that ring. He thought, that was. Ian promised you. I promised to find them. Margaret happily smiled and replied, really? Ian reached out and asked her, the ring you're wearing, can I borrow it? I felt the magical energy radiating from that ring. Ian said, it will help me find them. Margaret obeyed and gave the ring to Ian. She said, okay. Ian put the ring on his thumb. He seemed to feel the magic power in that ring. He thought about the feeling right now, exactly like in his previous life. It wasn't an ordinary ring that anyone could wear. The Maglian ring, a low-level artifact said to increase the magical energy of its wearer. Ian thought, it seemed that instead he gave it to his daughter. Margaret is worried and counting on you, you must find them. She hesitantly continued, I just let you borrow the ring, this is a family heirloom that my father gave me. Ian replied, I already know. Ian seemed to have found a solution. He thought, this would make up for his missing magic. Ian sets out with a powerful vigilante team. He confidently took the lead and said, let's go. What appears is a vast green forest with countless trees. Ian and the soldiers have arrived. A soldier said, here. A trail of blood splattered on the ground. The soldier continued to say, we lost track of them here. Ian turned to ask the soldiers with a serious expression if they had buried the dead. The guard sweatily replied, we haven't found anyone yet, We think they must have been eaten by monsters, sir. The goblin's hands lay scattered on the ground. Ian began to think, what was left were only a few dozen goblin corpses, they could have been attacked by hundreds of goblins. Ian used his magic on the ring, he thought, I have to find them before it's too late. Ian used a flashy magic, he said out loud the incantation, summoning magic, wolf spirit. A blue magic circle appeared. The light emitted by Ian's power made the soldiers stand still. The soldiers were buzzing at Ian's magic. Wolf, did he just say spirit? A furry paw appeared on the ground. It was a lovely furry wolf cub, it cried, howled. The wolf continued to wag its tail and bark, woof. The soldiers were speechless in front of him, they were skeptical, a wolf cub. Ian sighed and he was quite disappointed with his magic, he thought, if it was his previous life, he could have summoned a pretty big wolf. Ian had to think, with the current amount of magic, I wouldn't be able to, what more can you do? Ian communicated with the wolf and ordered him, this smell, do you think you can find where they went? The wolf approached and smelled the blood on the ground. It cried out and started to run away, woof. The soldiers were confused at what was going on and asked Ian, hey, Mage. Ian confidently replied, we just need to follow that wolf spirit, the soldiers will have to listen to him, yes. Coming to a quite high cliff, on the wall are lush green bushes growing luxuriantly. A goblin holding a stick was rushing to attack, it shouted ferociously, Ke. Marcus quickly defeated the ferocious goblin with one beheading. Marcus' hand held the sword tightly, his forehead was bleeding non-stop and he was surrounded by bloodthirsty goblins. He thought, there are goblins everywhere, what should I do? The goblins simultaneously rushed up to attack him. Marcus thought wearily, if this continues, I will. Marcus grimaced, his forehead bleeding, he thought, massacre. Marcus shouted loudly at Ravi, we will deal with the goblins here, so you must definitely find a way to defend the palace. He warned his son, told them, the Maglian mountain was being threatened by goblins, hurry up. Ravi was shaking and covered in sweat, he shouted loudly, Father. Suddenly the goblins started to attack. One of them sneaked up behind Marcus, it jumped up and was about to pounce on his back. Ravi shouted a warning, Dad, there you are behind. Marcus suddenly turned around. Suddenly a voice spoke from somewhere, freezing the Nova, the goblin's pitiful cry came out, Kyak. Looks like Marcus has been saved. 1 foot placed on the ground. Ian and the soldiers arrived in time to save Marcus and Ravi. Ian's back is full of confidence and can be relied on. Marcus opened his eyes wide and looked at Ian. Ian cast magic, and in a moment, all around him were powerful ice pillars. Marcus looked at Ian and thought, that's the kid. Before he could finish thinking, he fainted, everyone around him suddenly rushed in, the Lord. Marcus woke up from his daughter's call. Sitting next to the bed was Margaret, looking at his father indifferently. Marcus woke up looking at everything in shock. Margaret said that Sir Ian saved father. Margaret cried more and more loudly, her father and brother had been unconscious for 2 days, you two don't know how worried she was. Ogar suddenly opened the door and walked in with a worried face, luckily, he woke up. Marcus asked about the current situation and if everyone else was okay. Ogar was silent for a moment and then said that the 12 soldiers and Mr. Rawdon were unable to return. Suddenly, asked about the magician who saved him. Surprised when Ogar called Ian, he immediately turned back. The two of them chatted very comfortably. Ogar thanked Ian for saving the Lord and was instructed by the Lord to invite him to the reception room. Ian was quite surprised but still agreed to Ogar's request. Marcus warmly welcomed Ian because he was the benefactor who saved his life. Ian asked Marcus how he was feeling. Marcus smiled and replied that, thanks to everyone's care and concern, I have become much easier and I would like to express my sincere gratitude for your help. Thank you for sweeping away the goblins in Maglian Mountain and protecting our territory. Although I cannot be called a great lord of the empire, you have helped me a lot without giving you a reward, fit. Marcus pointed to the small box on the table and handed it to Ian. Ian took it and opened the box. Suddenly Ian's eyes opened wide, this is. Ian was extremely surprised when the Lord gave it to him. I heard from Margaret that you borrowed this ring because you discovered the mana emitted from the ring. I thought it was an old heirloom, but what power does it have? Ian slowly said that this ring magnifies the wearer's mana, which is very helpful when sweeping away goblins. Marcus smiled, luckily, I wanted to give that ring to the magician, please consider it as a token. Ian was surprised and asked about the token. From now on, Fat Ian will become an honored guest of the Maglian family. Will you accept this token? Ian slowly put the ring on his hand. Marcus said sincerely that our family will always welcome your visit, and if you need help we promise to always be on your side. Ian Page looked at Marcus. Marcus bowed down and swore on the northern stream of the 6 rivers that we would keep our promise from generation to generation. Ian at the soldiers going to the battlefield. Ian Page asked the captain how far Trons Lloyd was from. The captain smiled and replied that he would arrive soon. Ian stood thoughtfully thinking about something. Back to the conversation between Ian Page and the Lord, he asked if he knew of any alchemists in his territory capable of creating medicinal pills. Well, in the northern town of Lloyd there is a pharmacist named Redio. They came from the capital, but because of a special herb they migrated to the north. Ian Page felt confused because she had never heard the name Roddy-O in her previous life. Suddenly a knight shouted, and there we could see the town of Lloyd. But the surprising thing is that the town is on fire. Ian Page was shocked and froze at the scene before his eyes. The captain was also quite surprised and pulled out his sword. A group of robbers are in town, they are sarcastic and cruel, the leader is still holding a bloody axe in his hand. He smiled contemptuously, disdaining to quickly end it and move to the coldwood. A large and ferocious robber appeared carrying on his back a child who was crying miserably. The child's father shouted and Douglas ran over, but was trampled on by the leader and used as a punching bag to vent his anger. He said while gritting his teeth, he was about to die. What a piece of trash. Even though he was beaten and trampled, his father still tried to endure. Unable to see his father being beaten, the son screamed, "Let me go, father." The leader turned back to look at his son with a cunning face. "If your father is dead, will you keep your mouth shut?" Hearing that, the child felt even more pain. He fiercely raised the knife. "I will sell your son to an extremely good place." He gradually became inhumane. "Goodbye." The heartbroken son cried out, tears welling up in his eyes. Suddenly before his face was the image of a sword stuck into the leader's neck. Shocked at the current scene, speechless, Ian stood from afar watching all the activities in the village. A hand slowly fell to the ground. The people in the village were all frightened by what was happening. The first man shouted, What? Then the second man also shouted. The third man was also scared. Eyes shaped like A and mouth shaped like an O said, "Where did that thing come from?" The sharp blue ice fell from somewhere, it flew over Ian's body. The people in the village who saw it all shouted, "Over there, soldiers!" Those sharp ribbons pierced the second man, he screamed in pain, and the third man quickly evacuated people out of the danger zone. "Damn it, run away." In the distance, the mountain is smoking. Another scene, Ian standing on a rock, the scene in front of him is so charming. Ian raised his hand with the ring on it, he looked at it and thought, it works. Thanks to the ring, my mana limit is probably equal to that of a level 3 mage. The yellow ring is worn by Ian on his thumb. After the ice rain, the village was severely devastated. The people in the village also gradually lost their lives due to the ice. Everyone who remained was sad and felt sorry for the deceased. Ian was still monitoring the situation in the village, when someone called him in the distance, "Mr. Mage." Arnold was the one who called Ian. Ian also turned to ask about the situation of the village from Arnold, the captain, if any soldiers were injured. Arnold also politely replied, "Ian, no, thanks to you we were not injured." Hearing the answer, Ian breathed a sigh of relief. Well, that's good. The soldiers are safe, but there is still no news from the people. I don't know if they are still alive. From far away, a loud voice caught Ian's attention. "Radio, hey." The old man and the boy were trying to wake up his father. "Come on, Dad, Dad." Ian came closer and patted the boy's shoulder, wanting to check the situation. "I'll take a look." Ian looked at the man in shock. His skin was pale without a drop of blood, hair has turned white. The man was in a lot of pain right now, sweat was flowing all over his face. Could it be, it's mana poisoning? An illness is considered a curse from God. If a certain amount of mana enters the body that carries the mana brain without the mana heart, the mana patches will not allow the body to stimulate the brain and bring severe pain. For the rest of my life, I won't have a minute of rest. He couldn't inject mana into himself, so one of the magicians must have done it on purpose. Ian carefully observed the man's situation. He then came to a conclusion based on the knowledge he had learned. Looking at the symptoms, they looked quite bad. Ian thought of some method and hoped to cure the man. He placed his hand on his forehead and transferred some mana from himself to the man. "Wait a minute," the man cried out in pain. There is a way to suppress the pain for a moment, which is to infuse pure mana and release the remaining mana in the body. After Ian transferred the mana, the man overcame the critical situation. Gasp. After finishing his work, Ian immediately reminded the two of them, then bowed and left. Please take care of his wound. The man next to him quickly replied, Ah, yes, thank you. Douglas quickly ran after him and grabbed the corner of Ian's shirt. He hesitantly asked Ian, My father, will he be okay? Thinking for a moment, Ian replied to the boy's words, For a moment. It was possible to temporarily treat the disease by injecting mana, but this cursed disease could not be cured. Douglas saw that Ian replied and quickly asked him, So he will have an attack later? Because the mana you inject will also become residual mana, that person will have to make a decision. These were Ian's thoughts that he didn't dare tell Douglas. Continuously infuse mana and endure, or die, probably. After hearing this, Douglas didn't know what to do. He stood still there. Unable to contain his emotions, Douglas burst into tears as soon as he talked to Ian. I have to. I need to find Landior's flowers and make an antidote. Douglas ran quickly up the mountain hoping to find flowers to research medicine for his father. The man saw him and called out to Douglas, Douglas, where are you going? Ian was also surprised to hear the boy's name, Douglas. It was those words that helped Ian remember Douglas from his previous life. At that time, I remember the name of the greatest alchemist in history, palace pharmacist Douglas Amon. A man who was once very poor now stands next to Emperor Ragnar thanks to his genius ability. When I saw him in my previous life, he was always hostile towards magicians. An alchemist was poisoned by mana from a mage, an herb he sought in the north. I must find Landior's flowers and make an antidote. A herb with the ability to neutralize mana in the body, if that were true. It is a poison that nullifies the mana in your blood. Ian pieced together what happened in his previous life and what just happened. Accelerating, Ian used his power. Quickly he approached Douglas. There are still bandits outside the village. Going into the forest is very dangerous. Ian is trying to stop Douglas from going to the mountain to find flowers because if he finds flowers to research medicine, then Ian will fall into danger like in his previous life. Douglas tearfully expressed his wishes, but, I can't wait any longer. If I don't find that flower and create an antidote soon, Father will. My father will. Before Douglas could finish speaking, Ian used magic to make Ian unconscious on the spot. Go to sleep. Douglas was gradually losing consciousness. His body was struggling to fall. I must. Ian helped Douglas lean on his shoulder. Douglas was still talking and raving. The flower. Ian laid Douglas down on the ground. He stared intently at the current Douglas and compared it with the Douglas of his previous life. Now that I look closely, I can see that if my previous face wasn't so menacing, then my current face looks will be exactly the same as before. If I don't go to the Royd village, his father is dead and he has been sold into slavery by bandits. Ian remembered when he was harmed in his previous life. The poison he drank in his previous life must have been made by him. He must have followed orders and created that poison even though he knew Ragnar's plan. Should I eliminate him? No, such hasty action could be very dangerous. Ian thought of 7 or 9 scenarios, then found himself doing something wrong. He covered his face with his hands in a helpless mood. He has the talent to become the greatest alchemist in history. I can turn him into my side. But, even if he lives differently from before, it can't be said that he won't betray me. It took forever to finalize the answer. Ian was preparing to eliminate Douglas. That's it. Then someone came from afar and called Ian, Mr. Magician. What's going on? The person calling Ian was Arnold. He chased Ian from the village to here. Arnold stood panting and explained to Ian, Suddenly you ran away so I chased you. Arnold saw Douglas and curiously asked Ian, Who is that child? I thought he was going to do something reckless so I let him sleep. Ian bowed down and asked Arnold, Since you're here, please bring him back to the village. After speaking, Ian turned around and left. Arnold asked him, Aren't you coming with us? Ian hesitantly replied, I have to go somewhere. A stone house with a high wooden roof appeared, standing out in the mysterious night sky. The house's windows were wide open, the lights inside were still on. Ridio sat on the edge of the bed, turned to look at his son facing the wall, and asked, Douglas, are you sleeping? Douglas was silent for a while then slowly replied, No. Ridio's eyes became gentle. He slowly narrated what he was told. Barton told his father, A certain magician came to the village and saved us. And I heard you tried to do something reckless again, you little brat, but what he got in return was Douglas's frown and stubborn voice. You were just trying to find a flower. Ridio's expression turned serious. He scolded his son, There might still be bandits near the village. So what should I do? Douglas jumped up from the bed, his hands clenched into fists. That magician said he wouldn't be in pain. Ridio closed his eyes and relaxed, calmly saying, Dad, it's okay. If you can find Landior's flower, before you can finish your sentence, Douglas interrupts Ridio in anger. It's been a year since you found it, does that flower even exist? A mysterious voice suddenly rang out. It did exist. That voice made father and son both stiffen at the same time, eyes wide open, beads of sweat running down their cheeks. Ridio looked towards the door, tremblingly asked, Who? Someone. Ian stood outside the door. Even though he heard a confused question coming from inside the house, he didn't care. He continued to talk. I heard he was looking for Landior's flowers. In response, he was met with a long silence. A clicking sound rang out. Light appeared from inside the house. Ridio opened the door skeptically after hearing the name of the flower he was looking for. Ian took off his hood and cloak, his face cold. He said politely, apologizing. Douglas suddenly opened his mouth. Yes, it was that magician. Hearing his son's words, Ridio also widened his eyes in surprise. What? Only Ian maintained a blank expression from beginning to end. He placed a sparkling green object on the table and introduced himself. I am Ian Phage. Ridio looked at the blue ice block under Ian's hand. He wondered what that was. Suddenly his eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing and exclaimed, it was Landior's flower, a purple-pink flower with soft, drooping leaves surrounded by a layer of blue ice. Responding to Ridio, Ian continued, I will give you this flower, but let me ask you a question. His face became serious. His sharp eyes glanced at Ridio and asked, how do you know about this herb if its effects are still unknown? Ridio hesitated, because beads of sweat were forming on his jawline. Finally, he exhaled and said in compromise, diary. I saw it in a diary. Ridio looked at Ian, stating his answer. Seeing a thick brown hardcover book, with some ancient characters written on the cover, and a bunch of marked papers visible from the outside, Ian hesitantly asked, what is this book? It's the herbal diary that my father left me. If you look at this page, Ridio's hand turns the book. Ian also unconsciously looks at it. The page of the book depicts a slender tree with many branches. On the next page is a picture of Landior's flower exactly like the one Ian just picked up, accompanied by a few lines of explanation about this ancient flower. The author said, used to neutralize mana, only found in the northern part of the continent, a flower with 12 petals, green poison and green roots. Withered as soon as it is picked. The book also specifically emphasizes one sentence, it cannot be planted and harvested. Ian attentively read the 2 pages, asked as he read, did his father also know how to make medicine? Ridio immediately answered, it was the family business, then this diary must be a family heirloom, Ian asserted to himself. Ridio crossed his arms over his chest, thinking as he spoke, well, almost like that. Ian's eyes became serious. He told him a truth about this flower, then he must know that, for a magician with a mana heart and a mana brain, Landior's flower has the ability to neutralize mana, is a deadly poison. Hearing this, Ridio was startled, his eyebrows furrowed. He hesitated for a moment, then said, I understand what you mean, but our family's pharmacist will never create medicinal pills to harm others. I can bet on the family name. Hearing Ridio's firm words, Ian glanced at Douglas. Douglas was startled, not understanding why Ian was looking at him. Without taking his eyes off Douglas, he slowly said, I understand. Ian touched the ice block containing the precious flower and said, thank you for answering the question. Furthermore, Ian suddenly used his magic power, and a stream of blue smoke appeared from his hand holding the ice. The light brightened, he turned away, said one sentence, sorry. When Ian opened his palm, the flower had withered, the petals were falling, and the leaves were limp and lifeless. Seeing the beautiful flower from before turn into ash, he now told the truth, even I couldn't find it, I could only freeze it and preserve its shape. Ridio suddenly stepped back, suspiciously questioning, are you lying to me? But Ian immediately replied, I was just trying to prove that you can always find Landior's flowers. You face Ridio, tell me the real purpose of this midnight visit, Mr. Ridio, or talk to me. Ridio asked confusedly, why should we discuss this? He silently listened to his rights from Ian, I will continuously give you mana, so that you don't die from mana poisoning. I also promise to find a way to allow you to use Landior's flowers. Ian persuaded Ridio and thought to himself, I can definitely find information related to it, information that Ragnar and Douglas found. So please come with me to the capital, he said his only request to the Amon father and son. Ridio wondered, the capital, why do I have to go there? The image of a thick red potion appeared. Ian said, please create a mana elixir for my lack of mana, and then learn how to make an antidote for my mother's illness. Ridio felt confused and asked, couldn't he ask a famous alchemist? I'm not that good at making potions, Ian continued to answer. I want someone to stay with me and constantly provide me with medicinal pills. Ian turned to look at Douglas and said, that boy ran into the forest full of bandits, to find the herb that could cure his illness. Please make the right decision, at least for him. Ian finished his persuasion before Douglas's clear, sparkling eyes. Ridio hesitated, thinking, he's not a normal kid, who is he? Then he answered Ian, can you give me time to think? He closed his eyes and relaxed in response, taking as long as he wanted. Looking at father and son smiling at each other, Ian thought to himself, in this life, Douglas will not lose his father or become a slave. And his talent will not fall into Ragnar's hands. Douglas smiled happily when his father patted his head. Ian looked at the scene in the distance. Suddenly someone called his name, Mr. Magician. Ian turned his head slightly. Arnold informed him that we were ready to return to the Lord's castle. Ian silently looked away. It is a simple and rustic small house. After a while, he nodded and said, okay, let's go back. After finishing speaking, he thought to himself. He hasn't decided yet. The door opened. Ridio and Douglas came out from inside. Douglas suddenly said, ha, magician. Ian heard the call and turned around, ah. He slowly walked over, then asked, have you decided yet? Ridio hesitantly replied, then, well, do I still have a choice? I have to live first, Ridio said as he walked towards him with his son. Ridio smiled and said, please keep your promise. Ian also smiled back, of course. Ian noticed another voice interject, Douglas asked him, can he really cure my father? Ian sighed. He smiled softly, his eyes full of affection. He said, okay, I promise. Douglas stupidly asked again, really? Ian also complied with him and replied, really? Douglas immediately smiled brightly. He said excitedly, then can you consider me the leader? Ian hesitantly agreed, okay, maybe. Douglas obeyed with eyes as bright as stars, yes leader. Ian secretly remembered the old Douglas. He used to say, get out of my sight. Ian felt confused. He thought, was he like that when he was young? The sound of galloping horses echoed throughout the yard. The voice of the commander stopping the horse rang out from behind Ian. Whoa, whoa. A soldier dismounted from his horse. He said, Mage, we must quickly return to the castle. Ian asked, did something happen? The soldier nervously replied, I heard that the prince has crossed the Gamas River. Ian was surprised. He raised his voice to confirm, Gamas River, is it over? The soldiers hummed and said, yes, well, this news was reported this morning. Ian frowned in confusion. Why did they announce it now? Ian passed by the soldier with a gloomy face. He said, can I borrow your horse? The soldier asked, do you know how to ride a horse? Ian caressed the horse that was about to accompany him, answering, not very well, but he could become my friend. Ian silently cast magic in his mind, taming it, a light shining from his hand. The horse's eyes also flashed. Ian ordered, I want to go to the castle. Can you take me there? The horse backed away slightly. He knelt down on the ground and motioned for Ian to come up. Ian suddenly said, Mr. Arnold. Please bring Mr. Ridio with you. Both Arnold and Ridio were bewildered when they heard that. Ian jumped onto the saddle and said, I'll go first. The knights escorted a magnificent carriage. Through the transparent window. That was Crown Prince Hayden inside. He was resting his hand on his chin and thinking. In the memory, a voice rang out, please call me, Your Majesty. Emperor Terry clasped his hands behind his back, looked at the scene outside. He said, I have something to tell you before I leave. I heard that Herbert often meets with the 5 princes. Hayden's pupils dilated. He was stunned. Terry continued, because many nobles act according to the ivory tower, so you probably know whose side the tower owner is on is very important. It seemed like the owner of the tower intended to side with the 5 princes. Hearing that, Hayden just remained silent. And the 5th prince Ragnar is a smart child. I'm sure he will take advantage of Herbert, and try to bring famous people under his wing. Terry turned his head. He continued, Ian Phage, do everything you can to make him your man before the ivory tower gets to him. Hayden bowed his head in confusion. Terry authoritatively repeated again, I'm telling you to get him on your side and build a foundation. Hayden remembered and sighed, ha. He rubbed his head sadly, thinking to himself that even if he is a magician, how can a child help? The ivory tower is full of magicians, yet none of them are on my side. How dare he abandon me, the heir, and choose the 5th prince? Thinking of this, Hayden's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The day I ascend the throne, I will eliminate those bastards. A knight with black hair called out to him, Your Highness. I thought it best to inform the Maglian family, that is Oliver Raywood, the second Emperor's captain. Hayden put his hands on his face and said, I remember we finished discussing it. Oliver replied, We must give them time to at least prepare before you come, please consider them. Hayden said, That reminds me, isn't your family part of the Maglian family in the north? Oliver replied, Yes, that's right. Hayden asked, How long will it take to arrive? Oliver immediately replied, It seems like it will take another 2 days. He smiled with satisfaction, Good, 2 days is enough, send them the message. Let's see how the Northern Guardians, or Shields of the Empire, will prepare for the royal family's visit in 2 days, Hayden said excitedly, folding his arms. Oliver remained silent, confused. In the end he still replied, Yes, Your Highness. At the lavish palace in the Maglian territory, Marcus's voice rang out. He waved his hand and directed everyone, saying, This will be where His Highness the Crown Prince will stay, remember not to leave out any dust. Then the Maglian held his head and thought sadly, I thought they wouldn't come because no one reported the news, but suddenly they didn't. Then the butler walked up to him, the Maglian asked, Ogar, have the other families arrived? Ogar respectfully replied, Then sir. Ogar continued speaking, all the families had arrived except the McFarden family and the Raywood family, they had announced that they would arrive soon. Marcus thoughtfully asked, What about the magician, is there still no news? Ogar hesitantly said, No, not yet. Marcus held his face awkwardly and said, The situation is too difficult, let's just go out for now. A soldier shouted loudly, His Highness the Crown Prince bid. Next was a group of people with 2 soldiers leading the way. The wheel clattered to a stop. Stepping down from the carriage was Hayden with a stunningly handsome appearance. In the welcoming group, someone quietly asked Marcus, Sir, where is the magician? Marcus hesitantly spoke, The magician, suddenly heard a loud voice from far away, stopping. The sound of horses clucking stopped. On horseback was a boy with brown hair. It turned out that it was Ian. He raised his face and said to everyone, Sorry I was late. Everyone around saw that and started talking loudly, That kid was the rumored magician, that kid couldn't even ride a horse. Seeing that, Marcus quickly went up to pick him up. He said, You've arrived, okay then, please come this way. He put his arm around Ian's shoulder and said, The magician has been summoned by royal order, he must stand in the highest position according to the Empire's law. Marcus brought the orchid in front of Crown Prince Hayden. He saw the orchid and asked, Are you a phage orchid? He was deep in thought, seeing a face he hadn't seen for a long time. He looked at a group of people in the distance and thought, And over there. Suddenly a girl inside noticed his eyes. She was Cecilia. She turned and smiled gently at him. Seeing that, he politely smiled back, but in his mind, he thought, Spy from the Coldwood Empire. In the magnificent royal palace. Oliver said to Crown Prince Hayden, Your Highness. He reminded in a gentle voice, Don't get too drunk. Seeing that, Hayden turned away and sighed, still holding a glass of wine in his hand, There's nothing else good to drink besides this wine. Hayden held his glass of wine thoughtfully and said, I can't believe I have to hang out with these obnoxious nobles after traveling such a long way, this party is not fun at all, and neither am I, love that kid. Next to Oliver, he didn't know what to say. Hayden lamented, I want to go back and rest early. In the distance is Cecilia standing in a corner with a glass of wine in her hand. She thought to herself, what a strange coincidence, the Coldwood Empire was also interested in that boy. Her expression suddenly became serious. She thought, not long ago, the Coldwood Empire gave 2 instructions, to eliminate rumors about the phage orchid by personally observing it, if true, then to capture it. Both the boy Mage and his mother then returned to the Empire. She looked towards the nobles and thought, what kind of person is he causing such a ruckus? I'll probably go find him. In a corner of the palace. Ian was standing there when Cecilia came over. She thought, there it is. She raised her hand to create a mana ball and smiled, thinking, should I test its rumored ability? Let's start with something light. She launched the mana balls towards the orchid and thought, something equivalent to a blow, magic arrow. Mana arrows flew, exploding the surrounding land. Cecilia widened her eyes in surprise. Ian raised his hand to create a shield to block Cecilia's attacks. She thought in disbelief, a shield. Ian's eyes turned cold. He asked, who are you? Cecilia didn't flinch at all. She put her hands on her hips and smiled, looking at my magic without knowing why. it's your senior from the ivory tower, I'm just saying hello. Ian's expression was cold. He said, you greet others like that? Cecilia said sarcastically, oh my god, look at this kid talking, seniors can have fun with juniors. You don't have to make me feel bad, Ian said darkly, Cecilia. She was suddenly a bit surprised by his attitude. Ian said, Cecilia Coldwalker. She couldn't help but be surprised, her eyes widened. She couldn't believe it and asked Lan again, you, who are you, how do you know that name? Lan was still very calm, I knew her very well. Ian thought to himself, I don't know, I wiped out the Coldwalkers that crept into the kingdom in my previous life, but you said it out loud, if you want, I can name the others too. She walked up to the Lan and said, stop talking nonsense, boy from the Moulton family stables. Ian replied, the royal secretary, Robin, Ario from the National Guard in Platoon 9, Cecilia was stunned when she heard that. Ian continued speaking, assistant to the palace's head maid, the head maid probably hasn't arrived yet, do you know what the general expressions of these people are? I think I know. Cecilia doesn't know what to say, kid. Suddenly her eyes were cold, sparks radiated around, she said, I don't know how you know these names. At the same time, a red energy ball formed in her hand. She continued talking, but it was better for him to pretend he didn't know them. Then the fireball flew towards the balcony. The front was engulfed in flames with Cecilia's back. A puff of smoke emitted. Cecilia was surprised to see Lan walk out of the fire. In his hand was a white energy ball. He said, I already knew that you were a Coldwalker. Seeing that, she laughed out of worry and said, then why are you here alone if you already knew? She thought to herself, did it really avoid my attack magic just now? It's something, what's up? Suddenly Lan raised her hand and lifted the ball high, he said, and that she would come find me at the training ground. Cecilia looked up confused, her pupils dilated in shock. Ice spears were formed. On top of the orchid are hundreds of ice spears, he said, I already guessed. Ian reached out. He cast magic, ice spear, and as soon as he finished speaking, tens of thousands of frost spears pierced through at extremely high speed. Cecilia on the other side paused, her expression stunned. But fortunately, she still had time to cast self-defense magic, mana barrier, and a huge magic shield appeared right in front of her. However, a moment later the mana barrier cracked. Cecilia gritted her teeth nervously, she blurted out a curse, damn it. Ian continued to use his magic to create a giant fireball, he held it in his hand. His eyes were cold, he said, fire, violence. Immediately afterwards the fireball hit the ground, rushing towards Cecilia's barrier. Cecilia was about to give up, she thought to herself, I can't move with the mana barrier, I'll die. Immediately afterwards, the mana barrier shattered. Each ice spear grazed Cecilia's body, from her legs and thighs. Up to the waist and upper body, there were bloody wounds everywhere. An ice spear grazed her beautiful face, and she ran while breathing heavily. And then bang, the fireball exploded right behind her. Cecilia fell to the ground in surprise. She widened her eyes and thought, I'm still alive. Cecilia fell to the ground, she clutched her stomach and continued to think, that guy, because he used fire, must have run out of mana, other people will start coming. Cecilia looked up at the sky and speculated, there's no proof that I'm a spy, and they won't suspect me just because of the child, the tower's mages will believe me too. There were footsteps approaching. If I recover and deal with it later, Cecilia was still thinking when Ian's voice suddenly interrupted, I have a plan to make a name for myself. By selling her. Cecilia smiled contemptuously, she said, do you think it will work? Ian smirked, of course, there's proof that you guys don't even know about it. Cecilia was also confused, she asked, what are you talking about? Then there were loud footsteps again. The incoming knight stopped in shock. Oliver asked what happened, but before he could finish his sentence, one of the group ran quickly and shouted, Cecilia. He helped Cecilia sit up and asked kindly, what's wrong with you, what are these injuries? I did. Ian boldly stepped forward to confess. Oliver asked in a serious tone, please explain. What happened? Ian replied pretending to be timid, I saw it by accident, that woman. Having talked to a masked person, Cecilia was extremely shocked, she asked in confusion, what? Ian didn't care at all and continued to justify, then suddenly she tried to kill me. Oliver continued his sentence, so you made her like that, Ian replied, because I need to live. Oliver continued asking, can you prove it? Ian said, I appeared as if they were checking something. A mark appeared on their bodies. Oliver's face immediately darkened. He ordered and examined the person's body. Cecilia panicked and didn't have time to react. The guy just ran out to ask about Cecilia and another person helped her. "Hey, Captain, don't you think it's too much? You forgot that we are magicians of the Ivory Tower." Oliver drew his sword. He pointed his sword firmly at their faces, and they were also very hesitant. He said solemnly, "The person with the highest authority is here, and this happened for that reason. Whether the tower mages are involved or not, it is our responsibility to find out the truth." The other guy said confused, "So at least let me heal her first." "You can do it after a general inspection," Oliver said, raising his hand to order the knights behind him to check. Cecilia's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Oliver asked if there was anything suspicious. The knights stammered and said, We didn't find anything." The other guy and the other person immediately turned to question, "What did I say? How could you doubt her? We immediately healed her, urgently." Oliver glanced at Ian and asked, "Is that a lie?" Ian calmly shook his head, "Of course not." He gently walked towards Cecilia. She was also shaking. He touched Cecilia's back and said, "Excuse me." Cecilia huffed and asked, "What are you doing?" A light appeared on Ian's finger. He was using magic. The guy and the other person were stunned, not knowing what he was going to do. A mark suddenly appeared on the back of Cecilia's neck, and the observers immediately guessed, 1, sealing Mama. Cecilia turned her head angrily, "Kid, what did you do?" Ian smirked again. "I wondered what the two of them were doing. It seemed like they were checking for this. Cold Walker was sent to a training school with a mark. They didn't know about it because only the manager knew, although I found out only after interrogating a manager for a year." Oliver asked the other two men if anyone knew what this sign meant. That guy confusedly replied, This is the first time I've seen it." Oliver asked Ian, "What about you, Ian?" He replied, "It's also the first time." Oliver mused, Even if no one knows what it means, it's still proof." Oliver ordered, "Heal her, then we will interrogate." Cecilia was silent. She didn't know what to say in this situation. He continued, "Please prepare a mana prison." The others unanimously replied, "Yes, yes." Oliver suddenly turned to call, "Ian." He said, "If all is true, the Emperor will give you a reward." Hayden's face showed surprise. He said somewhat doubtfully, "That kid defeated the level 3 magician of the Ivory Tower." Captain Oliver reported the situation to Hayden. After listening, he replied, "Yes." Hayden sat on the chair, his arms crossed over his chest. He laughed and said, "Ha ha, I didn't expect it to be like that." Hayden asked Oliver again, "What do you think, Captain Oliver, about that kid?" Oliver's expression was quite thoughtful. He replied, "It seemed that what the sent magicians said was true. The way that kid acted and talked was not like a child." Hearing this, Hayden started thinking, He thought and said, "I think I should meet that kid and talk before drawing conclusions. Captain, bring that kid here." Ian was taken to Hayden's office. He bowed to Hayden and said, "Why did you call me?" Hayden replied, "Yes. From what I've heard, one of the magicians sent to the Ivory Tower is a spy from Coldwood, and I've also heard that she's a talented magician. I think his achievements in defeating and capturing are very admirable." Ian heard that. His expression did not change. He gently said, "I am being flattered." Seeing that he didn't react, Hayden just smiled slightly in response, "And so, I want to reward you. Please tell me what you want." Ian thinks, he is trying to find his inner desires, by asking what he wants. "Since we've come here, should we say no?" Thinking for a moment, Ian raised his head and replied, "So. If you'll allow me, I'd like to see the old Ivory Tower site on the way to the castle." Ian's request seemed to be beyond Hayden's expectations. He was dumbfounded and skeptical and asked Ian again, "The old Ivory Tower location, why do you want to go there? There's nothing to see." Ian continued to express his desire. "I had only heard stories about it, and had always wanted to come at least once." Those words made Hayden start to think, visiting a historical place is what he wants while being able to ask for anything. Maybe he's still just a child. After evaluating for a while, Hayden finally agreed to take Ian to the old Ivory Tower location. "Great, then I will take him there." Hearing the answer, Ian was secretly happy in his heart. He thought excitedly, "I think I'll be able to get it faster than expected." The site of the old Ivory Tower, and the item hidden deep beneath it, the dragon language scroll. The dragon language plays an important role in magical research, and that book contains the essence of the language. In my previous life, I found it a few years before I died, so I could only understand a very small part. How much will I understand this time? The scene of the night sky appeared, stars sparkling in the sky. The horse-drawn carriage was moving, clucking sounds resounded. Phage looked out the carriage window while talking to Ian. This was the first time Mom had gone this far. She turned to ask Ian, "Is that right, Ian?" He obediently answered her, "Yes, that's right." Accompanying Ian and his mother was Radio. He told Phage that, "Once we reach the capital, I will be the tour guide." Lady Phage, appearance aside, I worked in the capital with alchemy for a long time. Phage also politely smiled back, "Oh my God, thank you." Ian sitting next to him looked helpless before Radio's enthusiasm. He thought, "This guy." Suddenly, someone outside called Ian's name. "He is the second Emperor Knight Vice Captain Paul." He called Ian and announced that we have arrived at the destination. "Mr. Ian, we have arrived." The view of the old ivory tower appears. Majestic stone walls lie strangely quiet in the night. Paul informed Ian, "Our plan is to stay here for 2 days, and as the Emperor ordered. You will be free to explore this place during that time." After talking to Ian, Paul turned around and said to everyone, "Please follow me, everyone, I will guide." Paul led everyone into a village next to the old ivory tower. The road to the village is illuminated by oil lamps. The people in the village saw someone coming and happily came out to welcome them. An old man happily spoke up, unable to believe that people chose to visit this village. "It is truly an honor for 1,000 generations." When Hayden heard that, he could only scratch his head and laugh and say, "Ha ha ha, it's nothing." Ian looked over at Hayden, who was standing and talking to the people, thinking, perhaps he treats the residents in a benevolent manner. He remembered images of Hayden, in his previous life. He always has a dark and hostile expression on his face. Because Ragnar is always by my side. So maybe he makes that kind of expression, towards people who aren't nobles or royalty. I can see why the current emperor prefers the eldest son. Ian's thoughts were interrupted by Douglas, the captain. Douglas approached and asked, "Captain, when are you going to the old ivory tower?" Ian saw Douglas ask about the old ivory tower but didn't show much expression. He just asked again, "Why did you ask?" Douglas was also shy and answered honestly, "I also want to go there." Ian thought, "I need to get to the underground area at dawn." He replied to Douglas, "Then tomorrow when I have free time." Hearing this, Douglas was happy, his eyes filled with tears. He asked Ian again, "Really, together?" Ian hesitantly replied, Receiving the agreement, Douglas seemed much happier. He smiled and thanked Ian. "Wow, yay, thank you." "Douglas seems to like Ian," a voice said. At this time in a corner of the village, Radio was standing with Ian's mother. He asked her, "Lady Phage, there is something I want to ask. Is Ian always this mature? I don't see that kid looking like he's 12 years old at all." Hearing such words, Phage also sadly replied that he had grown up too early. "He's very kind and caring, just like his father. I know he won't say it, but he's definitely trying to fill his father's shoes and I feel so sorry." Hearing those words, Radio thought, so that kid is similar to his father. He asked Phage again, "Then her husband is also a magician?" Phage replied, "No, Fran is a normal person. He, who disappeared before Ian was born, went to work as usual, only his belongings were returned home 5 years later." Phage lowered his eyes and continued, "And now, Ian had." She suddenly fell silent for a moment. Seeing that he had said too much, Phage lost his temper with Radio, so let it go. "It's nothing." Radio thought he shouldn't ask too much so he didn't ask any more. "It's a journey following the wind and the path of the stars, feet walking on the fluttering grass. An endless journey, after the Unification War, and away from the ivory tower and the Empire. Was it simply a coincidence that I entered the ivory tower? Then no, as if I was guided by something." Standing in front of the old ivory tower, Ian remembered his previous life. He had been in the ivory tower like that. He also discovered many things but it seemed it was too late. Now, after being resurrected, I stand in front of the ivory tower again. This place still looks the same, Ian thought. Ian recalls the history of the old ivory tower. 300 years ago, there was a war between the ivory tower mages and the Dragonians, descendants of dragons. The Gargoyle army and the Dragonians' black magic were powerful enough to destroy the empire, but the emperor and high-ranking magician Michel Greenriver, leading other high-ranking magicians, took down the Dragonians and caused the gargoyles to become extinct, preserving peace. The empire's peacemaker, Michel Greenriver, who had led them to victory, refused the position of emperor, and instead became the owner of the tower, creating the capital Greenriverdium. And this place was ruined, abandoned. Ian started walking around and looking for the object. This was his main purpose when he came to this place. Ian remembered the location of that item. It was around here. Ian looked forward and saw a stone. According to his old memories, he pressed his hand down. The ground shook and split in two. Immediately a staircase leading underground appeared before his eyes. Ian thought, here it is. He went down the stairs. Inside was covered in darkness, without any light. Ian cast mana, lit it, a ball emitting aura floated in his hand. The ball of energy flew high and illuminated the surroundings. Suddenly, something fierce appeared. In front of him was a statue with fierce purple eyes. Remembering the first time he saw that statue, Ian thought, I was really surprised when I first saw that statue. The stone monster moved, the stone gradually peeling away from its body. It opened its big mouth and howled. Ian thought, I never thought it was a gargoyle, something that went extinct 300 years ago is hidden here. He was looking towards the statue and thinking when the gargoyle suddenly rushed out. It flew aggressively towards Ian. Ian calmly performed his magic, praying for water, each stream of water rotating around the large ball. He launched a move towards the gargoyle. Hit by the attack, gargoyle flew away. It hit the back wall hard. Even though he managed to land a hit on the enemy, Ian was not aggressive at all. He was still thinking clearly. In his previous life, it was very simple to kill it, but now he needed to put in more effort. After the first attack, the gargoyle appeared unharmed. It continued to spread its wings, making growling sounds. It flew towards Ian, its purple eyes filled with murderous intent. Ian kneeled down, he created a magic circle and cast magic, Ice Spear. Countless ice spears pierced straight towards gargoyle. Before he could react, the gargoyle was hit by flying ice bars that pierced its chest. Not stopping there, to completely defeat his opponent, Ian continued to use a move, this time with lightning. His eyes were extremely cold. He cast magic, lightning flashed in the air and hit the gargoyle straight, continuously fending off incoming attacks. Gargoyle no longer had the strength to resist, it screamed and was officially defeated. Battle. Finished gargoyle. After defeating gargoyle, Ian continued to search for the object, now it was only a matter of time. At this moment, suddenly the ground shook. The two sides of the ground parted and revealed a deep, dark tunnel. Ian smiled and thought, just like last time. Feathers landed. Ian followed the feathers. He went to a room. In the room there was a table and a book on it. Ian walked up to the table and smiled thoughtfully. See you sooner than I thought, dragon language scroll. The book on the table is quite simple and mysterious. Ian thought, wondering who hid it here. A dragon, or, the first mage. Dragon language, a mysterious language I couldn't even understand in my previous life, if possible this time. Ian opened the book and was startled to think, it's blank. He turned each page to check, full of wonder, what happened? Maybe, Ian thought worriedly. Because it has been used. He closed the book and regretfully said to himself, if in his previous life he could have read it one more time. But a strange thing happened. He couldn't speak. He touched his neck and thought, I can't make a sound. Dragon language is not a sound through the voice, it is a magical language that uses mana as the root, so, there is only one explanation. Ian looked at the book with a thoughtful expression, unable to use the dragon language that had disappeared, because it was impossible to use time magic without the dragon language. I couldn't go back to the past. I thought it could be continuous. Ian's eyes were sad, it could have been bad if I didn't know about this. My second life just became heavier. The sun was at its peak, and Ian's convoy was getting closer to the capital. The castle was hidden in the sunlight, a very magnificent scene. Someone's voice rang out, Mr. Ian, we will soon arrive in the capital Green River Dew. Under the large city gate, Ian's convoy entered one by one. A group of soldiers wearing military uniforms rode in front, followed by Ian's carriage. The scene was extremely solemn, the sound was clattering. Ian watched the scenery outside from the window, crowded traffic, bustling merchants, he thought, finally in the capital. He noticed the convoy escorting Cecilia below. Although the soldiers were guarding extremely strictly, Ian still told himself to be more alert if Cecilia ran away and contacted another cold walker. In the car was Cecilia covered in mud, her hands hugging her knees, her face thoughtful, not saying a word despite the gossip outside. Ian told himself that the cold walker empire would begin to follow me. Ian thought, Cecilia would definitely talk about me, who knew all about the existence of cold walkers. Ian's train of thought continues, and things get annoying, in more ways than one. Suddenly something attracted Ian's attention, he turned around to observe. The convoy escorting Cecilia and Ian's car stopped. Captain Oliver moved forward. Tower Master Herbert said, pausing, he raised one hand forward. Behind him was a group of cloaked people standing silently at attention. Captain Oliver held the reins tightly, his face completely gloomy. Facing the serious face of Tower Master Herbert, Oliver asked the tower leader. Oliver got off his horse, he approached with an annoyed face and said, "What right do you have to get in the way?" Herbert spoke up, "I had received the order." Oliver frowned, pursed his lips to show his displeasure. Herbert brought out the scroll first and spoke, which said that all authority to interrogate Cecilia and related things would belong to the ivory tower. Perhaps he was in a bit of a hurry. Oliver asked suspiciously, receiving authorization even before the spy arrived. Herbert calmly replied, "Shouldn't things like this be dealt with as quickly as possible?" He continued, "Rest up, Captain, the ivory tower will be in charge from now on, so don't worry." Herbert passed by Oliver, he clenched his teeth, looking angry. He ordered deputy to stay behind, handing over the guilty person to the ivory tower leader. Herbert spoke in a low voice, "Captain, she is still not a guilty person. Before the truth is revealed, she is still a magician of the ivory tower. Please pay attention to your words." Having finished speaking, he walked towards the convoy holding her. Oliver clenched his fists, so angry that he was shaking. The knights outside the carriage were disgruntled among themselves. One of them said, "We are the ones who came to arrest her, so why did they gain such power?" The one next to them replied, "Captain, it's not fair. No matter what, even if it's an order from the Emperor, I still cannot accept it." Inside the carriage, Ian put his hand on his chin and pondered. He thought, "I can see what they are trying to do. They weren't trying to protect her, as a magician of the ivory tower, they just didn't want a common knight to interrogate a magician. Now, they would lock her up in the deepest prison level of the tower, and try to find a way to make this go more smoothly." Ian continued to think, even if she were a spy from Coldwood, it wouldn't work. Escape. In the carriage, Lady Phage looked outside and asked, "Why is there so much commotion out there?" Ian replied, "It's nothing, don't worry, Mom." Ian crossed his arms over his chest, sighed, then thought, "There's one more thing I need to worry about." Suddenly there was a soldier calling, "Mr. Ian." Ian also glanced at the source of that voice. The other soldier spoke, "The prince wants to go somewhere before we return to the castle." The sky is clear and the sunlight happily covers the fountain right in front of the castle, creating an incredibly magnificent scene. Ian stepped down from the carriage, he stared blankly, he exclaimed, "This is," he remembered old memories, the mansion he was given by Ragnar when he reached level 5 in his previous life. There were footsteps coming, a voice rang out, "Do you like it?" "That's Prince Hayden," he smiled and said, "This is the mansion you were given." Ian bowed and replied, "My grace is incomparable, sir." Hayden said while laughing, "Ha ha ha, what are you talking about?" Ian bowed his head and thought, "In my previous life, I was 26 years old when I received this villa, and in this life, 14 years earlier, it was quite beautiful." Hayden raised his hand to touch his chin, he cleared his throat, "Now, your family will be here, and you and I go to the castle, we need to meet the Emperor, right?" Hearing Hayden say that, Ian bowed his head shyly, wondering and thinking. Ian said, "If you allow me, can I take a tour of the villa with my mother?" Hayden smiled and replied, "Oh, okay, of course." Ian's face brightened and he happily replied, "Thank you." Under the clear blue sky and morning sunlight, the details are meticulously depicted and the blue roof further enhances the beauty of the villa. Inside, all the furniture is extremely carefully selected, the chandeliers are exquisitely carved, and the sparkling golden light enhances the beauty of the villa. Lady Phage looked around and said, "Oh my God." Ian asked, "Do you like it?" She shyly replied, "How could you like it?" Ian continued, "This is our home from now on." Lady Phage asked in shock, "Where, this place?" Ian replied, "Yes." Ian remembered, "When I received this mansion in my previous life, then Mom is gone." Lady Phage was still in shock, she said, she couldn't believe it, "This is really a place to stay, more impressive than the Lord's castle." Ian continued to think, no matter how great a magician he was, he still couldn't bring his mother back. Ian looked towards his mother and said, "Meaning it was once used by royalty?" She asked in shock, "The royal family." Ian and my mother toured the house, he thought, but now it's different. What I wanted to do for my mother, and what I wanted to do with her, was all possible. He looked at his mother and asked, "What do you think?" Vanessa just replied thoughtfully, Ian thought, "This time, I will be able to see." His mother's happy expression, something life cannot do. Thinking about this, Ian felt shy, his cheeks were red. Lady Phage replied, "It is large and beautiful, and very large, but how can it be cleaned?" Receiving his mother's answer, he turned to stone, his mood plummeted from cloud 9 to the bottom of society. He said helplessly, "Mother." Lady Phage replied innocently, What's wrong, Ian?" Ian told himself, "I will make sure that from now on my mother doesn't have to do housework anymore, so that she doesn't have to think like this." Not much time passed, Ian arrived at Green Riverdium's royal castle, a scene so majestic, there were no words to describe it. Ian was adjusting his sleeve, he thought, a little nervously. Even though he was wearing a pre-made outfit and everything on his body was neat and tidy, Ian still had to ponder, he thought, I have never personally met the Emperor even in my previous life. Ian remembered his past life, when he graduated from the academy and saw how the world worked. He was already on his deathbed, the Emperor was praised for his intelligence and wisdom. Following the butler's lead, Ian curiously looked around, he thought, I really want to learn about that, if that's possible. While walking, Ian suddenly noticed a palace, opposite his position. He looked towards it and thought, Prince's Palace. What is that guy doing now? The fifth son and concubine, although most similar to the Emperor, was born without his love, Ragnar. This name appeared when Ian felt the most angry, he clenched his fists into fists. That name made a deep impression on Ian, he remembered, his old friend and greatest enemy. Then he bowed his head, walked thoughtfully, thinking in his head, what should I do when I meet him in this life? He walked to the palace door, in front were two intricately carved doors that were tightly closed. The butler gestured to Ian, he said, Master Ian, please come this way. The door opened, Ian stepped inside with a worried mind, the butler's voice rang out, the Emperor was waiting for him. The door opened, Ian stepped inside with a worried mind, the guard's voice rang out, the Emperor was waiting for him. Opposite Ian is Emperor Terry, he is sitting on his throne, standing next to him is Prince Hayden. Ian knelt down on his knees, touched the ground with each hand, and greeted him according to noble etiquette. He respectfully replied, a lowly person like me dares to meet you. King Terry's voice rang out, he raised his head, Ian raised his face reflexively. He continued, Hero of the North, Ian Phage, you've achieved a lot in just a short amount of time. Ian calmly replied, thank you. King Terry continued to speak, his face did not show any sadness, there was no need to try too hard, he must have never been taught manners. Now that's enough, so stand up, the king's voice ended. Ian immediately stood up, bowed his head, and put his hands out in front to show his respect. He remembered old memories, he had never been taught manners so he didn't need to try too hard, he thought even when he first met Ragnar, he said that to me. King Terry sat on his majestic throne and spoke, cutting off Ian's memories, the boy had come a long way. Do you like the mansion? I gave you one of my royal houses. Now Prince Hayden turns his attention to Ian. He raised his hand to wave, smiling at Ian. Ian replied, it's a very big place that I can't even imagine. In his heart he was secretly helpless when he saw Hayden, he thought, what is he doing in front of the Emperor? King Terry asked in a colder tone, do you like it or not? Ian's face showed no emotion and he replied, I like it, my mother is also very happy. King Terry spoke up in a rather surprised voice, oh, is that so, so are you on your guard? He continued, the reason why I sent an heir to bring you here, and gave you a villa upon arrival. Ian pondered silently, should I be more direct? Looking up at Emperor Terry he continued to think, Ragnar likes to speak frankly without hiding anything, because he resembles the Emperor, so it seems he does too. His hands clasped tightly together, wondering, no not yet, until he got everything he wanted, he was just a 12-year-old kid, he needed to behave properly. He thought, it would be best to act like a child, then he apologetically replied, isn't it because I'm more talented than everyone else? According to what they said, it seems my magic is better, so, Ian said, King Terry seemed interested in your answer, he crossed his arms and said, you're more talented than the others em. In the middle of a large palace, the majestic Terry voice rang out, do you think so? Ian bowed in silence, thinking. On the side, Prince Hayden also noticed him, his expression also darkened, not knowing what to think. Suddenly he turned around and made a noise that broke the tense atmosphere, he called him, Father. Hayden said, what does a child know? The king looked towards Hayden, his face thoughtful, this was the first time I saw him protecting someone. He thought, it would be best to help the inheritance, his face calmly replied, yes. King Terry's voice rang out in the vast palace, your talent, I called because of your talent, even the magicians who saw that talent had to praise it, he continued, I heard that you helped a lot in detecting that spy. For a citizen who has made an achievement, then being rewarded is completely deserved. Now tell me, King Terry said. He asked Ian, do you want anything? Ian stood under thinking, finally there is a chance, the power of the current emperor, I have thought about it a lot. He continued to think, I am a child. Hayden spoke up, he once said he wanted to visit the old ivory tower, he was very curious, all kids this age are like that. I think Dad should allow it, Hayden finished speaking. Ian secretly smiled in his heart. The king said thoughtfully, okay, I will give you the seal. As long as you stay here, you can move around on that land. The king's voice ended and a guard came in and respectfully gave the order to Ian. Ian held the yellow token in his hand, the smallest details were also meticulously depicted. King Terry continued, you can also give it to someone and ask for directions. King Terry asked, that's what you want? Ian with a satisfied face replied, is there anything more? King Terry continued, his face looking more relaxed and approachable, then I will reward you myself. Hey, bring it in, the king finished speaking. A group of maids came in from outside the door, attracting Ian's attention. A chest of gold coins was opened in front of Ian. King Terry continued, this is your reward. And these servants will clean the villa every day. When the king finished speaking, a group of maids bowed their heads to pay respects to Ian. I'll send them to the villa so you can feel comfortable. After listening to King Terry, Ian's expression seemed more calm than he thought. It seems like Mom doesn't need to worry anymore. Ian looked towards King Terry sitting above. He replied, thank you, Emperor. After saying that, he excused himself and went out. Ian stood in front of the palace door. The two doors were tightly closed together. Ian walked and thought, he must be different from other people. Instead of being attracted to me, he felt more suspicious. Looking at the token he held in his hand, Ian continued to think, he must be the same to everyone, like Ragnar. He walked, the distance from the palace became more and more distant. Ian continued to think, doubt is the basic thing to rule and manage. Ragnar likes to say so, focus on the important things first, I don't have much time. Ian kept walking, soon he reached the garden. In the distance behind the iron fence were flowers blooming. A guard wearing a white police uniform was attracted by the sound of Ian's footsteps. The guard said, Wizard, what brings you here? Ian asked, where is the garden? Ian held out the command card in front of him and said, the Emperor asked me to show this. The guard said in surprise, yes, please go this way, I'll show you. Ian thought he would act like was visiting a famous place and arrived at that place. After being guided, Ian stopped in front of a massive architectural area. In the distance were green trees. Ian thought, he finally did it, the holy land of the Empire. Ian pondered, he remembered someone's voice, I like it here, Ian. This place they serve the Emperor and Queen, no one else can enter except the royal family. That voice was Ragnar's. He remembered his previous life. He and Ragnar had come here. Ragnar said, I'm just a prince, so I can't right now, but one day, I will definitely come. Ragnar smiled and asked him, right? The scene changed to a dark room. Above the wall there was a burning torch, illuminating the room. Behind the wall, Ian was secretly looking around. Ian is a policeman sitting on a wooden chair. He is falling asleep. His sleeping posture can be classified as strange, but the sound of snoring is coming out, wheezing, wheezing, wheezing. Ian used magic to point at the guard's forehead. He thought the other guards were always alert but never knew, so slept. Ian went inside. He used magic to summon a small light in his hand, enough to illuminate his path. Ian thought it was near the Emperor's coffin, right? The magic light in his hand illuminated the dark space. Ian's attention was drawn to a corner of the room. His eyes opened wide. Ian happily exclaimed that he had found it. At the foot of the pillar, a cluster of mushrooms grew. Ian illuminated them. He knew what kind it was. Ian exclaimed in his mind, mushrooms challenge the mind. He summoned ice spear magic, cut off the mushrooms, and the mushrooms fell around. Ian picked up the mushrooms in his hand and put them in his pocket. He smiled and said to himself, great, this will be enough. Suddenly someone's voice rang out, startling Ian, it's so late and where are you going? Ian was stunned, paying attention to the voice. He thought to himself, who is it? Don't say who. After saying that, he withdrew his magic. The surrounding light disappeared, darkness covered every corner. Ian quickly found a hiding place, which was behind the large pillar closest to him. Okay, but, the guard said, accompanied by a light emitted from the torch approaching his position. The guard's voice rang out again, I understand. Ian, hiding behind the pillar, felt extremely suspicious and confused. A pair of brown shoes appeared. the noise from the steps also ended. It turned out that person was Kevin. He looked around and said shyly, "Your Highness the Princess, even this is a bit." In a hidden corner, Ian breathed a sigh of relief, freed from tension. He thought, "Your Highness, there are only 3 descendants now, no matter who they are, they can't be Ragnar." The girl's voice came out, "Not many people visit this place, and people rarely pass by, the sound does not leak out of this room." She continued, "Also, as a princess, it is my job to manage this sanctuary, and you check the magic cast in it, we all have our roles to play." Ian glanced at their position. He thought to himself, Harry Greenriver, the eldest prince's biological sister. Kevin said, "Your Highness, why don't you let the ivory tower know?" Harry said in a low voice, with a cold face, "No way." She said, "Don't you already know that the ivory tower is very dangerous?" Harry continued to say, "Her state of mind is extremely good, I'm sure the ancestors will understand, because doing so is for the sake of my majesty and my brother." Kevin next to him could only stand and watch in silence. Kevin spoke helplessly, "I understand, then, I will try my best to help you until the last minute." Kevin looked at Harry and asked, "Who had memorized the basic spells I taught him once?" Harry confidently said, "Of course." Kevin spoke up, "Very good, then please show me the light first." Harry replied seriously like a seasoned person, "Well then, let the mana flow through like this." With that said, a stream of power converged to form a point of light, illuminating the surroundings, dispelling the darkness. Ian looked over, his expression extremely surprised. Ian thought to himself, "Is the princess using magic?" Harry spoke up in dissatisfaction, "Why is mine so small?" Kevin patiently explained, "Because he had only recently started practicing magic." Ian remembers old memories. Harry Greenriver, she lived her whole life like a bird in a cage, and when Renner became emperor, with the first prince being executed, she followed her brother and quietly ended my life. Ian continued to think. Looking at the two of them, Ian felt extremely surprised. He thought to himself, he didn't expect that such a woman was a magician, why would she hide it? Ian continued thinking, in the Greenriver Empire, hiding your potential as a magician is a crime, so is private magical education outside of ivory towers and academies. He looked at Cinch and they continued to think, and I'm sure that magician also knows this. Harry spoke up, interrupting his train of thought, "Ian, Sir Kevin, next time please teach me the attack magic too, like volcanoes, for example." Kevin replied helplessly, "Even I can't use that spell, Your Highness." Harry replied, "I was just joking." Suddenly something caught Harry's attention, startling her. Harry turned his head to look around. Kevin asked bewilderedly, "What's wrong, Your Highness?" Harry said, "I thought I heard a sound just now." Kevin said impatiently, "Hey, do you think someone saw us? That would be really bad." Kevin impatiently spoke up, "Today is over and," Harry jokingly said, "Don't worry Sir Kevin, only royalty can enter here." And then, waiting for them to leave, Ian left and then, under the harsh sunlight, a massive structure appeared, creating an extremely magnificent scene. Ian looked towards that architectural area. He thought to himself, "Today I discovered many surprising things." His face darkened, a melancholy expression appeared. He continued thinking, he did not expect Harry Greenriver to be a magician. He remembered what had just happened, and couldn't help but wonder, silently in his heart, why she recklessly committed a crime by hiding it from the ivory tower. Remembering Harry's expression, Ian continued to think, probably because she was wary of the tower supporting Renner. The sun was rising. Ian walked out of the mausoleum. As he walked, he thought, although I wasted a lot of time in there. The guard's voice rang out, interrupting Ian's thoughts. He said, "Mr. Magician, have you had enough sightseeing?" Ian smiled. Ian thought to himself, "But this is more than enough." Ian smiled gently and replied, "Yes, I am satisfied." The sun was at its peak and Ian left King Terry's palace. The gate closed strangely, returning the original quiet. As soon as he got home, Ian took off his coat and gave it to the mailmaid when Ridio spoke up, "Oh, Sir Ian, you're home." Ian noticed him. He walked closer to Ridio and asked, "Yes, where is my mother and the others?" Ridio replied, "Lady Phage was chatting with the servants sent by the palace, and Douglas was touring around the mansion." Douglas's voice rang out. It was so loud, he seemed extremely interested and excited. Looking everywhere, Ian just let out a loud sound. Ian continued, "Well, then, Ridio is a bit confusing. Waiting for you to continue," Ian said, "Mr. Ridio, can I talk to you for a moment?" A silent atmosphere surrounded the two of them. Ian stood in front, not wanting anyone to pass. He opened his mouth, I want to prepare a bottle of secret medicine for me." Ian looked towards Ridio with eyes full of expectation. Ridio seemed surprised at him. He asked, "What kind of secret medicine are you talking about?" Ian held up the bag of heather mushrooms he found in the tomb in front of Ridio. Ian said, "This is the jelly mushroom. It is poisonous. It paralyzes the body and causes the heart to stop beating." Ridio felt stunned by what Ian said. His face turned serious. Ridio spoke up, "You told me to make a bottle of secret medicine with this dangerous mushroom." He hesitantly continued, "Poison is possible, but secret medicine is not." Ian spoke up, "Have you ever heard of interrogation?" The radio was stunned. He said nervously, "Yes." Ian calmly continued, "I need a secret medicine to help avoid that type of magic." Ridio remained silent. "Can you do it?" Ian asked Ridio. Ridio replied, "I will do the experiment. Is it urgent?" Ian said seriously, "Urgently, as soon as possible." While Ridio was thinking, a knock on the door outside diverted Ian's attention. A servant's voice rang out from behind the tightly closed door, "Mr. Ian, the Ivory Tower sent you a letter." Ian walked out. A maid bowed respectfully and gave Ian the letter. Ian looked seriously at the letter he was holding in his hand. The letter is written, "Dear to the magician Lan Phage. Similar to the royal family, the Ivory Tower is also eager to meet you. So although we should have waited until the day of officially registering for the academy before we met, but teaching a talented magician another it won't be difficult for other novice magicians, right?" Ian was attentively reading the letter. The letter continued, "Therefore, I would like to propose that we meet in a week, and I hope that you will accept the request of the Ivory Tower, as a magician on the list of Ivory Tower." After reading the letter, Ian spoke to Ridio. His expression darkened. "He had a week." Ridio was surprised, startled and asked again, a week?" Ian Kwang-sang looked at him and asked, "Is it difficult?" Ridio smiled wryly and replied, "Of course not, 1 week, no problem." Ridio continued with a bored tone, "I'll just have to spend all my time sleeping." Ian let out a loud scream. He shyly spoke up, "Oh, then I'm sorry to bother you, but I'll count on you." Time passed quickly, and in just a moment the day of meeting had arrived. Ian was sitting in a carriage heading to the Ivory Tower. Inside the carriage, Ian was looking for something on his person. Looking at the bottle of medicine in his hand, Ian thought, "Ridio medicine is made from heather mushrooms. Drinking it will make my heart beat steadily for 2 hours." He looked at the medicine bottle in his hand, his expression thoughtful. Ian thought in his head, 2 hours. Thinking about it, he turned to look outside through the window. What caught Ian's eye was a tall tower, hidden through the trees, the sunlight shining. He thought, "This is where I gave up everything and left." Silently groaning, Ian continued thinking, "I'm back." Stopping the car in front of the magnificent tower, which seemed to be the most powerful place in the empire, the driver spoke up, "Mr. Ian, we have arrived at the Ivory Tower." Ian had just stepped down when a voice rang out, "You have arrived, Mr. Ian Phage." Ian paid attention to where the voice came from. A cute little girl wearing glasses walked up to him and said, "Welcome to the Ivory Tower." She smiled happily and said, "Please come this way, I will guide you to the Tower Master." Stepping into the tower, Ian noticed everything around him, the sparkling chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. The girl led Ian in, then introduced, "This is the first floor of the tower, the entrance hall." Walking next to the girl, Ian noticed something. He raised his face and looked ahead. Facing the majestic hall, Ian thought, then and now, no, in both the present and the future, this place is still the same. Looking towards the glowing golden disc, she said, "Do you see the golden disc?" Ian replied, "Yes." The girl continued, "It helps you move to different floors of the tower. It is a device called a monoladder. The yellow ones are for high-ranking mages, so they can go directly to the top floor," she explained. She continued, "Would you please step on the plate?" Ian walked towards it. "The senior mages are waiting for you, in the Tower Master's room, on the top floor," Ian said, then, "Goodbye." Having said that, a beam of light emanated from under Ian's feet, and a totem of symbols appeared. A strong stream of yellow light shined straight onto the high ceiling. Ian's body gradually faded. Inside the monoladder, Ian looked at the potion in his hand, thinking. Ian removed the lid and drank the entire bottle. When he reached the top floor, the light dimmed. Ian was standing in the center of the disc. Ian raised his face and looked forward, his face showing no emotions. In front of Ian was a tall, closed door, carved with exquisite details on the outside. Light gradually emitted. The door opened slightly. Ian walked in. The sound of his steps was loud. As soon as Ian entered, someone's voice rang out, welcoming, Ian Phage. Tower Master Herbert sat on a chair, looked at you, he smiled and said, "Thank you for accepting the invitation to our tower." The Tower Master gestured to him and said, "Don't just stand like that, please sit." Everyone in the room turned to look at him. Master Herbert continued, "You must be quite surprised." But there was no need to be afraid, Herbert continued. Under everyone's gaze, Ian walked away. Ian walked to the empty chair, he put on his cloak and sat down. Herbert continued, "This is just a small request, that every wizard who joins the tower must go through," he thought. "From the air there was you can see they want to make sure you listen to them." Herbert used magic to create a series of information. He said, "I already know about your talents, but without considering them, you are quite amazing." Looking at the information in front of him, Herbert continued, "To be honest, I was still a bit skeptical." Looking down at Ian sitting on the chair, Herbert continued, "But, aren't we Mana brothers with a bond stronger than blood? If we can eliminate doubts, then we should do it now." Ian laughed and asked, "Do you mean you will torture me?" Herbert smiled and replied, "Oh my God, how could we do that? There is no room for barbaric acts in this entire tower." His voice suddenly changed. "We just asked a few questions, and you just need to answer them." Herbert channeled his energy, his eyes changed to emerald green. A tense atmosphere surrounded the Master Tower's room. Herbert said in a low voice, "Now, let's begin." He looked at the information that appeared and said, "Ian Phage was born in the year 488, his zodiac sign is Rose, his father Fran Phage was a wandering adventurer, and his mother Vanessa Phage was a servant in the castle." Herbert asked, "Was there any wrong information?" Ian closed his eyes and bowed his head and said, "No, they were all true." A bald old man asked Ian, "I want to know more about your relationship with the alchemist Ridio." Ian replied, "My mother was very weak, I needed an alchemist who could provide medicinal energy regularly, and the Lord recommended him to me." Another person asked, "Why did you visit the old ivory tower?" Ian replied, "I saw it in books a lot, I always wanted to go there." A man in a blue vest asked, "Do you remember the magician Cecilia?" Ian replied, "Of course." The man continued asking, "You saw her and a masked person chatting, and Cecilia was caught trying to kill you. Do you swear that this information is true?" With that said, the man he suddenly thought, she still kept silent. Ian replied, "I swear." Then he thought to himself, "I thought I was about to die." His face looked like nothing had happened. A female mage's voice rang out, "Do you swear that no one taught you magic?" Ian replied, "Yes, never." She remembered Ian's talent and asked him, "So fireball, summoning stars as well as ice stars, how do you know so many moves? I want to hear a reasonable answer. You don't mean to say that I just do it, right?" Ian replied, his face expressionless, "I was just thinking about them. For example, imagine fire in your hand. Having said that, a fire appears on your palm." Ian looked at the fire and continued, "I just have to imagine it, and one day, it becomes reality." Everyone's whispers rang out, the room became extremely noisy. Someone said, "No way, that's unreasonable." Ignoring everyone's whispers, Tower Master Herbert held his chin and thought. Even the ivory tower's strongest probe magic, he thought, was telling the boy the truth, the legendary first magician. Herbert's eyes were completely serious, looking into the distance. He thought to himself, "Is this his avatar?" Looking at Ian, Herbert continued to think, maybe the boy was a magician with such a high level that even the exploration magic of a high-level magician would not work. It was unreasonable for that child to have so much mana, to that extent. Sitting with his chin in his hands, Herbert felt even more confused. He thought, what could this be? Then a red-haired girl stood up. She said loudly, with an angry tone, "Ah, that's enough, she's Helena." Helena spoke up, "Why do you guys keep asking useless things? Stop wasting time, ask real questions." Ian looked towards her, a warning voice rang out, "Helena, calm down, the Tower Master is still here, we all came here to ask her, right?" Coming to where Ian sat, Helena stood with her hands on her hips and asked, "You, what are you?" Helena put her hands on her hips and questioned Ian, using that mouth to tell us, "What are you? Why don't you say anything but nonsense?" Ian sat still in the chair, his face covered in sweat. He thought to himself, yes, she is that kind of person. Helena, she was the youngest level 4 mage before I arrived, and just like her nickname Fire Lady, she is very fierce. Thinking like that, Ian raised his head slightly and calmly replied, "Don't you already know?" Hearing that, Helena was a bit confused. She frowned and exclaimed, "What?" Ian pointed to the information board and said, "There's writing over there." He calmly read clearly to Helena, Ian Phage, born in 488, red zodiac sign. Ian was uncomfortably calm. He asked, "Haven't you read it yet?" Helena angrily clenched her hand. Helena's eyes flashed with anger. She gritted her teeth and said, "How dare you say that?" At this moment, realizing that the atmosphere was not right, Herbert sitting above suddenly shouted loudly, "Enough is enough." He clasped his hands together, raised his chin, turned his eyes to Ian, and asked seriously, "Ian Phage, let me ask you one last question. When you took the Mana reaction test, I heard there was a small incident. The soldier despised you and your mother. Do you remember that soldier's name was Jonathan?" Ian sat upright in his chair and listened. He was silent without saying a word. A Bear continued to say, "The next day, the soldier was found dead, and when he was found, it was said that there were traces of mana on him." Speaking of this, Herbert sat up straight. He glanced coldly around Ian's body, then coldly and seriously asked, "Were you involved in that soldier's death?" Ian lowered his face. He obviously knew Herbert's level. He thought, the Tower Master is truly not a vain person. Herbert still looked straight at Ian with cold eyes, quietly thinking, not too confident in his magic. He always considered the third possibility. In a situation like this, a normal person would lose their composure and be afraid of being suspected of being a murderer. If my heart rate stabilized, I would be even more suspicious. He said this was the final question: should I now remove the effects of the medicine? Ian's eyes suddenly opened wide. He looked straight ahead and said to himself, "I will tell you the answer you want to hear." Ian's right hand was placed on his chest. He seriously and clearly said, "I don't know anything." When hearing this sentence, everyone in the audience was surprised. Helena too, she was very surprised by this answer. Everyone here has the same thought, lying. Herbert sat high up, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. He asked again, "Did you have nothing to do with that?" Ian remained steadfast in his answer. He replied, "Yes." Hearing that, Herbert let out a breath, lowered his eyes and said, "Of course, you can't kill him. Thank you for your honest answer to this difficult question." Saying this, he suddenly raised his voice and said, "When I said there were traces of mana on his body, it was just a fabrication. He slipped off the bridge and died." Hearing this sentence, Ian's face turned a little cold. He remained silent and said nothing. Herbert opened his hand and continued, "I want to end the meeting here and go eat, but I still have work to do, so I hope you understand. As you may know, your talent is never seen before, even in the tower, a mysterious power with unknown information." Herbert said somewhat cautiously, "So we must be more careful about your current limits, and how far you can go." In front of Ian suddenly appeared a sphere-shaped vase. Herbert introduced, the device in front of him was called a mana vase. He could see it as an important component that operated most of the tower. Currently there isn't much mana stored inside, so it has this color, but when it holds more mana it will turn blue. When he said this, he asked Ian to try pouring mana into it. Ian asked doubtfully, "What's wrong?" Herbert nodded and said, "Of course, because we want to see your limits." Hearing that, Ian stood up and walked to the mana tank. Ian slowly placed his hand on the ball, thinking to himself, the container can withstand the mana of a level 3 mage. Pouring in an amount of mana equivalent to a level 2 mage would be the best decision. If I show them the amount of mana in their estimates, then I can minimize suspicion and be placed in a lower class. But, why? I'm just a level 8 mage, I'm not a sorcerer, or a famous historical leader. I have always read the mood and lived a calculated life. I could have given up everything: strength, power, glory. I can give up everything I have, but magic. I don't understand anything better than magic. Ian's eyes suddenly lit up. He confidently and determinedly thought, nothing stands above him. Thinking like that, a huge amount of mana was immediately poured into the mana pot. The pot quickly changed color, gradually turning blue, green. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the mana pot. Immediately afterwards, a loud explosion rang out. The mana tank shattered into many pieces. Everyone in the room affected by the explosion immediately cried out and covered their faces with their hands. Mist of smoke and dust spread everywhere in the room. Ian withdrew his hand. He lost a bit of strength, bent down and panted. Ian put his hand on his chest, trying to control his breathing. Herbert stood up, his eyes wide open, extremely surprised by what had just happened. Everyone in the room was equally surprised. Helena gasped, couldn't believe it and stammered out, "How is this possible?" Her hand reached out to pick up a fragment from the ground. She cautiously said, "The mana flask could hold the mana of a third-level mage." Having said this, Helena looked away from where Ian was standing, extremely frightened. She thought to herself, so that child is even higher than a third-level mage. The sunset sunlight shines through the gorgeous balcony. one hand clenched and then slammed down on the table. One person stood up in frustration and said, "Ian Phage, the rumors about that boy are true. And it's also a level 4 mage, which means it's on par with all of us, except the Tower Master." His reaction when asked about Jonathan's death was clearly that of someone who was lying. Having said this, he looked around at the people in the room, then seriously asked, "What do you think this means? Before Ian Phage becomes a dangerous threat to us, we must chain him up. Entered and graduated from the academy, then served 5 years, do you think we have to cancel those and tame him right away?" Herbert heard that and crossed his arms awkwardly, saying that would be a bit difficult, but you're right, Ian Phage's time at the academy is just a waste. Instead, he was a threat to other students. Senior magicians like us already feel uncomfortable, how will newbies and young magicians feel? Whether Ian Phage killed a soldier or prevented death or not, is immaterial. The important thing is that although there is nothing wrong with the probe, we will never know if his lies have any effect on us or not. Herbert stopped for a moment, put his hands on his chin, then continued to say, "Everyone probably already knows, but our highest priority is the value of this tower. The more powerful mages it has, the higher the tower's status. So why not take Ian Phage in as the 12th most senior mage, and then officially reign in the birth of a 4th level mage? But due to his talent and age, I think it's best to let a special high-level magician teach him. What do you think?" Hearing this suggestion, almost everyone in the association agreed with his opinion. Herbert nodded and said with peace of mind, "Good." He raised one arm and said slowly, "Education Officer Ian Phage, I will do it." Outside, looking at the magnificent tower in front of him, Ian thought to himself, he didn't expect to be recognized as a high-class magician so quickly. I already guessed it, but it happened so fast. While thinking, in the distance suddenly a girl called out, "Sir Ian." Ian was startled and turned his head to see that it was the girl in charge of the ivory tower. He immediately walked over and said hello. "Oh, we met again." The girl nodded slightly, then hesitantly said, "Well, I believe, that he is a level 4 magician." Ian replied a little shyly, "Yes, that's how it happened." The girl's eyes lit up when she heard that, and she said with admiration, "That's amazing, she's a high-ranking magician at the age of 12, those terrible rumors are true." Hearing the words rumor, Ian stood opposite and sweated, thinking, what kind of rumor is spreading like this? At this moment, the girl in charge of the ivory tower suddenly burst into laughter. She said, "Ah, you must have heard the news, but I have been assigned to be your magician to support you for a year, please help me." Hearing that, Ian smiled lightly and replied, "You can talk freely, you are my senior." Senior, these 2 words made the girl extremely surprised and mixed with a bit of joy. Immediately the girl stood up straight and spoke, "Then since I am your senior, I will take you to visit the ivory tower." A magnificent structure appeared before Ian's eyes. The girl in charge of the ivory tower began to introduce, that was the Magic Academy of the ivory tower. You would have been registered there today, but you would have received special training from high-ranking magicians. As he followed the girl, Ian pondered, do they call that special training, just a plan to turn me into a loyal dog? Sure enough, it was Herbert. At that moment, Ian saw something, his eyes opened wide and he let out a scream. He only saw in the distance that his friends in the academy were studying. Ian stood and looked for a while, silently admiring that he had also stood there. They were all assassinated by Coldwood's spies during the First Unification War, so I never thought I'd see them again. Maybe it will be difficult to become close friends, but I should come and say hello soon. While thinking about this, the girl in charge of the ivory tower suddenly turned around and happily introduced, "This is your private laboratory." She walked to the door of the room and said, "I heard you were going to use it, so I used cleaning magic to clean it up." The door to the room opened. Inside the room is full of experimental equipment. As soon as he stepped in, Ian felt extremely familiar. Looking around the room, he thought to himself, this was also my room in my previous life. The girl in charge of the ivory tower continued, "When this tower was created 3,000 years ago, there were 24 high-ranking magicians, but now there are less than half left, so there are plenty of spare rooms. The tower owner wants you to use this room for personal purposes." Having said this, she turned around and walked out, "So please wait here, I will go call the magician in charge of you." The door to the room was closed and the girl left. Ian raised his eyes and looked around the room. He touched the items in here, a nostalgic feeling arose in his heart. Ian thought to himself, it's been a while since I last entered this room. I got this room 7 years earlier than in my previous life. Now I have the powers of a high-level mage, there's something I have to do. That is creating a new force in the ivory tower. Ian raised his eyes steadily and looked up. He silently calculated, within 6 years from now, around the time Ragnar begins to act under the protection of the tower, I must create it before then, a force that can oppose Ragnar, who protected by Herbert. It's hard to say that power here is based on loyalty to the Tower Master. Fear of overwhelming and high-level power. So if I reach the same level, no, higher than the Tower Master, then the time will come when I will take full control of this tower. Ian let out a long breath, silently exclaiming, "It's best to act like a polite child until then, even I can't pass level 5 with this small body." At this moment, there was a loud bang outside, and Ian was startled, not understanding what had happened. Outside the door, a pair of feet hurried in, followed by a voice saying, "Hello." Ian immediately turned his head to see who it was. Seeing the person in front of him, Ian suddenly gave a crooked smile and silently cursed, "Do they have to send her?" The person who just entered was none other than Helena. She took one look at Ian and smiled brightly. Right after that, she curled her lips and said, "Long time no see, you cheeky brat." Helena said hello, "Long time no see, you cheeky brat." Ian didn't answer but thought to himself, Helena, they should just send her. Too helpless to face this, he sadly let out a long breath. She was the one who cleaned up the broken vase, Ian said. Hearing this sentence, Helena's mood seemed to plummet. She spoke helplessly, it seemed that he was more than impertinent. Then, Helena decisively lifted her foot and walked towards Ian. As she walked, she said, "Okay, you probably heard the news. Proper manners, court history, magic theory, those are the things you will learn at the academy, but the Tower Master wants to teach you in the tower. He says something that will make other children lose confidence, if a monster like you studied with me." Hearing this sentence, Ian's face darkened slightly, he remained silent and said nothing. But the problem is, Helena stopped talking here, she snapped her fingers, and a resounding clicking sound came out. At the same time, a series of books on the shelf seemed to receive orders, immediately escaped and flew into the air. Helena held a book in her hand, looked at Ian and then finished the last half of the sentence. What would be the point of doing that? As soon as this sentence was uttered, all the books immediately fell to the ground. Throwing away the book in her hand, Helena continued leisurely, "Such boring things are not my department and those old women teach much better than me." Stepping closer to Ian, Helena bent down and asked Ian, "Cecilia, you defeated her, right?" "I had high hopes for Cecilia, she is also quite good in the field of combat magic. If she had continued, she could have followed in my footsteps, and she was a spy." Having said this, Helena suddenly became serious, her eyes were as deep as a bottomless abyss, she looked straight into Ian's eyes and continued in a cold voice, "But you can defeat Cecilia." Hearing these accusations, Ian remained silent without speaking up. Turning around, Helena continued to monologue to herself, "Well, since I have become your teacher, I will teach you something. There are different types of magicians. Magicians are trained for combat. Shamans are trained to assist others. And magicians spend their lives studying alchemy. The others are just leftovers." Having said this, Helena stopped for a moment, she turned her head slightly to look at Ian then continued, "What kind of person do you think I am?" Ian didn't bother to think and replied, "The first type." Helena smiled happily, she happily spoke up, "Exactly, I bet no one can beat me in that field. I am different from magicians who only care about the elegance of a high-class magician. I will teach you my way, so follow me." Helena lifted her feet and walked first. When passing by Ian, she did not forget to remind him that of course he had no right to refuse. Ian standing behind frowned slightly as if thinking about something, but he still obediently followed Helena. They left the room, headed to an outdoor location. Under the clear blue sky, interwoven clouds, gentle sunlight created an extremely pleasant atmosphere. Helena spoke up, "Now do you understand what you have to do here? Attack me, make me want to teach you." Ian had been standing still, looking at the person in front of him. He thought to himself, she was no different from her previous life. Even then, she annoyed me by challenging me, but this time I won't let her initiate it. Ian's eyes cooled a bit, he applied the truth, his eye color naturally changed to sky blue. Ian thought in his head with great determination, "I will cut off that thought." Ian and Helena's conversation attracted the students studying nearby, everyone started talking. "What's the challenge? This kid, I mean Ian, let him fight with her, must be a bit dangerous." Helena looked around, her face full of satisfaction and said, "It seems like there are enough people watching, let's start, you go first, I'm the delivery person so I'll wait for you." Hearing Helena's words, Ian calmly took off his cloak and put it on. His expression was extremely calm but also full of provocation. "Are you sure?" Helena smirked and replied, "Who cares for whom?" Hearing that, Ian immediately extended one hand forward. He looked straight into Helena's eyes. Ian's expression was extremely confident and he spoke, "Then I won't be polite." Ian closed his eyes and felt the source of magic hidden within him, a blue light gradually covering his body. Helena also began to use her power. Her magic had the orange-red color of the fire, exactly like her hot temper. She said faintly, "It seemed he had seen many things. He intended to set up a barrier in front of you. No matter what barrier it is, we can break it immediately, kid." As soon as her voice ended, perfect fireballs were created behind her, ready to rush forward at any moment. Ian opened his eyes and looked at Helena. His eyes were extremely calm and without the slightest fear. He shouted an ice block. Saying that, blocks of ice began to appear, from under his feet gradually surrounding his body. In just a blink of an eye, Ian's whole body was covered in that block of ice. On the opposite side, Helena was extremely surprised by this action. She was sweating and said, "Ha, are you kidding me?" She hurriedly approached and knocked on the ice block created by Ian, quickly shouting, "The best thing you can think of is just a block of ice. Are you going to sleep in there until you run out of mana?" Ice block is the strongest defensive spell that protects the user, but when the ice block is activated, the user will fall asleep so they cannot use other spells. Helena spoke helplessly, "Oh my god, I don't know what you're thinking. I was a fool to hope that." Before she could finish her sentence, a loud noise suddenly rang out, interrupting her words. The people around also heard this echo and immediately whispered, What is that sound?" Helena was startled and turned her head to look at the block of ice, where strange noises were coming from. She couldn't believe what she saw. She thought in horror, "No way, that's impossible." Ian's body inside the ice moved slightly. Right after that, his eyes suddenly opened wide, looking straight at Helena in front of him. Helena couldn't believe it and took a few steps back, thinking to herself, "It can still move inside the star ice block." Thinking like that, suddenly at this moment a series of vines suddenly rose from the ground and surrounded Helena. When she saw this scene, her eyes widened in anger. She gritted her teeth and cursed loudly. The vines continued to shoot straight up from the ground, and the noise was getting louder and louder. Suddenly, a tree branch suddenly moved and changed direction. The sound of friction with the air sounded extremely scary. Helena immediately summoned magic and quickly moved to avoid the attack of these vines. Looking at the situation in front of her, Helena's face was extremely tense. She made a sad sound. She thought to herself, "Damn, even if I try to burn them all, they still won't stop. If this continues, I will is the one who falls into the dead end. Before that happens, I have to get to the kid in the block of ice and find a way to get him out." Looking at the dangerous situation around her, Helena frowned and thought, "But how can it move and use magic inside the ice block?" Suddenly there was a noise that interrupted Helena's thoughts. It was the sound of vines moving against the air and it was heading towards her location. Helena's eyes frowned. She clenched her teeth, looking forward in disbelief. Immediately afterwards, a pitiful scream rang out. Helena was completely controlled by Ian's vines. They tightened Helena's neck, making her unable to breathe. She could only moan in pain. Ian retracted the ice and then walked towards Helena's position. Helena looked at the person in front of her, laughed and said, "Ha ha, I guess the rumor that you have the same talent as the first magician is true." Looking at her pathetic situation, Helena shyly spoke up, "Okay, I lost, so can you get these dirty vines off me, kid?" Ian smiled and said, "No, not yet, ending this quickly would be very disappointing." Helena was stunned, completely not understanding what Ian was trying to do. She stammered, "What else do you want? I already said I lost." Ian didn't say anything. He raised one arm high and began to summon magic. Small sparkles of light appeared on his hand, and a crackling sound due to the impact with the air rang out. Right after that, the clear blue sky began to become dark and gloomy. Helena was still tied up. Seeing this scene, she cried out in fear, "Wait, kid, Ian, this is just a practice match." Ian didn't pay attention to what she said at this time. Cold lightning began to appear on his hand. Helena raised her head to look. The arrogant expression on her face was gone, replaced by extreme panic. She shouted loudly, "Ian, stop there, stop." Ian completely ignored it, still focused on using his magic. Ian stood in the dark, lightning quiet space. He raised his finger and pointed at Helena, speaking in a sharp voice 2 words full of thunder. Helena's eyes widened, her pupils constricted. A bolt of lightning struck straight down. A loud thunderclap, a beam of blinding light shone so that people could not open their eyes. Waiting for the thunder to subside, the surrounding area was immediately enveloped in eerie silence. In front of everyone's eyes was a partially burned piece of vines, with black smoke spreading around. Helena looked at the depression in the ground caused by the lightning strike, her eyes widening and unable to calm down. She breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "I'm alive," then happily burst out laughing a few times. Suddenly, Helena retracted the smile on her lips, as if she saw something that made her startled. Ian was leaning closer to her, the terror from before was still there. Helena screamed in panic, moving away. He smiled slightly then spoke softly, "Lady Helena, is there anything else you can teach me?" Helena quickly bowed her head, shaking her head in fear, not saying a word. Looking at this scene, Ian smiled with satisfaction. Ian stood up, looking at Helena's pathetic appearance. He said lightly, "Then I will go first for now." Everyone watching was bewildered, not understanding what had just happened, and stood frozen in place, unable to move. Ian walked step by step, his voice was a bit weak. "Sorry for asking, but please get out of the way, I'm quite tired." Early morning, when the sunlight gradually shines out, illuminating the tall and majestic ivory tower. Each footstep echoed in the quiet hallway. Tower Master Herbert turned his head to ask a student walking next to him how Helena's current condition was. The student heard that and immediately said, "She was quite emaciated, she had missed meals for the past few days." Herbert received this answer and closed his eyes to think, followed by a sigh. He thought to himself, he didn't expect her to mess with a 12-year-old and ruin his elegance. What a fool. When I tried to crush Ian Fage's pride by letting her teach him, I never thought Helena would be defeated by the boy. From the beginning it was not a matter of whether we could control it or not, it was not a dog we could chain up to control, but a wild dog. As he walked, Herbert continued with his train of thought, "We will probably need more time than expected to turn it into a useful tool that can be used." They quickly walked to their destination. As soon as the door opened, light from inside immediately shined out through the gap. A man was holding a book in his hand. When he saw someone coming in, he immediately said, "You're here." Herbert bowed his head, raised his hand to his chest, and respectfully said, "I'm sorry, it seems I'm late, Your Highness." This so-called prince is Ragnar, Ian's best friend from his previous life. Ragnar closed the book and shook his head and said, "Okay, can you tell me the details first?" Hearing these words, Herbert was a bit confused, not knowing what this prince meant. Ragnar saw his appearance and immediately smiled lightly. Then he crossed his arms and spoke leisurely, "About that magician, Ian Fage." At Ian's large mansion, a person wearing leather shoes hurriedly walked out. "This person is Douglas, he is wearing a gorgeous tuxedo," happily saying to the person opposite, "Dad, I'm ready to go, let's go." Radio looked affectionately at his son's smiling face and replied, "Okay, let's go out." He then turned to face Ian, who was sitting reading a book, and said, "I will bring Douglas to the academy." Douglas stood in front of the door with his father, smiling and saying to Ian, "I'll be back, leader." Ian nodded and waited for the other two to leave before he thoughtfully looked at the closed door in front of him. Ian thought to himself, today is Douglas's first day of school. He was accepted into the Royal Apothecary Academy at the top as soon as he applied. His talent is definitely outstanding. I have a good understanding of the Ivory Tower's one-on-one curriculum, so it will be relatively easy. Thinking of this, Ian immediately closed the book. Ian leaned back in his chair, took a deep breath, and silently exclaimed that he would be free for a while. "Ever since I turned back time, I've been racing non-stop. Ragnar has not made any clear moves yet, but that doesn't mean he will sit idle." Ian walked over to look at himself in front of the glass window. He thought, to regain full strength, my body must develop more, but can I just rest like that? Suddenly there was a knock on the door, interrupting Ian's thoughts. Ian glanced at the door. Seeing a maid entering with a letter in her hand, she respectfully called, "Sir Ian." She said respectfully, "Sir Ian, an invitation has arrived from the palace." Looking at the card in front of him, Ian asked doubtfully, "What is the invitation card?" He picked up the card and looked at it, wondering a bit and thinking, there isn't any event, right? Looking at the seal on the card, Ian frowned slightly confused. This seal seems to belong to the first prince. In the evening, at a magnificent castle, the lights were as bright as day. A carriage stopped in front of the castle gate. Ian quickly stepped down from the carriage, thinking to himself, he really invited me to a place like this. There is an unwritten rule that states that witches who are not from aristocratic backgrounds cannot be invited to such parties. Ian put one hand on his waist, looked at the castle in front of him, confused, and thought, what is this guy thinking? And I also didn't expect that the party would be organized by the eldest prince himself. The prince I remember from his previous life was very reserved when interacting with other nobles and had never held a social event with any nobles. His attitude caused him to lose the opportunity to debut with the political world. As a result, the entire aristocracy turned their backs on him. Unlike the first prince, fifth Prince Ragnar was an outstanding figure in social circles who had gone about forging trusting relationships with other nobles. As a result, he stole most of the political power of the first prince. It can't be helped that the first prince often ignores the emperor's advice, because of his impulsive and lazy personality. Ian thinks so in sighs and boredom. I don't know what made him take such initiative, but this is probably beneficial for me. Ian was a bit upset. He had never been near places like this in his previous life. He immediately decided he would just sit quietly in a corner. Entering the main door, Ian handed the invitation to the butler, who accepted it and replied, "Welcome, Mr. Ian Phage." Right after that, the door slowly opened. Inside is a very majestic scene. From the chandeliers to the curtains, all exude a noble elegance. Seeing movement, the nobles immediately stopped moving and looked towards the door. They looked at Ian with disapproving and confusing eyes. Ian rolled his eyes around, sweating and thinking, sure enough, it was really uncomfortable. At this moment, the butler shouted loudly and the eldest prince arrived. Hearing these words, all the nobles present respectfully bowed their heads in greeting. A person slowly walked out on the balcony of the upper floor. It was the eldest Prince Hayden. He smiled softly and said, "I would like to thank the precious guests who came to my party today. As you know, I will be hosting the banquet tonight on behalf of His Majesty the Emperor. Normally we start the party with a speech, but today I want to introduce someone to you." After saying that, Hayden turned his head to look in one direction. Ian felt this gaze and was startled. He thought to himself, is he going to introduce himself? As soon as this thought came out, the first Prince Hayden spoke proudly from above and continued, "Tonight's special guest, the youngest level 4 mage in the history of the Ivory Tower. My esteemed guest from Maglian, Ian Phage." The atmosphere inside the party immediately dropped. Everyone present was silent. Hayden opened his hands and shouted happily, welcoming Ian. Stepping down, Hayden walked up to where Ian was standing, raised his voice to ask, "Maybe you guessed that I organized this party to introduce you." Ian glared at this great prince, not very happy, and said, "I would like to thank you." Hearing that, Hayden laughed and replied, "It's okay, your appearance right now looks extremely stupid." Ian thought helplessly, damn, this is a plot to show the nobles that I'm on the side of the big prince. The plan was definitely set by the emperor, not the prince. Hayden kept talking, "I heard about your performance in the Ivory Tower. You were classified as a high-class magician as soon as you got there. I can imagine what those arrogant old men's faces were like. When I first met you in Maglian, I wondered why I had to come all the way there for a stunted brat." Remembering the situation at that time, Ian scolded him with a black face, feeling stunted. At this moment, I heard Hayden continue happily and sincerely, "But I didn't expect you to be so wonderful. Although I organized this party for my father, I really thought that meeting you there was a choice, very great choice." After hearing these words, Ian paused a bit as if thinking. Hayden on the other side still had a bright smile. As if remembering something, the first prince suddenly became serious. He looked at Ian and said, "I want to introduce you to someone." After saying that, he pointed in one direction and said, "This way." Ian followed Hayden's hand and looked over. As soon as he saw someone coming, his eyes immediately opened wide, his expression also carrying a bit of surprise. Hayden opened the way for Ian to leave and said, "This way." Ian was extremely surprised when he saw the person Hayden wanted to introduce him to. In front of him was Princess Harry. She was wearing an extremely gorgeous and beautiful gown. Hayden said, "Ian, this is my sister, Harry." Harry smiled at Ian and said, "Nice to meet you, Ian. I am Harry Greenrive. Your name has become quite famous, including in the palace, so even I have heard of you." Ian heard that and silently thought, "I am very honored." Harry's gentle voice continued to echo, "Unfortunately, today I can only come to say hello, but please accept my invitation to have lunch with me, so that you can tell me about your achievements. He is Maglian." The sound of two people talking echoed in the bustling atmosphere of the party. Ian said, "I can only tell you a few stories about magic and monsters, so I'm afraid you will get bored." Harry quickly shook her head, said, "It's okay, I'm not only interested in magic, but also interested in the way this world works." Harry smiled friendly and continued, "So I really want to talk to you, Ian. I will contact you via letter soon. Hope you will also enjoy today's party." this matter has been agreed, Ian will not refuse any more. He bowed and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Princess." Harry nodded, and when she was done, she and her brother turned to leave. Ian looked at their backs, his face slightly gloomy as if thinking. In the foreground, Harry was talking and laughing happily with her friends. She looked completely different from what Ian had seen at the palace. Looking at Hayden, Ian thought, the first prince seemed nervous, but he was doing a pretty good job of hosting the party. "You should turn around, you should leave here, before things get complicated." Ian opened the door and stepped out, seeing the blurry back of someone standing in the night. When Ian saw clearly who the person in front was, his expression was extremely surprised. Ian called out suspiciously, "Mr. Oliver." Oliver turned to look at him, nodded in response and said hello again, "Mr. Ian." Ian moved closer to Oliver and said, "Mr. Oliver, you look great in these formal clothes." Oliver shyly said, "This is an order from His Highness." Having said this, the two stopped and looked at each other, but no one continued. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the two of them. Ian turned away embarrassed and looked away, thinking, maybe I shouldn't step out onto the balcony. At this time, Oliver also spoke up cautiously, "I've heard the rumors." Ian looked at Oliver's handsome face and asked again, "Rumor?" Oliver nodded and said, "Helena, the senior magician of the Ivory Tower, heard that you defeated that woman." Ian's face looked apprehensive. He looked at Oliver warily, thinking, the prince also said the same thing earlier that I heard about your performance in the Ivory Tower. Thinking like that, Ian smiled slightly and continued carefully, "A rumor like that is spreading outside. I thought most of the things that happened in the Ivory Tower were kept secret." Oliver calmly said, "Without that much information, what else can a knight do, in this era?" This era, Ian's face fell. He pondered what Oliver had just said. Currently, the Green River Empire has several mages at the pinnacle of the energy spectrum. Knights, who were significantly weaker, were seen as nothing more than decoration or embellishment. It was deserted outside. The two people's conversation continued. Oliver said, "I'm very surprised. Not only are you the youngest level 4 mage, but you also defeated Helena, the so-called Fire Princess. Sometimes I even wonder if you're really as young as you look." Ian felt a little guilty and quickly burst out laughing. "You think I'm too high?" At this moment, Oliver's voice suddenly became extremely serious. He said, "Now no one can doubt that you have the trust of the great prince anymore. The prince often avoids communicating with other nobles, and personally organized this party just for you, but because of that, there is something I need to verify." Saying this, Oliver knelt down on one knee to be equal to Ian. He looked straight into Ian's eyes and asked, "Whose side will you be on?" "To me, it doesn't matter who you are or how young you are to be able to reach that level. What I'm worried about is the magicians of the Ivory Tower openly supporting the 5 princes, so now I ask you, will you side with the Ivory Tower?" Looking at Oliver's serious look, Ian pondered for a moment then smiled and replied, "It was a meaningless question, who could give a decent answer in a situation like this?" Hearing that, Oliver bowed his head slightly and said awkwardly, "As a knight serving the prince, I must hear your answer." Oliver's eyes were sharp, his voice was serious, asking the question, were he a friend or an enemy? Ian looked at the person in front of him. This was Oliver Raywood, the loyal knight who stood side by side with the great prince until the end. He said cautiously and honestly, "I'm still not sure." In his mind, he thought, maybe I can give Mr. Oliver a hint. Thinking so, Ian clenched his fists, his voice became a bit cold. He firmly said, "However, I will never side with the 5th prince." Oliver's face was extremely surprised by Ian's attitude. He cautiously looked around to see if anyone was here. Ian saw that and said, "I used magic just so you can hear, so don't worry." Waiting for Oliver to calmly take it back, Ian smiled and asked, "Was that answer okay?" Oliver happily said, "For the time being, that was the perfect answer." The atmosphere was less tense now. Oliver boldly said, "Can I make a request?" Hearing that, he wondered, "What kind of request do you mean?" Oliver looked into the distance and spoke softly, "Until he gave a certain answer to my question, please be my sparring opponent, I need strength." Ian widened his eyes and asked, "Sparring partner, do you want me to teach you how to fight against mages? Is that sword likely to point towards me?" Oliver said seriously, "I cannot completely deny that possibility." Hearing this answer, Ian laughed happily. He crossed his arms and said, "Mr. Oliver, your skin seems a bit thick. Obviously I'm going to refuse this request, I won't get anything out of it." Oliver heard that and immediately put his hand behind his head to do something. Turns out he took off the necklace around his neck and brought it in front of Ian. Oliver said, This necklace was given to me by the queen herself on the day I was appointed as the eldest prince's bodyguard. It is a necklace that is enchanted to purify the mind. That is, Ian thought, startled. One of the royal treasures that I couldn't find any information about in my previous life other than that the last person to own it was the queen. Oliver continued to speak. I will pay for this necklace. I believe it will be more useful to you mage than a knight like me. Ian asked incredulously, wasn't this given to you personally by the queen? Oliver nodded and said, he gave it to me to serve my master better. My request is to fulfill that request. I'm sure he will understand. Ian listened to these words and thought silently. After a moment, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, if you are willing to go that far, then I accept. I will take this necklace. Ian reached out and took the necklace from Oliver's hand. Oliver smiled slightly, his face extremely satisfied when his wish was achieved. At this moment, a large light source flared up ahead, illuminating the entire sky. This incident interrupted Oliver and Ian's conversation. Both of them were startled and turned their heads towards the location of the light. With a loud bang, a fierce fire flared up, lighting up the entire sky. Captain Oliver and Ian looked ahead in panic. A huge fire is spreading at breakneck speed. Oliver seemed to suddenly realize something. His face turned pale and he screamed, Your Highness. He and Ian rushed towards the fire, opened the door and ran in. Oliver worriedly kept shouting, Where are you, Your Highness? Captain, over here, someone called. Oliver immediately turned to where the voice came from. I only saw Prince Hayden on that side protecting the Harry Princess. Behind him were guests who were extremely panicked and didn't understand what was going on. Hayden frowned and asked, Why did such a thing happen in the palace? Oliver and Ian rushed over. Oliver worriedly said, Princess, are you two okay? Hayden nodded and replied, We're okay. At the same time, Knight Paul and other soldiers also rushed over. Everyone had extremely panicked expressions on their faces. Paul shouted loudly, Your Highness, are you okay? Paul continued to look at Oliver and asked, Captain, are you injured? Oliver shook his head and said, I'm completely fine. What's the situation outside? Paul furrowed his eyebrows and began to report the situation. A series of unknown explosions were happening inside the palace. We have activated the emergency communication sphere and we are fully mobilizing, forced to find the source of this explosion. Hearing this, Ian's eyes were full of doubt. He thought to himself, is it an emergency communication ball? The palace's emergency communication sphere is a network that connects the Night Command, military camps, and even the Ivory Tower. It allowed the concentration of all available forces to the palace. The emergency communication sphere was activated, meaning all soldiers and magicians would gather at the palace. Ian clenched his hands and silently calculated. What if this explosion was aimed at that? Thinking of this, Ian became even more suspicious about what was happening and was even about to happen. He thought, could it be? Not thinking that much anymore, Ian immediately raised his hand to cast mana barrier magic. A line was formed around everyone, protecting them inside. Ian turned to ask the princess, Princess, do you know how to infuse mana into the barrier? Hearing such a question, Harry was startled and exclaimed, What? There wasn't much time to explain. Ian quickly said, This is an emergency situation, so I need an answer. The princess clasped her hands, cautiously said, I have learned, but, hearing the necessary answer, Ian immediately pointed at the protective barrier in front of him and said, Then can you maintain it? Not letting Princess Harry refuse, Ian turned around and left. He approached the maid standing nearby and said, I have something to ask. Has a maid named Isabel ever been here? Hearing this name, a maid trembled slightly in panic and said, Why, yes, she was assigned to a separate palace, but she said she wanted to come and see the party. Hearing this answer, Ian's face turned a little colder. He was certain that his guess was correct. It was indeed so. Their real target is Cecilia. By concentrating forces on the palace through explosion, they will infiltrate the Ivory Tower when surveillance is neglected. It doesn't matter what happens to Cecilia, but I have to make sure the information she has about me doesn't pass on to the Coldwalkers. In the dark prison, the sound of thuds rang out. Someone is coming. A person wearing a black cloak with no visible face, looking very mysterious, slowly walked to Cecilia's cell and spoke, Long time no see, Cecilia, I'm surprised you're still alive. Cecilia looked at the person who had just appeared and asked suspiciously, Who is that? The mysterious person slowly took off his hood, smiled and said, It's me, Daniel. I'm very disappointed in you, I thought you were a good spy. Hearing this name, Cecilia immediately stood up and walked towards the door. She clutched the iron bars, as if she saw the light of her life and quickly shouted, Daniel, take me out of here. Faced with Cecilia's reaction, Daniel shrugged and slowly said, of course, but I have something to check. Knowing what Daniel wanted to ask, Cecilia immediately affirmed, I haven't said anything, that brat, Ian Phage, from the beginning he knew everything, from the existence of the Coldwalker family and the people in it. Hearing that, Daniel coldly asked if it was true. Cecilia nodded and said, she also knows about mana sealing that neither you nor I know. Hearing that, Daniel immediately said, Cecilia, that's something most Coldwalkers don't know, the superiors only told us after you were arrested. Daniel crossed his arms and asked, so do you have anything else to say? Right now Cecilia only has one thought, she wants to go out. She shook her head and said, that's all, we don't have much time, right, let's go out, go out. Daniel lazily stood there with a cold expression, took a breath and said, is that so? At this moment the prison door was opened. Seeing that, Cecilia smiled, thinking that she would really be saved. But before he could be happy, Daniel suddenly called out in a cold voice, Cecilia. Cecilia turned back instinctively, she barely had time to say 2 words, what was going on? A sword from somewhere swept across her neck, blood was warm, the heat dyed the whole face red. Cecilia's eyes widened, completely unable to believe what had just happened. Daniel decisively pulled the sword out of Cecilia's body, coldly watching her fall to the ground. Holding the sword in his hand, Daniel said faintly, when you were imprisoned in the ivory tower, we debated for a long time about what to do. You were a quite rare level 3 magician, so we considered rescuing you, miss. Cecilia lay on the ground clutching her throat that was constantly gushing out fresh blood, both painful and unwilling. Daniel stood still, looking at the dying person in front of him, without any emotion to say, and this is the conclusion we came to. The mission here is complete. Daniel smiled softly and said to Cecilia for the last time, well then, I mean goodbye. Having just said this, Daniel suddenly heard a voice from behind, you too. He was startled and turned around. Then quickly swing the sword that killed Cecilia towards the person who appeared. The sharp tip of the sword cut through the wind, rushed forward and crashed hard into the wall. The person who came was Ian. He tilted his head a bit and avoided Daniel's attack just now. Seeing Ian standing there calmly, arms crossed over his chest, not showing any signs of fear, Daniel asked suspiciously, who are you? Even though the attack just now had scratched Ian's face, he didn't care. Looking at the person lying on the ground, Ian asked coldly, so you've eliminated Cecilia, that's good, then, I have one less thing to worry about, thanks to you. Hearing these words, Daniel was extremely frightened. He was about to take further action but discovered that under his feet a thin layer of ice had grown from who knows when. At this moment, he heard Ian continue, Daniel, it's a pity that I meet you again today. I swore I would kill you with my own hands. Feeling the murderous aura roaring out of Ian's body, and by this time the ice had spread to Daniel's stomach, he quickly raised his hands in surrender. Wait, wouldn't it be better for you to let me live? Despite Daniel's pleas, Ian had no intention of sparing him. He cast freezing magic and said in a low voice, I can finally respond to the suffering of my comrades. Listen to these words. Daniel exclaimed in confusion, what are you talking about? I never killed your friend. Ian coldly interrupted him. He calmly said, obviously not yet, there are still 10 years before that happens. Hearing this, Daniel didn't understand anything at all, but at this moment he could only cry out in pain, being covered by Ian's magic up to his neck and face. Ian continued to speak slowly, promising himself that when I came back, I would put everything back in its original position. As he spoke, he raised his hand to touch the frozen Daniel block of ice. In an instant, the block of ice shattered, and Daniel also left with those fragments. Ian witnessed everything, his face completely devoid of any emotion. He slowly lifted his feet and walked towards Daniel's body. Ian bent down to find the location of his neck and opened his shirt. A blue symbol on it lit up. Seeing this symbol, Ian thought to himself, I have confirmed the mana seal on his neck, so that's it, enough. At this moment, Ian's movement slightly stopped. He heard movement outside the door. A group of people led by Marcus came forward. Looking at the scene in front of him, Marcus asked suspiciously, Ian Phage, what the hell happened? Ian stood silently without answering. The mana seal on Daniel's neck suddenly flashed slightly. In the palace, the emperor of the kingdom sat on the throne full of anger, his hands curled into fists. He punched the throne and shouted loudly. 2 people were missing inside the palace. From a maid to a royal scribe, what is the ivory tower doing while criminals are rampant in the palace? Master, please answer me. Didn't you promise to remove all the evil roots inside the kingdom? That's why you asked to give all the authority to hunt down spies to the ivory tower. I can't trust the ivory tower anymore, so I will withdraw all relevant authority of the ivory tower. From now on, the tower master must communicate any information obtained from the search so far to the knights and soldiers. Do you understand? Tower Master Herbert sadly bowed his head and replied, I will obey you, your majesty. The emperor seemed very tired. He raised his hand to rub his temple and said, You can go now, there will be a lot of things to do from now on. Tower Master Herbert bent down to receive the order. Everyone present around was still discussing what had just happened and His Majesty's decision. At this moment, a servant came and commanded the magician Ian Phage to come forward and pay homage to His Majesty. Ian slowly walked up to the emperor. The emperor looked at Ian and said softly, So we meet again, special guest from the north, Ian Phage. Ian stood below, wearing a neat suit, bowing respectfully to the emperor. After the opening words, the emperor continued to say, Thanks to your ingenuity, this time we were able to protect the empire. Without you, we would have been helpless to lose a large amount of important information to unknown enemies, which would have turned the empire and the royal family into a laughingstock to the whole world. So I will never forget your achievements in this incident. That's why, I want to personally express my appreciation and the reward I want to give you. The emperor said this when a servant brought a chest in front of Ian. Opening it was a very beautiful and sophisticated blue robe. The emperor told Ian about the origin of this cloak. The cloak was the only item left by Mitchell Greenrear, my ancestor and the only magician of the royal family. Due to that person's will, I didn't give it to anyone other than a member of the royal family, so I want to say that I'm only lending it to you. And I will lend it to you until your last breath, or until you don't want to keep it anymore. Looking at the cloak in front of him, Ian thought to himself, Mitchell Greenrear, the first and last mage of the Green River Empire's royal family. He was the hero who saved the empire, and rose to the position of master of the tower with his power, his magical power. His cloak was an item that was difficult to see even in his previous life. At this time, the emperor continued to speak, because this is just a cloak, so I think you don't need to change. Do you want to try it on now? The cloak was taken out of the trunk and put on Ian's body. It looked very good on him, but it still seemed a bit loose. The emperor also saw that. He squinted his eyes and laughed loudly and said, A bit too generous for you, I wonder when it will start. Ian looked at the cloak on his body. He felt it for a bit and was surprised to discover that this was a magical cloak. Ian raised his head to look up at the emperor, smiled and said, Then I will make it fit me right away. As soon as he finished speaking, Ian began to perform magic with the cloak. Immediately, the oversized cloak just now fit Ian better. Everyone around looked at the scene that had just happened and was surprised and began to talk excitedly. How could he do such a thing? The emperor sat on the throne with his chin in his hand, looked around and then commented with satisfaction, It suits you very well, the blue color also matches your eye color. Ian smiled gently, bowing his head to thank the emperor for his grace. Leaving the palace, on the way back, Ian immediately encountered Princess Harry. Princess Harry stepped forward, raised her voice and said, Excuse me, Sir Ian. Ian immediately bowed his head to pay his respects and paid his respects to the princess. Seeing this action, Harry quickly waved his hand shyly and said, Please don't be too polite to me. Harry seemed tense, clasped his hands together and spoke hesitantly. Sir Ian, actually I have something to tell you, about what happened before. Hearing the princess say this, Ian bowed his head slightly and immediately said, I was too busy at that time and extremely rude to you, Your Highness, I hope you will forgive me. It seems Ian misunderstood me, the princess hastily explained, that's not it. Seeming to know what the princess was worried about, Ian smiled gently and told her, What's more, what you're worried about won't happen. So please rest assured. When Harry heard this answer, his tense face relaxed and was replaced by a smile. At this moment, there was suddenly the sound of footsteps slowly approaching. Ian cautiously turned his head to look back. The person who had just walked up smiled slightly and said, You have truly achieved a great achievement, Mr. Ian. Thanks to you, the safety of both the Empire and the royal family was preserved. And as His Majesty told you, your achievements in this incident are very great. Well, forgive me for introducing myself late, perhaps you already know who I am, but I would like to officially introduce myself. My name is Ragnar Greenriver, the fifth son of His Majesty the Emperor. Hearing this familiar voice and face, Ian's face suddenly turned a little colder. The image of his past life appeared in Ian's memory, the glass of poisoned wine lying on the ground, Ian kneeling at Ragnar's feet and the indifferent look on his face and the cold eyes of the person in front of him. The life before him and this prince still existed with him. There are too many bad fates for each other, Ian silently exclaimed, My old friend, Ragnar. Ian's body paused slightly, his eyes opened wide, staring at the fifth prince in front of him. Ragnar saw his attitude and didn't pay attention. He slowly continued, "Even though I'm late, I want to congratulate you for getting the position of senior magician in the ivory tower." Ian remained silent and said nothing. In his heart he thought, it's too early to meet him. On the other side, Ragnar still warmly expressed his appreciation to Ian. "I want to express my appreciation to you, for protecting the Empire's security from spies in the Maglian realm, and today I also want to invite you to lunch to show my gratitude. Are you free to accept my invitation?" Hearing that, Ian clenched his hands into fists, trying to control his trembling, and for a moment couldn't say a word. While not knowing what to do, Princess Harry spoke up to help Ian. She stepped forward to block him and said, "I'm sorry Ragnar, but he has business with me today." Seeing that his goal was not achieved, Ragnar was not angry. He smiled and asked, "So what?" Not letting Ragnar continue, Ian bowed his head slightly and interrupted him. "I'm extremely sorry, but I'm afraid it won't work, Your Highness." Hearing this unexpected answer, Ragnar was a bit annoyed but couldn't do anything. He had to accept it and said, I see, it seems Princess Harry doesn't like this prince." She stood there full of people, looked at Ragnar uncomfortably. Not stopping there, Ragnar took a few steps forward and politely continued, "It's a pity, but I'll look forward to the next time. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Ian." Ian didn't say anything. His eyes widened as he looked at the person in front of him. Without saying more, Ragnar took his subordinates and turned to leave, not forgetting to say, "Goodbye then." The two people, Ian and Harry, looked at the back of this fifth prince leaving. Waiting for Ragnar to go away, Princess Harry breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously called, Mr. Ian." "I said it without thinking carefully, I'm sorry." Ian didn't blame him. He just nodded gently and said, "It's okay." The short meeting just now raised many thoughts in Ian's heart. This Ragnar is really special. I met him 2 years earlier, and now he's just a prince hiding his true plot. Ian determinedly told himself, "I will stop you at all costs, Ragnar. Before you have a chance to expand your power, so that you cannot advance even a single step. Until you despair and have a tragic end, I will be your opponent in this life." Daily life continues to take place. The palace still stands tall, welcoming the first morning sunlight. Inside a room, books are neatly stacked on glass cabinets. Prince Hayden was reading a book with his chin in boredom. As he read, he groaned, "I didn't understand what he was saying. Can't they write in a way that everyone can understand? Who would write in such a complicated way?" A middle-aged man carrying a stack of books came forward and spoke up, "Your Highness, the book was written by the first King Greenever, detailing how to become a good ruler, explaining the methods and how to rule. As the eldest prince inheriting the throne, you should learn these things." Hayden looked at the 2 tall stacks of his boss's books on the table, crying inwardly, thinking, "Is this all?" The man took out some more books and placed them in front of Hayden. He continued to speak, "Moreover, you also have to study history, philosophy, political economy and etiquette. These are all your books, need to read." Looking at the pile of boring books in front of him, Hayden was so sad that he couldn't say a word. "Can't stand it anymore," Hayden shouted angrily, "I don't care anymore. Today is not according to Feng Shui, Professor." Hearing this sentence, the man cried and said, "Your Highness, if you don't read it now, your father will scold me." Hayden didn't care. He looked up at Paul and asked, "And Vice Captain, today is the last day the captain will practice with Mr. Ian, right?" Hearing that, Paul respectfully replied, "Yes." Hayden looked out through the glass window, silently saying, "They must be fighting." Saying so, he immediately stood up, excited and shouted, "Let's go, I haven't seen them practice for a long time." Very soon, Hayden and Paul approached the Royal Knight Team 2, the headquarters, the main training ground. At that time, the sun was already high, the silhouettes of the knights on the field were much less. Someone's sigh rang out in the quiet space. It turned out that person was Oliver. He held the sword tightly in his hand, thinking resolutely, "Until the last minute, I swear." At this moment, a barrage of arrows made of ice suddenly appeared to attack Oliver. He opened his eyes wide and looked forward warily. Very soon, Oliver moved his steps, avoiding a series of sharp ice arrows. Ice arrows stabbed deep into the ground right behind Oliver's heels. His footsteps suddenly stopped and he turned around to look forward. In front of Oliver are now a series of wooden stakes sticking out from the ground. If not carefully sharpened at the top, can be life-threatening. Oliver's face has never relaxed for a moment. He moved forward with all his might. Then Oliver used his strength to jump up high. He moves quickly on difficult terrain. Just then a noise rang in Oliver's ears. a streak of light passed through his body in the blink of an eye. Oliver successfully attacked the target and landed safely. He turned his head to observe the surrounding situation, thinking warily, followed by. Up ahead, a huge ball of fire roared forward. Oliver tightly grasped his sword facing this fireball directly. His eyes opened wide, seriously observing the situation, and then the moment he had been waiting for came. Oliver raised his sword and shouted loudly. He used all his strength to slash forward. A sharp arc followed his movements towards the fireball in front of him. Taking back his sword, Oliver thought to himself, I can reach him, the limit of a magician. Looking at Ian's blurry figure in the dust and smoke, Oliver was determined to fight. He grasped the sword tightly, moving quickly towards the target. The sword rushed forward at lightning speed, stabbing straight into Ian's chest. Time seemed to stop at that moment. Oliver successfully attacked a magician. At this moment, his eyes opened wide and stared in front of him. A hand reached out from behind, gently touched Oliver's back and praised him for doing a good job. I don't know when Ian appeared behind Oliver, his body completely intact, without any damage. Oliver bowed his head sadly. Then he turned his head and said cautiously, so I can't even scratch you. Ian stood there and smiled, looking towards Oliver. He spoke softly, talking scratches while he aimed at the heart. If I was injured, I would definitely die. The two shook hands to show their closeness. Oliver spoke up, thank you for helping me over the past few years. Ian politely said, it was just a waste of the necklace. Oliver heard that and shook his head and said, I have received help far beyond its value. Ian looked helplessly, thinking about the time that had passed, then coughed a few times and praised, wow, you really have improved significantly compared to 5 years ago. You cut the fire in half with an iron sword. Standing on the opposite side, Oliver seriously asked, Ian, can I ask you something? Ian nodded and said, of course. With permission, Oliver asked, how strong are you now? Ian avoided this question. He looked away and said, not as strongly as he thought. Ian was now a level 5 mage. Looking up at the clear sky, he thought to himself, even though in my previous life I only became level 5 when I was 26 or so, which was relatively fast, but I was hoping that at least I have to get to level 6. But I can't increase the growth of my body and heart mana, so level 5 is my limit. I hope my body will develop completely as soon as possible. While thinking, suddenly a voice rang out from far away, wow, he is truly the greatest magician in the Empire. The person who spoke was Prince Hayden. He walked closer and continued to speak, I heard that today is the last training match between the two of you. Seeing that it was done, Hayden happily clapped his hands and said, okay, let's go have breakfast together. To increase the strength of my right and left arms, I will give you the most wonderful meal. When Ian heard this, he slightly shook his head and said softly, I'm sorry, but today is the day I completed my studies in the Ivory Tower, and I was given the duty as a magician to become stronger, so I must go see the Tower Master immediately. Hearing him say that, Hayden immediately lost interest and said sadly, ah, I see, then it can't be helped. Hayden waved his hand and said, go ahead, let's eat together next time. Ian bowed his head and replied, I will arrange a time as soon as possible. Ian bowed down to say hello, then a cloud of smoke gradually gathered around his body. In the blink of an eye, Ian was gone. Ian appeared in the air, lowering his head to look at the three people below. He smiled and said, I will be back, and then completely left the training field. On the ground, Hayden and his two guardians all looked in the direction Ian left. Hayden said softly, the cloak my father gave me has a flight spell. I don't know what else is going on, but I feel so jealous. When Hayden said this, he looked at Oliver and called out, Captain. Oliver immediately bowed and replied, asking for your orders. Hayden asked, I see you are evenly matched with Ian, what do you think, can you now confront the magician? Oliver heard this but spoke up a bit worriedly, my answer has two parts. First, I cannot scratch Ian, the gap between us will continue to grow. Pausing for a moment, Oliver raised his head and looked straight into Hayden's eyes. He said confidently, but with other magicians, I can handle it. After leaving the training area, Ian immediately went to the Ivory Tower. The scene was still the same, the tower was still standing there for many years. The door opened a crack, a creaking sound rang out. Ian entered the tower, the greeting immediately rang out, oh, you're here. Ian bowed to Master Herbert, he looked at him and said, feeling quite strange, it seems like just yesterday, I heard news about a special boy in the north. Yet that boy became a man. Surely that means I'm old. Hearing these words, Ian replied softly, at least you will be healthy for a few more decades. Herbert looked at the pile of documents in his hand and said, great, I have nothing to say but praise. You are truly a great fortune to the Empire and the Ivory Tower, every lady wants to meet you. Aren't you the role model for every magician to follow? Ian calmly replied, you're exaggerating. Herbert shook his head and continued softly, we will soon know whether I have said too much or not. You know, today is the last day. If you were a normal student at the academy, you would be sent to the surrounding areas, but your case is special. The last day was all about chatting and confiding with this old man. Do you feel depressed because of that? Ian shook his head and said, no, it was actually an honor. Herbert didn't show any reaction to this statement. He searched for the wooden box on the table and said, thank you, even though it was empty words. Taking out a command card and giving it to Ian, Herbert said, congratulating him on becoming an official magician. Ian took the command token in his hand, and heard the person in front continue to say, this is a symbol of your status. It will help you mobilize the soldiers and people of the Empire as you wish. You will have many chance to use it. Ian asked curiously, are there many places that need high-level magicians? Herbert heard that and immediately replied, the problem is not just the need. Currently there are very few high-level magicians. Since Helena has already settled down, what do you expect? I don't want to pressure you, but your help is really important. Hearing these words, Ian let out a long breath, half joking and half serious, and said, so there are many things waiting for me. Herbert continued to speak, you are the strongest and most important force in the Ivory Tower, so you will soon be bound with responsibility. But because this was the first time, he stopped for a moment, opened his hand, and then 3 information panels appeared. Herbert gave Ian 3 choices. Ian raised his face and began reading the information on it. These will be the locations that Ian will choose to take over. 1 is Rodmere, the city with the largest seaport in the Empire. 1 is Benson, the city that produces the most iron in the Empire. Ian turned his head to look at the last information board. The 3rd place is Fyrick, the northeastern land, where he was assigned in his previous life. Ian's eyes were deep. He thought about what happened in his previous life. The previous magician died in an accident, so he was sent to replace him. Ian stood at the 3rd information board for a long time, then said seriously, I'm interested in Fyrick. Hearing this, Herbert immediately said, that's where help is most needed. We've dispatched 2 level 3 mages and a few soldiers from the army, but it's still not enough. Monsters from the Great Plains seem to be causing trouble. Herbert gave Ian a piece of paper and told him, the details are written in here, read it. Do you think you can answer them today? If you refuse, I will have to find. Not letting Herbert finish his sentence, Ian firmly interrupted him, otherwise I'll go there. Go to Fyrick. The sun gradually leans west, the red sunset shines on Ian's mansion. Douglas just picked up a piece of meat, but before he could put it in his mouth, he heard the shocking news that Ian announced. He widened his eyes in horror and said, are you planning to go to Fyrick on your first trip? That place is famous, full of monsters. Ah! When Douglas said this, he suddenly cried out and stopped. He was scared by Ian's sharp eyes. He saw the knife standing upside down on the table as a warning. Douglas knew he had said something wrong, so he quickly closed his mouth. Sitting next to her, realizing that something was wrong, Vanessa quickly put down the knife and fork in her hand. She turned to look at Ian and asked worriedly, Ian, isn't that a dangerous place? Ian shook his head slightly. He didn't want his mother to worry about him, so he gently reassured her, no, it's not that dangerous, it's only temporary, so I'll come back after a few months. Vanessa heard that, but was still very worried. She absolutely did not want to leave her son but had no other choice. She said a little sadly, I understand, you just said you would leave next week, right? The mansion is large, this place will be very empty. Ian also saw his mother's worry and said softly, I will finish the work as soon as possible and return, Mother. Douglas has regained his composure here. He excitedly shows off to Ian, Leader, can you check out the potions I made in the lab before I go? I've made some pretty good stuff, so they can help you on your mission. Ridio sitting next to him heard his son talk to Ian and immediately turned to correct him, Douglas, you're grown up, shouldn't you change the way you call Ian? Douglas didn't know what was wrong with his way of addressing himself, so he bewilderedly asked his father, what's wrong with calling the leader? In a difficult situation, Douglas suddenly thought of another way to address him. Ian sat opposite, drinking water and waiting for Douglas's answer. Douglas calmly said, what about brother? As soon as these words came out, the mouthful of water in Ian's mouth was immediately spit out by him. Vanessa and Ridio were also surprised by this answer. Douglas was stared at by everyone, completely panicked and not understanding what he said wrong. Ian was silent, unable to utter a word. I saw the boy in front of me smiling brightly at me. Then he narrowed his eyes and called out again, Big brother Ian. Ian was still in shock at what had just happened, silently screaming in his heart, "Are you really the Douglas I knew in my previous life?" Vanessa suddenly burst out laughing and said, "It's great that you have another cute little brother. Mom has another son." Ian couldn't stand his mother's excitement, but he couldn't stop it and could only scream inside. Ridio heard these words, his face turned red and he shouted loudly, Phage, what do you mean? Can't let this situation continue to happen." Ridio quickly spoke up to correct Douglas. "I have to call him Sir Ian." Douglas heard that confused and exclaimed, "We are family now, sir." It sounded so distant. Ridio helplessly grabbed his son, rolled his eyes and scolded him. "Why are you being so picky?" Douglas said dissatisfiedly. "What do you mean? My genius mind is very beneficial to the family." Ridio reluctantly said, "Genius, whatever, you're a genius." Vanessa sat to the side and listened to this father and daughter talk and laughed happily. Ian turned to look at his mother for a moment. Seeing her so happy, Ian thought to himself, "This is not bad." Everyone continued to eat. After a while, Ian suddenly glared at Douglas and said, "You can't call me brother." When Douglas heard that, he cried out in pain. Ridio and the servant approached and asked Ian, "Are you ready? Are you planning to go straight to Fyrick?" Ian shook his head and said, "First, I have to say goodbye to the Ivory Tower Master, then plan to go there, Ridio, a trap I placed in the mansion." Understanding what Ian meant, Ridio smiled and said, "Ha ha, you already explained it yesterday. Don't worry, I will use my life to protect Miss Phage." Hearing Ridio's words, Ian felt somewhat reassured. He nodded and said, "I hope you don't have to use it." The two of them were talking when Douglas's voice suddenly rang out in the distance. Douglas saw the danger emanating from the two people in front of him. He quickly corrected his words, cautiously said, "I mean leader." Douglas gave Ian a bottle of medicine he had just researched and said softly, "Please accept this. This is the medicine Father created for sale. I tried it myself." Ian reached out to receive the bottle of medicine and held it in his hand to examine it for a while. Douglas thought for a moment, then leaned close to Ian's ear. The boy whispered, "It's probably better than Dad's." Ian nodded. He held the potion tightly, then turned to Douglas and said, "Yes, thank you." Douglas still had 3 years before graduating from the Royal Apothecary, but he had already been promised a position as a Royal Apothecary due to his abilities. Ian looked down at the bottle of medicine in his hand, smiled slightly and thought to himself, "It will definitely have a good effect." As if remembering something, Douglas suddenly asked, "Leader, will you fly to Fyrick in a cloak?" Ian shook his head and replied, "No, I will take a carriage to the outskirts of the capital. I don't want to be attacked by many people. Attention." At this moment, Vanessa and her servant walked over. In her hand, Vanessa was still holding a small box. She called out to her son. Giving the box to Ian, Vanessa kindly advised, "Eat this on the way, Mom packed a lot. The first box is the food you need for today, the other boxes have beef jerky and dried fruit to eat later. Mom also baked my favorite red bean cake." Every mother takes care of every meal for her child, and Vanessa is no exception. Receiving the box, Ian said emotionally, "Thank you, Mom, I will eat a lot." Vanessa pulled her son into her arms and hugged her, again warning her to be careful, "Don't get hurt, don't skip meals." Ian felt his mother's hug and remained silent without speaking. A moment later, he suddenly smiled brightly, raised his hand to hug his mother, and gently replied yes. "The time has come." Ian looked at Mom and said, "I'll be back soon, so don't worry too much, so I'm going." Ian said goodbye to Vanessa and everyone in the mansion, then got into the carriage. The carriage quickly rolled away. Everyone stood silently looking after the carriage. Ian turned his head slightly and looked at everyone again. Her hands clasped tightly on her thighs. Ian thought to himself, "I have to believe that my mother will still be safe even if I'm not there." A mansion protected by a palace. The crime rate in the city is low. And the secret that only Mother, Ridio and Douglas can activate, traps mana. With that, I can eliminate most of the dangers. Looking outside through the small window, Ian silently exclaimed, "Fyrick territory, it's been 2 years." The horse-drawn carriage went on the road, leaving the city and entering the deep forest. At Fyrick, the orc monsters crossed the mountain toward the Kallian leader Fyrick's camp. The current situation can be seen as the numbers are leaning towards the orcs. On this side, the Kallian gritted his teeth and ordered his troops to behead them 100 times and bring them back here to me. Until then, don't leave me alone. Facing the orc monsters, the Kallian army was somewhat weak. One of the soldiers rode up and called loudly. Kallian turned to ask, what was going on? The person who had just arrived quickly jumped off his horse, panting, and reported, the supply force was behind. Our rear supply force has been attacked by orc monsters climbing over the mountain. When Kalyan heard this, his eyes widened and he exclaimed, "What?" He gritted his teeth and cursed silently, "Damn, how could they overrun the back line?" Kalyan quickly changed his battle plan, immediately giving orders, Teams 2 and 3, stay in place with the magicians, Team 1, follow me. Having assigned tasks to each team, Kalyan immediately jumped on his horse, ready for battle. The troops received orders and quickly carried out their plans, all shouting loudly and clearly in unison. On horseback, Kalyan pointed his sword forward and shouted solemnly, "We will deal with the orcs behind." As soon as these words finished, the horses' hooves broke the ground and rushed forward. While going to the place where the orc monsters were, the Kalyan silently assessed that their unit intelligence was very low, but they moved like an army. Well-trained soldiers can deal with them, but they are more than capable of eliminating supply teams with no combat experience. "I hope I'm not late," Kalyan exclaimed. He used his whip to spur his horse and rushed forward with the soldiers behind him. At this moment, the sky suddenly started pouring white snow. Seeing the snow falling, Kalyan quickly stopped his horse. He glanced around, full of doubt, and exclaimed, "Snow, there is no snow in the north." Kalyan's eyes widened, not understanding what was going on. But in front, a blinding white light suddenly flared up. Immediately afterwards, countless sharp ice spikes rumbled up from the ground. Looking at the giant ice peaks towering in front of them, the Kalyan and the soldiers behind were all stunned on the spot. The orc monsters also stopped their movements, extremely surprised by the appearance of these ice peaks. Kalyan was sweating profusely, unable to understand what was going on. Suddenly his eyes noticed a vague figure standing on top of an ice peak in the distance. That figure stood there defiantly for a long time, then turned slightly and jumped to another position. In the back canyon, goblin corpses pierced by ice fragments lay scattered. A huge iceberg appeared, completely filling the canyon, which the goblins took advantage of to attack. Ian landed from the high ice peak. He wore a cloak that covered his face. Hundreds of soldiers' spears were pointed at him. The soldiers were somewhat frightened. "Show yourself." Ian was not afraid at all. Somewhat coldly, calmly said, "I heard you guys need help." Kalyan, wearing armor covered in dirt from the battle, was surprised and looked at Ian speechless. Ian lowered his hood, his shining face appeared, his hand holding the command card. His eyes turned to Kalyan and said, "My name is Ian Phage, a high-level mage sent by the Ivory Tower." Kalyan seemed to remember something, hesitated. "Ian Phage. I mean, you're a noble from Northern Mongolian, Mr. Ian Phage." Ian nodded slightly in agreement, confirming Kalyan's words. Kalyan raised his hand behind him, ordered the soldiers behind him to put down their weapons, and politely said to Ian, "Ha ha, I didn't expect such a young man to come to help us. I've heard about your achievements in destroying the goblin army in the Mongolian mountains at a very young age." Then he reached out his hand to him, "Happy to meet you." Ian looked happy, shook his hand, and replied admiringly, "I am also honored to meet General Kalyan Pierrick, the greatest warrior in this side." The two shook hands and talked. He must have been very tired after his long journey. Kalyan was serious, his eyebrows furrowed. "But could you spare a moment?" He looked at the ice wall that covered the ravine and said heavily, "We have a lot of things to discuss." Fyrick Citadel appeared in the afternoon scene. Everything was peaceful again. The scene changes back to the meeting room. Kalyan with a tired face from the battle tells Ian, "I didn't know they would appear in such large numbers." The two stood facing each other. Kalyan continued, "No, I had guessed, but not to that extent. Lately, they seemed quite determined. It seemed like there was trouble on the Great Plains, otherwise." Ian silently listened to Kalyan. It seemed like he was thinking about something. Kalyan is still talking. "You know, Mr. Ian, we have sent a request to the palace and removed the tusks. First, he requested supplies and aid, to continue fighting. Secondly, he requested a high-ranking mage. It seemed the situation was extremely urgent. Fyrick needed a magician skilled enough to overcome the current situation." Ian remained silent thinking. Kalyan was extremely surprised by Ian's ability to destroy an army of monsters in an instant as well as erect an ice wall. It was a rescue and an amazing debut for him. Even though the canyon was fenced, we certainly have more time, but that is only a temporary solution. We are about to have a war with monsters on the Great Plains, because the monsters have continuously invaded for many years. The army is gradually tired and our food is gradually running out. This must be a great danger, for the East, especially Fyrick. Kalyan suspects that if only reinforcements and food arrive, we can continue to fight the monsters. But it seems like the Empire has delayed that. Kalyan frowned. He seemed very angry, and it seems like you came to replace the reinforcements. so I suggest we think of a more permanent solution for this problem. After listening to Kalyan talk about all the problems that needed to be resolved, Ian finally spoke up, I understand. Even though the situation was extremely dangerous, he was still very calm and came up with a solution. The ice blockage could last up to 10 days. If we monitored the actions of the invading monsters infiltrating from the mountains, maybe we will be temporarily safe. In these 10 days, we can reach the Great Plains. Kalyan looked at Ian suspiciously. Mr. Ian, are you going on your own? Ian said frankly and firmly, we have to find the cause of this, and perhaps a solution to completely solve it. Listening to Ian's words, Kalyan seemed to have calmed down. I'm very happy because he seems extremely confident. But it seems he is still a bit worried. In the past he has sent countless armies to the Great Plains in the past few months and brought no results. The only thing he discovered was that the monsters of different types had stopped attacking each other, as if they had joined forces. And they only attack humans. It's terrible that they can penetrate into the city and attack people. But the monsters not only attack the Green River Empire, Kalyan said, pointing at the map, they also attack the northern border of the Great Plains, the Coldwood Empire, the Ro Principality on the western border. They invaded those borders at the same time. There are some others, but those countries have few roads leading to them, so they suffer less losses. He continued to analyze the roads on the map for Ian. Among them is the Great Serpent Canyon, a small, but extremely important canyon. This is the main reason why the monsters focused on attacking the Pierrick estate. But the strange thing here is, on the southern border of the Great Plains, the Aboriginal tribe had not been invaded by monsters. He pointed to the settlement symbols on the map. It was like there was something preventing them from accessing this area. Ian listened attentively to his analysis. We suspect that thing is related to the trouble in the southern Great Plains, but we cannot raid the monsters in the canyon, so we can send an army to the southern Aboriginal tribe to investigate the matter. More specifically, if we discover this reason, we can solve the monsters. Ian raised his hands and thought about his past life, the trouble on the Great Plains. This was something he did not know in advance. There have been many attacks from the Great Plains, but this was the first on a large scale. His eyes looked far away. Coming out of his thoughts, Ian said we should go to the southern border to see the Aboriginal tribe. Kalyan continued, yes, if the Aboriginal tribe, the king of magicians, I'm sure he would know something about this issue. Kalyan asked Ian suspiciously, do you think we can meet and talk to him? Ian smiled, his eyes affirming, of course he did. Night falls at Fyrick Citadel, thousands of stars shine brightly in the night sky. A peaceful scene awaits the upcoming battles. Ian stood alone in a familiar scene from the past, the Great Plain. He looked at the sky, silently, thinking back, maybe that thing was still there, the artifact passed down to the king of magicians, the leader of the Aboriginal tribe. The scepter of the Great Plains, a simple stick, not glittering with diamonds but holding terrible power. Thoughts of appropriation appeared in him. I quite like that staff. Staff made from birch wood is also rare, but unfortunately you can't have it. In his previous life 3 years from now, Green River Empire, Coldwood Empire, Ro Principality, these three countries will form an alliance to fight against monsters in the Great Plains to completely destroy them. Most monsters will be destroyed in the Great Plain, and the three countries will divide the Great Plain filled with natural resources. During that period, the king of magicians disappeared and the Aboriginal tribe in Dai Bin Lu was turned into slaves. Thinking about the past, his hands unconsciously grasped the city wall. Something that didn't happen in his previous life happened, causing him a bit of worry. His face was full of sadness. Perhaps this change was because I came back. There was a problem in the Great Plains that he didn't know about, but he would look forward to it and solve it. The next morning, it was also the day Ian left for the Great Plains. Before he left, he told Kalyan, in 10 days the ice will melt and break. By then we will definitely find the cause and solution about this situation. In case I don't come back within 10 days, without finishing my sentence, Kalyan looked at him and said confidently that I believe you will come back in 10 days. Good luck, Mr. Ian. The scene changes to a barren land where dogs eat, cockfights, and gravel. There is no sign of any life here. After a long journey, our male protagonist landed on a promontory. He stopped to think, looked around and determined his current location. This was a neighborhood adjacent to the Aboriginal land. Strangely quiet. The scene before my eyes is of dead trees due to lack of water, with only a few cacti remaining. Compared to the monsters in the north, I haven't seen any monsters since going south. I don't know, is this place the cause of the change Mr. Fyrick speaks of? He moved towards the Aboriginal tribe. Rustling, it seemed his footsteps had attracted the attention of some Aboriginal men resting nearby. They saw a strange steely immediately stood up and took a defensive position, shouting loudly in the Aboriginal language, "Who are you?" Ian's face was cold, his arms were dirty, explaining in their language, "I am not an enemy, I am a magician from the Green River Empire." One of them suddenly and confusedly asked, "How do you know my friend's language?" Ian remained calm and fearless, true to his protagonist's demeanor. "I didn't have time to explain, I came to see the Wizard King." Ian brought the natives from one surprise to another. "And what did you just say?" "The Shaman King, a mystical person wearing a cloak and wielding a staff, the Tower Master of the Aboriginal tribe. The Aborigines are also people born with mana hearts. The way they control mana is quite basic, but they are raised became sacrificial magicians instead of regular magicians, and among them, their Magician King, stood at the highest position." Ian, with steady eyes, still calmly explained everything to them. "I came to talk about the problem that the monsters in the north are causing." The Sorcerer King must have known about it, so please, without letting him finish his sentence, a spear suddenly quickly pointed straight at his throat. The tribe's people spoke loudly, seemingly not taking him seriously. "How dare the Empire's dog be so arrogant? Do you think the Shaman King will see you?" They shouted at you, "Go away, talk nonsense anymore and we will offer you as a sacrifice to the souls of the Great Plains." Still calm and not being slandered, he harshly told them he looked like him. "Someone who will go to hell just because you tell me to do so." His eyes are cold, cold air radiates around, even though he really wants to talk softly, it seems they don't want him to achieve what he wants. It seems that the natives have lost their composure, they grab their spears and rush straight towards you. It seems you will die before realizing the situation. "Ha up!" those people shouted as loudly as they could, but he still stood there calmly waiting. "Pianj bang, your hands are skilled, you have done this hundreds of thousands of times, these people are not your opponents." Quick as lightning he rushed towards the leader, slashing towards the spear that person was holding in his hand. With just one gentle slash, the spear broke off and fell to the ground. It was so fast that the native did not have time to understand what had just happened. He was dumbfounded as he looked at his spear with its tip missing. Seemingly not wanting to waste any more time here, Ian pointed his ice spear at them, visibly upset, telling them, "Don't cause trouble, take me to the Wizard King." A voice broke through this space, "What business does a person from the Empire have here?" The four people suddenly turned their heads towards the voice. A group of 3 people stepped forward, in which the person standing in the middle was an old man with white hair and beard. The 2 people next to him seemed to be following to protect him. Ian looked at the old man, that staff was. He calmed down, didn't care about the people blocking his way, and said to the old man, "Are you the Wizard King?" The old man calmly nodded, "That's what I was called." He turned all his attention to the Wizard King, politely saying, "You came all the way here," which surprised me. Ian gets to the point, "The monsters of the Great Plains are invading the borders of the 3 countries, however when I move south, I don't see any monsters at all. I'm not sure if you know why, monsters only occupy the north." The Sorcerer King seemed to know in advance why he came, calmly replied, "It's normal for monsters to invade the border, we don't know why this happened." Lie, Ian knew he was lying, the power of the magic told him so. Even though his lie was exposed, the Sorcerer King still calmly looked at him and said nothing. Ian frowned, his eyes steady, "Your lies won't work on me." Even though he wasn't on home turf, he still spoke frankly, "Please tell the truth, what's going on?" The 2 guards of the Sorcerer King probably couldn't stand his attitude towards their leader. How dare that bastard act so arrogant in front of them? The Sorcerer King raised his hand to stop their words. Perhaps because of his great age and experience in battles, he has a certain understanding and sees the power of Ian, completely different from his young soldiers. "I say the Emperor's magician, Kwok has come up with a lie detection magic, but seeing it with my own eyes is quite surprising." "Yes, there's no use lying to you." He looked at Ian's face, still cold as ice, "I'll tell you the truth." The old face of the Magician King was somewhat reluctant to say, "Many years ago, there was a prophecy. The originally beautiful Great Plain will turn into a sea of fire, and golden light will dye the land red. Our people, who have lived on this land for thousands of years, will be divided and turned into slaves." Hearing that, his face changed color. He didn't expect that the events that happened in his previous life would be prophesied like this in this life. There was a big question mark in his heart. He continued, "We couldn't do anything. We knew that our tribe would be destroyed if war broke out, even so we couldn't wait and pray that the prophecy wouldn't come true. One day a lady found us. The image appeared of a mysterious lady, wearing a cloak surrounded by streaks of gloomy black smoke and dying red. That lady cast a few spells on this staff, shared her power with us and then disappeared. a somewhat dangerous red light emitted from the staff. His eyes changed, they frowned. What a lady! The Magician King held the staff and slammed it on the ground, making a thumping sound. It seemed like he was exercising the power contained in the staff. She spoke harshly and said that if another outsider comes here, he must not be allowed to live. Leave this place. A huge, powerful wall of fire enveloped Ian. Even though he was surprised by the hospitality of his family, he still calmly observed his surroundings. Hundreds of zombies on the Wizard King's side rose from their graves due to the power of the staff. Their bodies were dry, slowly moving towards him to listen to the instructions. It seemed that this was the reason why he himself came here, to welcome him. It turns out they had prepared in advance to kill him right here according to that mysterious lady's words. Those zombies looked towards him with blood-red eyes glowing in the fiery space. Those zombies seemed to be people who died on the Great Plain. The Wizard King continued, I'm sorry but you had to die here. He was extremely confident and did not know who he was facing. Turns out that's it, I see. Ian secretly thought it was black magic. I thought it stopped existing 300 years ago, but I didn't expect the future to be so skewed. He smiled contemptuously. They were looking down on him. Extremely confident, he gently said, I'm sorry but I don't intend to die without a fight. Even if I have to use force, I will still take that staff that is imbued with black magic. Ha ha, it seems our male protagonist still has a strong attachment to the staff from his previous life to this life. Ian started performing magic transfer. What you just said. There's no taking it back. Each word was spoken firmly, his face confident. It seemed like this time he would use his true power. Scene change, back to Fyrick, at the canyon where Ian built the ice wall to block the monsters. Now the ice has melted more than half. Callian looked towards the ice wall, his eyes somewhat worried, thinking, is something wrong? It's been 10 days since the mage set out for the vast plains, and the ice wall blocking the canyon has quickly melted away. The speed of melting ice is getting faster and faster. Each wind carries cold air and snowflakes blowing in like a storm. If so. Callian lowered his head to think. The wound stretching from his chin to his cheek was exposed. Perhaps he was thinking about the battle with the monster when the ice melted, but he still hadn't returned in time. Unable to delay any more, he spoke up, breaking the silent atmosphere, calling, Adol. A brown-haired guy wearing armor behind him bent down to answer, Sir. Callian held his sword tightly in his hand, turned half his face back and said calmly, Prepare for the battle in the canyon as planned. Send all the soldiers and catapults into the territory, and order the soldiers are waiting in ambush around the mountain to gather. Hearing that, Adol respectfully put his hands in front of his chest and obeyed, but his face showed concern for the upcoming battle. Clang, is the sound of the armor and sword that Callian is carrying. The situation is very dangerous. In the face of attacking monsters like hungry tigers, he still reassures himself, we can stop them. Callian was still there, facing the ice wall, his back straight, wearing the armor he had experienced with him in many battles, both hands on the sword, standing still like a statue. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, tell yourself, my soldiers will protect the territory and people, we must become the strongest shield of the empire. After speaking, he opened his eyes were determined and sharp. He would destroy anyone who intended to attack the city and its people. Wah-ah! From the ice wall came the sound. The snow and rain obscured everyone's vision. Preparing the catapult, Callian calmly ordered the soldiers behind him, and just as quickly, the catapult was ready, right behind him. Lawn, he said loudly. Thump, thump, from that side of the snow mist, a familiar figure slowly walked this way. Ha ha, Ian gasped a few times, clutching his wound. Callian woke up, he couldn't believe his eyes, his mouth was speechless. Sir Ian, he shouted loudly. Ian still walked step by step, trying to reach them, breathing heavily as he walked. Callian noticed the thing he was holding tightly in his hand. The thing was emitting a black and red light. This staff was. Ian walked over, raised his sweaty face, his eyes narrowed because of the wound, trying to tell Callian, never, ever. Don't ever touch it. After saying that, he seemed exhausted, he collapsed. Ian, Callian shouted loudly, then the scene became pitch black. The ceiling appeared, the surrounding scenery was unusually quiet from the window to the candle. Purple blue eyes opened, but there was still some tiredness in them. He lay on the bed, his eyes wide open, his body was carefully bandaged. This place was Yongjusong Star, the light from outside through the window illuminates the whole room. He sat up on his hands and knees, his heavy face still seemed to be in pain from the wound from the battle. He rubbed his head with his hand, it seemed like he was in the right place. But first he had to deal with the staff. Although he was still extremely tired, he still did not forget what he needed to do, which was to deal with the staff contaminated with black magic. From somewhere came a joyful voice, "Mr. Ian finally woke up." He suddenly turned towards the direction of the voice. The general, turns out to be Kalyan and Adol's subordinates. They were extremely happy to see him wake up, that joy shone from their eyes. Ian sat on the bed, facing the two of you. "How long have I been sleeping? You have been unconscious for 3 days." Kalyan's eyes were happy. How did he feel inside? Her mother told him not to move too much. Ian lifted the blanket, moved his legs off the bed. It seemed like he was still in pain, but he still tried to hold on. "I'm fine." "Forget about the cheesy question. You still have work to do. Ask you too, where is the staff?" Kalyan replied, turning his eyes to the brown wooden chest, surrounded by a seal. The magicians had stored it in that chest. It was called the storage chest, with the same principle as the creates a mana prison. Ian got out of bed, walked towards the chest, saw that the staff was extremely well preserved. He complimented the general. He handled the situation very well. The two people behind him looked at him. Kalyan seemed to want to say something. Adol stood behind him silently. Kalyan told him seriously, "Mr. Ian had just arrived at that canyon," the doctor had said. His mana source was exhausted. If he was late for even a second it would be enough to endanger his life, but even so, his back bandaged his wounds. "I know it's impolite to ask this to someone who has just recovered, but I have no other choice. I need to know specifically what put you in that dangerous situation." The general seems extremely concerned. To his return with all his wounds and his staff, what happened in that step? He turned his back to the general, those blue eyes serious. His eyes moved down to look at the staff, slowly speaking out each word. This staff was the cause of the unusual changes in the step. Holding tightly the staff that caused his injury in his hand, the staff's hidden aura spread. He continued to explain to the two, the staff used black magic. The Wizard King controlled the demons with black magic and illusion from this staff. Hearing this, it seemed like the two of them couldn't believe their ears. They stood stiffly in place, their faces changed, extremely surprised. Kalyan's eyes widened. "Wait, what do you mean? Hasn't black magic disappeared 300 years ago?" Despite the general's question, Ian still told the story he met in the steppe. Then, the Sorcerer King, having been told the secret of using black magic by someone, although we cannot know who that person was, reached out and touched the staff, passing magic into it. Green light flashed, a rustling sound came out, answering the question just now. Since the king passed away, the black magic was lost. The demons began to rebel and attack the new owner of this staff. It seemed like this was the staff's curse to destroy evidence. He frowned. It turned out that this was the reason he came back with so many injuries. So he had to face many obstacles on his way back because of this staff. Kalyan worried, if this staff is so dangerous, shouldn't it be destroyed and thrown away? In response to Kalyan's question, he just smiled, not forgetting to pass the magic power to the staff, and replied softly, "I really like this staff, right? How could you give up what you wanted from your previous life?" "Yes." Seeing that his worries were meaningless, Kalyan looked speechless and thought to himself, is that the only reason? "Yes, that's it." The green light from the staff sparkled. It seemed like the removal of black magic from the staff was completed. Ian smiled with satisfaction. "I had erased all the black magic spells engraved on it." Aid tree. Thud, suddenly a painful feeling, it penetrated every cell of the body. The heart felt as if someone was squeezing it tightly. His pupils constricted, surrounding him a red color of blood. Thud, huh? Thu seemed unable to control himself anymore. His body began to tremble. His hands could not hold. Click, the staff fell. Staggering, unable to stand, hands clutching my heart, my chest. Thud, the sound of the heart resounds every now and then. Thud, thud. Ian, are you okay? The two people next to you are worried. You can't see the two of them clearly, spinning around, two blurry shadows. Every tendon on his body was showing up, sweat was pouring out all over his body. He frowned, gritted his teeth to try to endure this pain, not to mention the pain. The other two's anxiety had reached its peak. They couldn't do anything. Kalyan shouted loudly, running towards him. My mana heart, thump, thump, gulp, blood from your body gushed out from your mouth, so much that it soaked the wound on your chest red. The situation became more and more serious, or his eyes became dull, looking into the space in front of him, blood tinged red on the side of his mouth. Gasping, he quickly covered his mouth with his hand to prevent the blood from spilling out, but he couldn't stop the bright red blood from flowing down his chin and chest from the slits of his hand. Then blood slowly flowed down, splashing onto the floor, puddles of bright red blood. Seeing that, Callion's eyes opened wide, looking towards him and shouting, "Mr. Ian, are you okay?" He ordered his subordinates. Adol called the doctor immediately. Adol woke up from the sudden moment, stammering, "Yes, sir." Ian's body was covered in blood, but his face was extremely calm, reassuring the two. "I'm okay, Lord, I just removed the impurities." Callion looked at him confused. "Impure?" He looked at his bloody hands and explained to the two of them, "This happens to the incomplete mana heart when reaching a new level, it's nothing to worry about." It seemed like he had taken Callion from one surprise to another, so he still didn't seem to believe it. He asked, "Are you really okay?" Ian looked at him with a miserable look and firmly replied, "Really?" Looking at the blood stain still on his body, he thought to himself, if his guess is correct, then he has mastered level 5 and has just entered level 6. I can feel the mana on a completely different level than before. Smiling happily, in the end, he was lost in his own thoughts. Callion seemed to believe that he was fine. It was a relief, but to be sure, we still need to call a doctor to take a look at him. Ian smiled shyly, thanking him for his filial piety. Callion then turned around and signaled to Adol, then replied, "Ian, I have many things to thank you for, but I have to tell you this first." Adol came forward carrying a box. 4 days after you left for college, Plateau, the ivory tower has sent a letter. Inside the box was a beautiful, turquoise crystal ball. I promised to deliver it back as soon as you returned, but I could only do it now because you were unconscious. Callion sighed tiredly. "Please take a look." Ian took the orb, a message from the ivory tower. "Wait," he suddenly looked up. "One more thing." The general reached into his pocket and took out something. "Today we have just received a letter sent by His Majesty the Emperor directly through the postman. I give you the letter, with the royal seal. I am ordered to personally deliver it to you, Ian." Ian suddenly asked the general, "Was it delivered by a horseman?" "Perhaps so." He thought silently, so the king did not use the ivory tower's delivery ball, but chose to send a paper letter through a horseman. But using this method to send a message, there was a high possibility that the letter would be sent late or crash. What is it that he has to keep secret from the ivory tower? Then check the ivory tower's news first, then use magic to open the orb. A letter appeared. He read it attentively. "Dear Senior Mage, Ian Phage, we have requested to postpone the sending of this message, as the content of the message may hinder the performance of your mission. I hope you understand that this is an option. Unfortunately, his family encountered some trouble. An unidentified suspect broke into his mansion, but thanks to the guards, his family and property were still safe." Damn, this is a shocking news. His mouth is distorted, his eyebrows are furrowed. Is he a suspicious person? His body continued to tremble. The letter continued. His family's safety was now guaranteed under the absolute protection of the royal family and the ivory tower. Behind the two people, Callion and Adol looked at him in confusion. "So we send this message to inform you that you don't need to worry. The letter ends here." His hand clenched into a fist. Ian's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth were clenched together, extremely angry. "This message must have been sent to make me worry. What are you planning, Tower Master Herbert?" Then the anger passed. No matter what, his family was still safe. Looking at the silent royal letter in his hand, he had to read it first and then think whatever he wanted. The letter was opened. He attentively looked at the words written on it. "Dear Royal Magician Ian Phage, if you receive this letter, it means that luck is on my side and my son. I silently thank the goddess Good Luck, and wanted to send you a request. If you receive this letter, it means that luck is on my side and my son. I silently thank the goddess of luck, and want to send you a request." As a high-ranking magician on a mission, he certainly hadn't heard the news yet, but a treaty between the 3 countries on monster subjugation, in the western Great Plains, would soon be signed in the free city, Dimidra. Ian was surprised, his eyes widened. They were about to sign a monster subjugation treaty. It should have been 3 years later. The letter continued. "It has been decided that Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver, 5th Prince Ragnar Greenriver, Tower Master Herbert Leon, and General Duncan Mythos of the Royal Army will be a delegation to the treaty conference. When if you read this letter, perhaps the meeting took place in Dimidras. At this time, there is no one to act as eyes and ears for the Crown Prince. So I'd like to ask you, his best friend. Come to Dimidras and become his strength. I promise to take your beloved family to the palace and give them the best protection of the empire." The letter ends here. After reading the letter sent from the emperor, he quietly immersed himself in his thoughts. He closed his eyes, images of his past life appearing in his mind. The Dimidras negotiation conference was when Ragnar began to take action in earnest and was the first place where he openly participated in the battle for the throne. And was the decisive moment of the Crown Prince's downfall. Ragnar used his outstanding diplomacy in this treaty to negotiate in favor of Green River. As a result, the nobles and common people recognized Ragnar's abilities, with the crown prince's ignorance and incompetence being seen by the general public. He opened his eyes, out of his personal thoughts, memories of his previous life and the current situation, all planned by the Tower Master. His eyes calmly consider everything. He wasn't sure when it started and ended, but the disturbance was in the western Great Plains. The Shaman King learns black magic from a mysterious woman. And the Treaty of the Three Kingdoms took place earlier than his previous life. He couldn't help but think that these things were all related to the Tower Master. The suspicious person breaking into the mansion was most likely to tie his hands. He covered his face with his hands, his eyes sharp, although this was still just an assumption. But he completely saw through you. He put him in a situation where he had to ignore the Emperor's request and immediately return to the capital. But something unexpected happened, a type of magician that even the Tower Master could not imagine, a type of magician that was not recorded, a category that he could only recognize himself, level 6 magic that only level 6 mages can use it. Turning around, facing the two people standing behind him, he called out, "Lord Callian seems to be waiting for a question, please just say it, Mr. Ian. Can you help me with something?" he asked frankly. Transition to Demetra, freedom, equality, trade and a port, a city known for many things. At a magnificent palace, with white marble walls and beautiful emerald green domes, the atmosphere today is extremely noisy and bustling. Hayden Greenriver, our crown prince, leaned against the pillar with his arms crossed, seemingly worried about something, and said to the person next to him, "Why can't we contact Ian right now?" "Please be patient, Your Highness." Captain Oliver, standing next to him, seemed so familiar with this scene that he calmed down. He's coming as the Crown Prince's representative, even the Crown Prince can't do anything to increase his speed right now. Hearing that, Hayden tilted his face towards Oliver. "I knew, but I still didn't feel secure." "You also know that, but most of the envoys are gathered in the Ivory Tower. It is made up of nobles who support that stupid Ragnar. According to the eyes of the servant, the Ragnar behind is the Master Tower, talking happily with others." Hayden was extremely upset about that. He didn't feel very well. He wished it was printed here in times like these. Oliver still had that serious look and understood the prince's worries and said nothing more. Over there, Ragnar was still talking enthusiastically with the other messengers. From the Tower Master looked at him with extremely proud eyes, thinking, "This moment has finally come. We have prepared a lot for this day. I believe that young man will rush to the palace. He is probably extremely triumphant. He found out your whereabouts. He prioritizes his family's safety, and if something comes up with them he will destroy everything." When the negotiation ended, the prince would, the area where Ragnar was chatting loudly suddenly resumed. They suddenly started talking about something. It attracted the attention of the two princes. "Oh, what is that? Something is flying, a bird, everyone is buzzing, they are pointing at something in the sky." Hayden also looked up in the direction he was pointing, somewhat confused. He was startled, his mouth open, speechless. "Ian," he called out. Above he could see them. His cloak fluttered, he came as if bringing strength to the Crown Prince. Landed safely in front of two people, the two of them seemed to let go of their worries and happily walked forward. "I was a bit late." Crown Prince, he looked at the two people, extremely happy to meet them. In the distance, everyone looked at him extremely surprised, and the most surprised was Ragnar. He glared at him. And he also looked at Master Herbert. His eyes looked at him as if they were about to shoot out fire, thinking to himself, could it be that he abandoned his family? At the same time in Green River Empire, Douglas sat on the sofa, tilted his head, extremely tired and bored, sighed and talked to himself, "Captain, please come home quickly." Then he collapsed on the chair, sobbing, "I couldn't go to the academy and meet my friends because I was locked up in the palace because of the assassins. I really, looked at my son lamenting." Radio stood nearby and advised him to persevere in staying here for a while, so be grateful that you get to live in the Empire's palace like this. He also seemed extremely tired, but still tried to advise him, "I will be happy if the assassin is captured by the guards, since Sir Ian set a mana trap in the manor. If he activated a dangerous magic, the assassin would not move his body, and immediately," saying this he stopped, looking at the blonde woman sitting nearby. Page, don't worry too much." Hearing the reassurance from the person next to her, Vanessa was a bit startled. Turning his head towards the voice, Radio continued, "Isn't this the king's palace? It's safer than anywhere in the world." Hearing that, she didn't say anything, just smiled quietly. Radio saw her like that and seemed a bit worried. afraid of saying something wrong, so he quickly waved his hands around and became restless. He was embarrassed and quickly added, "Didn't they say they sent a letter from the ivory tower? The news will soon reach Mr. Ian's ears and then he will be here before we can say Ida." A familiar voice was raised. Ha! Rio's eyes widened, he didn't expect his words to be so effective. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, followed by Ian. He was back. "Sorry I was late." Shocked, Douglas sat on the chair with his mouth open. Along with the two adults in the room, they couldn't help but be surprised and looked towards the door. "Ian!" 3 people shouted at the same time. He also smiled, happily looking at his family. He held his mother's hands. Everyone was probably very worried. "Everyone can rest assured now." Vanessa's mother looked at him with affectionate eyes. Ian smiled brightly and warmly. "Different from usual, I will protect everyone." Return to the previous evening, at the Pierre residence at Fyrick. In the room, Ian frankly told Callian, "Our general has a request for your help." Callian happily agreed. "You saved this capital with me, you can ask me for anything, please tell me. So during this period, I want you to protect me." He reached out and patted himself. The general was extremely surprised and looked at him incredulously. "Protecting him? The magic I'm about to use, I might lose myself while performing this magic. If such a thing happens, call the mage Pagan and ask him to inject some mana into my mind, then I will wake up." After saying that, he pointed at his head. Because there aren't many mages who officially reached level 6 or higher, there are very few records of them on this continent, including in their past lives, spells they used after reaching level 6 or so. I discovered it myself, or learned a little from ancient books. Ian raised his hand to cast magic, his eyes extremely focused. "Let's begin." View, the huge matrix had opened, its light covered the entire room, his body was blurry, surrounded by powerful magic. Inside the magic circle suddenly appeared another Hyen, they were identical. And after he finished casting the magic, his body began to shake and become unstable. Bang! The nearby Callian quickly hugged him, who was completely unconscious at this point. Callian looked at the two Ian in front of him in disbelief, hesitating. How could this be possible? This magic, so there are a total of 3 Ian in the room, 1 in Callian's arms and 2 in the magic circle. Puppet games, along with magic from level 6 and up. The original body will become the controller and fall into a coma. Not only can they move freely, the 2 puppets can use magic equivalent to a level 5 mage. So, one of the 2 clones spoke up. Callian still looked at both of them in confusion. "I'm counting on you," the 2 said and left. Crown Prince Hayden's eyes filled with tears. He happily shouted, "You're here, you've come for me." He quickly ran over and held Ian's hand tightly, sincerely saying, "We must be spiritually connected, I miss you so much, Ian." Ian remained silent and said nothing, smiling kindly at the Crown Prince. At this moment, a person slowly walked forward and spoke. I was still wondering who it was. Herbert asked, "Is it you, Ian?" He glanced at Ian, then continued speaking. "I heard Lord Pierrick say that you completed the task. I heard that the task was so difficult that you fainted. You have achieved a great achievement for Empire." When Ian heard him say that, he shook his head and said humbly, "I was just doing what I should do as a high-level magician." At this point, Herbert felt a bit strange and quickly asked, "But why are you here? I've definitely told you to go back to the ivory tower to rest. Haven't you heard what happened in your family?" Ian raised his clear eyes. "Honestly speaking, I received a letter from the ivory tower. But after completing the mission, I received an order from the royal family. Immediately joined the delegation and assisted the Crown Prince." Ian Phage then took out a scroll and brought it in front of Herbert. Herbert raised his hand and asked, "Can I read the letter for a moment?" Ian Phage nodded and replied, "Here," then gave the letter to him. Herbert took the letter, opened it and read it through. Looking at the seal at the bottom of the letter, he thought to himself, "I thought they would try everything possible. But I didn't expect Ian Phage to abandon his family and run here." Rolling the letter up neatly, Herbert raised his head to look at Ian and said, "I realize this is a royal order from the Emperor, but you cannot join the delegation." When Crown Prince Hayden heard this sentence, he angrily exclaimed, "Impossible, are you mocking the king's orders?" Herbert said slowly, "Your Highness, this is a matter of trust between the 3 countries. The number of people and bodyguards in the delegation has been fixed, and there can't be any changes. That's what was agreed upon in the previous negotiation. Diplomats all trust each other. How can we add someone, none other than a high-level magician, to the delegation? I believe the Emperor will understand why we cannot let you join the delegation." Hearing these words, Crown Prince Hayden's face sank slightly. He remained silent and said nothing. Ian stood aside thinking, the Tower Master was right. Although we are not in a period of war, the countries have had conflicts. Moreover, this is a treaty for 3 countries that have been wary of each other for a long time. Only when a certain level of safety is guaranteed will the heirs of each country, delegations and bodyguards gather. There are a total of 3 high-level mages in the group, including the Tower Master. If there was another deadly weapon like a high-level mage, the pact would begin to fall into chaos. Thinking so, Ian immediately said softly, the foundation of diplomacy is trust, a very reasonable explanation. I understand what the Tower Master is worried about. Herbert turned around, nodded and replied, if you understand then go back, your being in this city could cause diplomatic problems. Although I'm sorry to have to do this to you, who went through so much trouble to come here after completing the mission, I hope you understand that we can't do anything else. I will explain it to the king privately, what happened. As soon as he said this, he heard Ian behind him slightly smile and ask, but what if there was a high-ranking mage giving up his place in the delegation? Can I replace that person or not? This is a direct order from the Emperor, so we should be flexible on this matter. Herbert turned his head, looked at Ian and said, of course it is possible, but who will? Before he finished his sentence, a voice hurriedly rang out, I will yield. Ronan led a group of people, raised his hand and said, I will give up my place in the delegation. The people behind heard this sentence and were stunned for a moment. Crown Prince Hayden also paused a bit. Herbert stood aside, speechless. A moment later, he regained composure, frowned and asked, what are you talking about, Ronan? Ronan shrugged and calmly replied, like I just said, aren't we citizens of the Empire? There are no citizens who disobey royal orders. Hearing this sentence, Ian smiled slightly. Ronan continued to say, even if it caused trouble for diplomacy, the mission of the delegation was also to represent the Empire as imperial citizens, an honorable duty. But in carrying out that duty, if I can help carry out the royal command and the diplomatic part by giving up my position, then I will gladly give it up. Tower Master Herbert frowned slightly, his face was gloomy and he said nothing. Ronan turned to the Crown Prince, placed a hand on his left chest and said respectfully, I will now hand over the sacred task of being part of the delegation to Ian Phage. I respectfully hope that your highness will allow this change. Crown Prince Hayden glanced at Ronan, quickly smiled and replied, I accept. I am extremely impressed by your sincerity and loyalty to the Empire through what you have done for the Empire. I ordered him to prepare fully and safely return to the capital. Ronan bowed in gratitude, thanking you for your grace, your highness. As he passed Ian, he stopped for a moment and called out. Ian turned to look at him and heard him say softly, I entrust the task of being part of the delegation to you. Please make sure to complete your mission without mistakes. Ian nodded and smiled and replied, thank you, Senior. Ronan shook his head and waved his hand, no need to thank me. Right now, Ian thought to himself, Senior Mage Ronan, based on his past life memories, he was one of the few kind magicians. Although he was determined not to give in on every issue, his beliefs he doesn't rely on loyalty to the Tower Master or the Ivory Tower, he only cares about his own magical abilities. In exchange for teaching him a few spells that even the Tower Master Herbert didn't know, he easily joined his side. This matter is settled, Ronan bowed his head and said, then I will step down now. Because a high-ranking mage is not part of the delegation but in this city, it would make diplomacy difficult, is what the Tower Master said. Herbert felt a little guilty, bowed his head and said nothing. In his heart, he thought to himself, I thought he was just an ignorant kid, but has he taken root in my ivory tower? Herbert looked at the people saying goodbye to each other. Then looked at Ian's smiling face again. He darkened his face and said softly, I will not allow a brat like him to ruin the plan. Turn the Empire into the Ivory Tower Empire that we have long planned. In the noisy chatter of the people around, a pair of eyes were also quietly moving forward, looking towards Ian. The 5th Prince Ragnar frowned slightly, muttering something in his mouth. His lips pursed tightly, not knowing what was going through his mind. Dimidras is a neutral city that does not belong to a certain country. All 3 nations recognize the importance of the Dimidras, and it has been a symbol of freedom and neutrality for hundreds of years. 19th Market of Dimidras, Angelo spread out one arm, bowed his head and said, please come this way. Crown Prince Hayden led the group and asked, where are the others? Golo heard that and immediately replied, we have guided them to their places. He pointed to a palace in the distance and said, people from Green River can use this building. I think your highness could use that separate building, which is the house prepared for our most important guests. Hayden crossed his arms, looked in the direction Angelo pointed, nodded and said, not bad. He turned to Herbert and asked, Tower Master, Don't you have any plans right now? Herbert shook his head slightly and said, before the scheduled date, there were no special arrangements. Hearing that, Hayden raised his hand to stroke his chin, smiled and said, I understand. Then he directed the group behind him, okay, everyone can rest, Ian will come with me, follow me. Hearing that, Ian immediately bowed his head and obeyed. The 5 princes of Ragnar stood behind, watching the two leave. He turned to Herbert and said something. He immediately respectfully replied, yes, sir. The door was slowly pushed open. Herbert and Ragnar slowly entered. Ragnar stood in front, said coldly, I will not hold you accountable. Herbert silently bowed his head and said nothing. He heard the 5th prince slowly continue speaking, the magician standing next to him. He's annoying, I don't have a good feeling about this either. Herbert closed his eyes and answered honestly, I understand. He bowed his head even deeper, determined to continue, but please don't worry too much. It is true that Ian Fage's magical ability is very outstanding, but the core of diplomacy is at this moment. Magic has very little to do with this, even gods don't have the right to speak up, no, even if they did speak up, they wouldn't have anything to say. When countries are diplomatic with each other, there must be a young magician there, who do you think of? The high-ranking magician at the diplomatic desk was just for rough decoration. Your Highness, as you have prepared, become the center of the treaty. Ragnar heard all these words, frowned unhappily and said, I understand, but I still feel very bothered. I have attracted Ian Fage countless times, inviting him to become our ally, but he always refuses. If left like that, he will be a big obstacle. Ragnar's eyes cooled a bit, he looked at Herbert and said seriously, I hope you solve this problem as soon as possible. Herbert received the order, bowed his head and said, please leave it to me. Everything will come true according to your Highness' wishes. On Hayden's side, he sat on a chair, comfortably squinting his eyes and saying, what a wonderful greeting, that reminds me, Dimitra's nighttime street performance was very good, there must be a lot of fun to do, watch it a lot, ha ha ha. Ian and Oliver stood to the side looking at their Highness helplessly, not knowing what to say. Hayden was in a very good mood, he still laughed a few times and continued, I have to sneak out, or should I buy some clothes to change into, Captain, now I'll hire some servants to work, petty. Before he could finish his sentence, Ian couldn't help but interrupt him, Your Highness. Hayden was startled, his eyes widened. He felt a little guilty and cautiously asked, what's wrong? Ian's face now looks extremely scary. He held his head and cried out, Ha, do you know where you are, Your Highness? You came here as a representative of the Green River Empire and as the heir to the throne, you are also in charge of negotiations between the 3 countries. I want to say, you didn't come here for a vacation, please give up the thought of going out to play. Hearing this, Hayden said sadly, why, we still have a lot of time. Before he finished speaking, Ian roared angrily, you must prepare now. Hayden was yelled at, sat still, not daring to say anything, looking at Oliver with pleading eyes. Oliver shook his head and turned away, ignoring his Highness's pleas. Seeing that Hayden was silent, Ian spoke up now, you are the person with the highest right to speak in this matter, if you cannot say anything, that opportunity will be given to the 5th prince. Hayden said confusedly, I heard my father mention it, but... Seeing that the crown prince was still hesitant, Ian continued to speak, I guarantee that if that happens, the negotiation will focus on the 5th prince, do you think it's okay? Of course not, Hayden exhaled and said, I hate that, but... Pausing for a moment, the crown prince leaned back in his chair, then sadly continued, I honestly don't know, the army, goods, land sharing, and anything related to slaves, there's no one around to debate politics with me, and no one to help me. Hearing these words, Ian frowned slightly and remained silent. Hayden gave a helpless smile and continued to speak, compared to being humiliated if I said something, wouldn't it be better to stay silent and do nothing? Ian's eyebrows furrowed tightly, he thought to himself, it seems he is used to giving up and running away from reality. That's not possible. The prince can explain to Ragnar his utmost disappointment, the only piece that has his ability, is the one sitting in front of him. Thinking so, Ian immediately bowed his head and said, you should become the center of the negotiation, Your Highness. Crown Prince Hayden was a little startled and quickly exclaimed, but what? Ian bowed his head and thought, I'm just giving you one chance for the Crown Prince to act on his own. Then he snapped his fingers and slowly said, His Majesty the Emperor has asked me to become his strength, the Prince's strength. By order of the Emperor, so that the Crown Prince does not lose the initiative to the 5th Prince, I will list all the issues to be discussed at the negotiation, along with the corresponding solutions. Ian took out a thick stack of papers, looked at Hayden and said, "So, Your Highness." He waved his hand, the door in front of him slowly closed tightly. Ian seriously said to the trembling crown prince in front of him, "From now on, until the agreed date. All this paper. You must remember it all." A week later, at Dimidras, the day of the three-nation treaty negotiation. As he walked down the street, the fifth Prince Renner said to Herbert, "Oh, there's more. After my brother entered that mansion, he didn't go out for a whole week. I don't know what's wrong with him." Herbert walked behind, bowed his head slightly and said, "I also felt worried, so I placed surveillance throughout the mansion where the crown prince rested, but nothing happened. I heard that he only occasionally went to the garden and looked after him, very tired." After listening to him, Ragnar thought a bit, nodded and said, "I understand." Just mentioned, Crown Prince Hayden appeared in front of the group of 5 princes. Ragnar said hello first. "Good morning, brother. Did you sleep well last night?" He looked concerned and asked. Hayden, neither salty nor bland, responded with a delicious sound. Ragnar smiled and said, "I am happy to hear that. Then I will go to the conference room with the delegation first." After finishing speaking, Ragnar walked away. As he passed Hayden, he softly said, "See you later, brother." Ragnar walked away, silently passing by Ian. Ian clenched his fist, slightly tilting his head to look at the back of the fifth Prince Ragnar who had just left. Then his eyes noticed Crown Prince Hayden's trembling body. Ian called out, "Your Highness." This call made Hayden jump. Ian walked closer, softly reassuring, "Please don't worry, you've done everything you can over the past week to prepare. The main host of the three-country treaty negotiation will be you." When Hayden heard these words, he pursed his lips tightly. That's right, he seemed to gain strength, his whole body was suddenly full of vitality, his eyes also carried a bit of determination. In the conference room, Angelo stood solemnly to one side, speaking, "I am the person assigned to judge the treaty negotiation, the 19th Mayor of Dimidras, Angelo Neville. From now on, every detail about the treaty negotiations will be recorded, and I will supervise the treaty negotiations." Everyone sat on a round table, listening to Angelo continue talking. "I hope you all will remember what I just said." He looked at everyone and said solemnly, "Then we will begin. Treaty negotiations." Herbert stood behind the 5 princes of Ragnar, silently saying nothing. On the other side, the Crown Prince and Ian were the same, both of their faces darkened a bit. At this moment, an arm raised high and spoke, "As you all know. This person is Maxwell Bennett," he said, "because the road leading to our duchy is very narrow and dangerous, it is difficult for us to obtain soldiers and supplies. We hope to receive magicians and elite knights instead of infantry, and money instead of goods. Actually, we have agreed with the Coldwood Empire on this." The Coldwood Empire representative heard this and quickly spoke up, Please don't misunderstand." He turned his eyes to Crown Prince Hayden and slowly said, "If the Green River Empire has a legitimate reason to object, we are ready to start negotiations again." Hearing these words, Ian stood behind and frowned, thinking, the starting topic was about the conquering force. He looked at Hayden's back, silently prayed, "Do it, say what you have practiced." The fifth Prince Ragnar also looked towards Crown Prince Hayden, only to see him slightly bowing his head, and for a moment his expression was unclear. Seizing the opportunity, he coughed and said, "I will speak on behalf of the Crown Prince." Who would have thought that at this moment, Crown Prince Hayden also spoke, "Regarding the military issue, the person who will speak is the undefeated general and commander of our empire, Mr. Duncan Mistos. I will leave this matter to you, that." Maxwell Bennett heard these words and thought in confusion, "Isn't the fifth prince in charge?" At this moment, he heard Hayden speak seriously and continued, "We already have an expert on this matter, so I needless to say, right." The fifth Prince Ragnar was slightly stunned, unable to say anything for a moment. I saw Hayden turn to General Duncan Missos and call out, "Mr. Duncan." Duncan heard the call and immediately responded, Yes, I will speak." He began to speak, "According to what I think, regarding the request of the Principality of Ro." Ian stood next to him, closed his eyes, and spoke quietly. He thought to himself, "We just need to continue like this." Everyone on the round table continued to discuss endlessly. The atmosphere here was much more bustling. Crown Prince Hayden also stood up and spoke according to what he had rehearsed. Everyone gave their opinions and argued with each other for a long time. Since the morning sun. Until dusk. Ian stood to the side, thinking, it's almost over. At this moment, a pair of hands raised up and clapped, a voice said, "Let's be frank with each other." The person who spoke was Crown Prince Hector Coldwood of the Coldwood Empire. He looked at everyone here before continuing, "Dividing the territory into 3 parts without any plan, that's why we can't divide, that's fair. The quality of natural resources and land in that vast area varies. If you get a good portion, it's like winning the lottery. However, wouldn't the whole area be trash if there was nothing underneath? Some countries will suffer, so they have no choice but to feel uncomfortable. It's easy to say uncomfortable, but that's what can cause war to break out, isn't it?" Ian was a bit nervous. He thought to himself, the most important topic in the treaty negotiation was negotiating the division of territory and natural resources after the conquest. Crown Prince Hector changed his posture slightly, clasping his hands together before continuing to speak. "Our empire doesn't want any trouble. If we can maintain peace for 1,000 or 10,000 years, that would be great, so please speak up if you have good suggestions. Let's enjoy what we've achieved together without any trouble. Encourage." Ragnar sat to one side, turned back, looked at Herbert, then called, "Tower Master." Herbert realized what the 5th prince meant and nodded slightly. At this moment Crown Prince Hector was still speaking. "This is just my humble opinion, but I want to share it." He had not finished his sentence when a voice interrupted him. A pair of hands slammed heavily on the table. When the people at the round table heard this sound, they were a little startled and turned their heads to look in one direction. Crown Prince Hayden stood up, smiled and said, "I know a way where nothing bad will happen." When the 5 princes Ragnar and Herbert heard this, they were a bit stunned and immediately fell silent without saying anything. A pair of strong hands slammed straight down on the table. Hayden stood up, smiled and said, "I know a way where nothing bad will happen." Mayor Engelo pushed up his glasses and spoke, "Crown Prince Green River, please tell everyone here the solution you have in mind." Crown Prince Hayden said seriously, "Okay, first, our empire's ivory tower. No, the magic tower has developed a new type of magic. We can detect and determine the relative amount of minerals located under a certain area." Hearing this person say that, the 5 princes of Ragnar were startled, their eyebrows furrowed together. Master Herbert at the back sweated and thought, how could he know that? Everyone around was curious by this statement. Maxwell Bennett quickly turned around and asked if it was true. "Of course it's true," Hayden said firmly. "You must have somehow heard about this magician through rumors." Saying this, he spread out one arm, pointed at Ian, proudly introducing, "He is the youngest high-level magician in our empire, Ian Phage. He is the one who created magic, there." As soon as these words finished, the room immediately echoed with sounds of praise. "Oh, I didn't expect it could be used as magic." Herbert stood behind him with a frown on his face and thought, did he think like me, that mineral detection magic would be necessary for this treaty negotiation? How could this brat see through the crux of this treaty negotiation? Crown Prince Hayden stood up straight, completely in control of the negotiation. He calmly continued, "We are thinking of using that magic to create something called a resource map, because we have to see how good that land is. And with a complete map, we will be able to divide the Great Plains into different parts of land between countries based on certain requirements. The border will probably be a bit messy, but anyway, we have to cultivate and exploit this land for decades to come, right?" The 5 princes of Ragnar listened to the other person and clasped their hands together. Hayden's voice still rang in his ears, "I'm sure there's no better way than this." Ian stood opposite, looking at the current expression of his 5th Highness. He curled his lips and smiled softly, as if it were nothing. At this time, Hayden finished speaking. He looked at everyone present, concluded one sentence, "That is my opinion." Dusk falls on Demidras. Against the golden sky, birds are slowly flying. Oliver stood with his back against a wall, arms crossed, waiting. A captain's call rang out. Oliver was startled and raised his head. I only saw His Highness happily running towards me, followed by Ian. Hayden walked away and hurriedly showed off his achievements. "Captain, you should have seen that scene too. Today I could have turned this meeting upside down." Ragnar and the Tower Master's faces were so sour. "It's a shame you couldn't see it," Hayden said regretfully. He's never felt as excited as he does now, like a child who can't stop showing off. "I'll tell you the details when we get out of here. Now let's go drink and walk around the city." Then, Hayden turned to look at Ian, softly said, "Ian, come with us, there's no other chance to play like today." Ian narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded. Hayden was stunned for a few seconds, his eyes slowly glowing. He quickly ran over and grabbed Ian's shoulder, happily saying, "Ha ha ha, yes, that's right, Ian, you will soon become an adult. You should also drink the wine I gave you, right?" "Great, I'll teach you how to drink," Hayden said with narrowed eyes. At that moment, a phone call suddenly rang out. Ragnar approached the three of them from afar. His face had no expression, just a slight smile. The Crown Prince frowned and asked confusedly, "What's wrong?" Ragnar put his hand on his left chest, bowed his head and said, "Today he is really impressed. I have learned a lot from you." Hearing him say that, Hayden was extremely confused, but still tried to force a smile. A moment later, when he regained his composure, he crossed his arms and calmly said, "Sure, little brother, I'm glad you can learn from me. I think you can learn too, many things from this treaty negotiation." Ragnar still stood there with his head bowed. Hearing this sentence, he suddenly became speechless and could not say another word. He heard the person in front of him speak again, telling him to continue striving and training himself. "If you need advice, feel free to ask me at any time." Ragnar's body trembled a bit. He tried to suppress his anger and said, "Thank you, brother." His feet turned slightly. Then left immediately without saying another word. Hayden regained his previous expression and called out, "Captain, Ian. Today is truly the best day of my life." Ian and Oliver didn't say anything, they both smiled in response to Hayden. Hayden ran to the back, put his arms around the two of them, happily urged them, let's go, I've been holding back for a week, let's let loose today." "Captain, today you should also be comfortable and normal, don't be too rigid." "Ian, you will soon become an adult, so you should drink the wine I gave you." "Ah, I just said that." At this moment, Hayden saw something and let out a surprised sound. I just saw Ian's hands suddenly light up. Hayden worriedly asked, "Ian, what's wrong, your hands?" People standing far away also saw this scene and stopped for a few seconds. The light on Ian's hand became more and more dazzling, shining on Hayden and Oliver's faces. Ian raised his hand higher and said softly, "Look. This is God's limit." Hayden was stunned, completely not understanding what was going on. He quickly asked, "What are your limits? Please explain so I can understand." Ian bowed his head slightly. The light now spread to his face. He said sadly, "I'm sorry, but I think I will drink the wine you gave me in the royal palace." "What do you mean?" Hayden hurriedly shouted. Ian smiled at him, said softly, "I will explain everything to you at the royal palace." Hayden froze, watching the light swallow Ian. Right after that, he completely disappeared in front of everyone here. The surrounding space left only a few faint rays of light. Herbert's cane was clenched in his fist. He gritted his teeth and said, "A copy. Been a copy all this time. A copy cannot exist." The five princes of Ragnar stood still, looking at the spot where Ian had just disappeared. He did it all with a copy. Tower Master Herbert was extremely angry. Around his body, strong cold air rushed out. He thought to himself, have we been played? Thinking like that, Herbert couldn't help but burst into cold laughter. Outside the window, the red sunset fell on Dimidras, creating a strangely peaceful scene. Late afternoon, at the Pierre mansion. Adol brought in a tray of food and spoke softly, "Sir. I brought the food here." General Callian turned his head slightly, nodded and said, "Leave it there." Adol put the food tray down to the side, looked at the person lying on the bed, and asked worriedly, "Ian hasn't woken up yet?" Callian replied softly, "Yes, not yet, many days have passed." Although this spell minimizes energy consumption and physiological phenomena, with the naked eye one can see that his body is weakening. He was extremely worried right now, completely ignoring Ian's hand on his stomach moving slightly. Callian remembers Ian's previous advice, "If any problem happens, please wake me up by injecting mana into my head." Callian decided very quickly. He stood up, hastily said, "I will call the magician and forcibly wake him up." As soon as these words finished, a slightly weak voice rang out, "I'm awake." Callian was startled, his eyes wide open. "I just saw Ian lying on the bed, not talking too fast or too slow. I don't think there's any need, it's all the same." Callian was startled and approached the edge of the bed, softly exclaiming, "Oh, Ian, you're awake." Ian smiled and looked at him, nodded slightly and replied, "As you see." Even though he saw that he was awake, Callian still didn't feel reassured. He softly asked, "Are you okay? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Ian closed his eyes and said in a low voice, "It seems I'm going to have problems for a while. My head hurts and I can't move. Moreover, my stomach." Callian was startled and quickly asked, "Your stomach? Your stomach hurts, I'll call a doctor." Ian lay beside the bed, hesitantly said, "I'm hungry now." This answer made Callian pause a bit. He stood silently next to the edge of the bed, looking at the person lying on it. Ian didn't show anything. He closed his eyes and lay still. He was really hungry. Next morning, Ian dressed neatly and walked out. Callian stood opposite and cautiously said, "Let's stay another night. No matter how busy I am, I have to prepare a party for my savior, even if I'm a bit short on time." Ian accepted his good intentions, shook his head and said, "Your previous help was enough." Ian paused for a moment then continued, "Isn't that the duty of a high-level magician like me? What kind of savior? If it weren't for me, there would be another magician to help." Callian shook his head slightly. He said, "I don't think so. If it was another magician other than Mr. Ian, I would have stopped the monsters and returned. In fact, the first time I saw him, I was skeptical. This young man stood in front of a group of monsters in Dai Bin. I didn't know if he could do anything. But I was wrong. These past few years I couldn't do anything on my own, yet Sir Ian solved the problem completely in just 10 days. It seems like you possess special power that no one else has, Sir Ian. It seems like you possess special powers that no one else has, Sir Ian." Callian kept talking, then, "Sir Ian, before we go, let's do it." Ian was a bit confused. He cautiously asked, "What do you mean by that?" Before he could finish his sentence, Callian interrupted him. He said, I heard that 5 years ago you made an honorary guest promise with the Mogrian family in the north. I wanted to say that you also make a promise with us." When Ian heard that, he gasped in surprise and said, "Is that so easy?" Callian shyly shook his head and said, "Don't misunderstand, it's Mr. Ian, that's why I said that. Promise you, no problem, Pierrick, I am willing to serve you, Sir Ian. This isn't just simple courtesy towards a savior, I'm doing it for a reason. If the only 6th level mage in the Empire accepts the East to serve you, then there is no greater honor than that. This is completely my assessment, but I think no one will regret it, whether it's Mr. Ian or me," Callian said at length, then carefully evaluated the expression on Ian's face. After listening to him, Ian pondered for a moment before speaking frankly, "I'm not sure I can accept a promise called the Empire's 1,000-year promise so easily, and this a bit sudden too. But I don't intend to refuse," Ian said. He gave Callian a smile. Callian was very happy. He turned around and took a sword from Adol's hand, saying, "I've been waiting for that answer." He raised the sword and brought it in front of Ian and said, "I guess I should follow the procedure. This is a 1,000-year oath. Even if this is strange, please bear with me a little, I will finish it soon." After finishing speaking, Callian pulled out his sword, the sharp blade sticking straight into the ground. Callian closed his eyes tightly and muttered, "This family will always welcome the High Magician Ian every time he visits. If he needs the power of the East, we promise to stand by his side at any time." Hearing these words, Ian felt extremely relieved. He smiled and looked at Callian with gratitude. At this time I heard Callian continue to say, "This will be passed down from generation to generation, in the name of the eastern flow of the continent, I swear." After reading the oath, he gave the sword back to the Adol behind him, then a little embarrassedly said, "Ha ha, no matter how many times I say it, I still feel like there's something wrong. If you can say this is my oath, just do it, how good it would be." Ian also laughed and said, "Next time I visit, I would also like to ask for your help." Callian nodded and said, "Please let us know before you come, I will show you what a party in the East looks like, you can expect." "I will do that," Ian looked straight into Callian's eyes and replied. Realizing that the time was not early, Ian did not stay any longer but said goodbye to Callian and Adol and set off. At this time, only the two of them were left at Pierre's mansion, still looking up at Ian's silhouette, gradually disappear. The sun became increasingly shadowy, its harsh sunlight shining down on a dry mountain. Ian stopped here. He looked into the distance, thinking to himself, in just a short time, many things had happened. There were also unexpected results. The person mentioned is the king of magicians who carved this magic into the staff, the revival of the black magic that disappeared 300 years ago. Ian's face darkened slightly, his eyes turned a little cold. He said seriously, "When we return to the capital, we will have a lot of things to investigate." A figure hurriedly ran down the stairs. Seeing the person in front of her, Vanessa couldn't help but call out loudly, "Ian." Ian was still holding a letter in his hand. When he heard a familiar voice, he raised his head and looked up. He quickly called his mother. Vanessa ran over and said worriedly, "How could you suddenly disappear into the smoke? Do you know how worried I was for you? I was really shocked." She approached her son and exclaimed in horror, "Oh my God, why are you so skinny?" Long slender hands reached up to caress Ian's haggard cheeks. Vanessa said in disbelief, "You must have worked very hard last time, your face is half sunken, you went there to work, Lord Pierrick, why don't you let me eat?" "How angry," she frowned and exclaimed. Ian smiled and looked at his mother. He grabbed her hand and patted it a few times to comfort her and said softly, "Something happened there, I just need to eat more." Speaking of this, as if remembering something, Ian immediately searched in his shirt. He said, "Oh yes, Mom, please take this." Ian brought a blue ball in front of Mother Vanessa. He explained, "This is a mana communication ball created from a mana crystal ball. On the way back to the capital I asked the workshop to make this for us. In the future, I can use this to talk to you whenever you're in the capital." Mother Vanessa took the mana communication bridge, saw her son pointing at the staff and said, "I put mine on this staff, I'm sorry for making you worry." Hearing these words, Vanessa paused for a moment. She softly called out Ian. Ian looked deeply into her eyes and said firmly, "From now on I will always be by your side." At this moment, a leader's call rang out from afar. Douglas and his father Radio hurried in. Douglas' eyes sparkled, full of curiosity, and he asked, "What is that magic? I have read many spells in the academy, but I have never seen that magic." He walked closer to Ian, couldn't help but ask at length, "How could you appear at Dimitri's and the royal palace at the same time? Mirror, copy, something like that?" Ian's sweat dropped and replied, "You ask too many questions at once, can you ask one question at a time?" Without letting Douglas say anything else, Ian took a breath and continued to say, "Well, to put it simply, I can do it because I'm level 6. Douglas exclaimed in horror, "Is it possible for that to happen? Meaning you are now the most senior magician in our empire?" Radio could not hide his fear and said, "I know you are not an ordinary person, usually when I meet you for the first time, but I didn't think you were that outstanding." Ian burst out laughing when he heard these words. He shook his head and said, "Nothing has changed, so please treat me like always." Hearing that, Douglas was no longer polite. He immediately spoke up, Then this afternoon I plan to test the medicine I just created in the laboratory. Do you want to participate?" Seeing the bright smile of the person in front of him, Ian was a bit shy but still had to refuse. Sorry, but we have to wait until next time to do it together." Douglas widened his eyes in shock and asked, "Why?" Ian shook his head slightly, looked outside, sighed, then spoke slowly, "Because I was invited to another appointment." Ian changed into another outfit and went to the appointed place. Looking at the bustling scene in front of him, Ian silently exclaimed, "Is this it?" At this moment, Crown Prince Hayden stepped out with a bright smile. He narrowed his eyes and said, welcoming Ian. Hayden took a look at Ian and continued speaking. Perhaps he had already guessed it, but today's party is a celebration prepared for you. Ian, standing opposite, thought helplessly, "Why does it feel like déjà vu?" He asked me to wear civilian clothes, so I was wondering what the party would be like, so that's it. Oliver and Paul were standing in the distance. Paul waved. Sir Ian, welcome." Pulling Ian to sit down on the chair, Paul warmly said, "Okay, please sit here, Mr. Ian." Then he turned to the waiter and said, "Hey, bring the food to the table." Blinking later, the waiter quickly walked over and placed a large glass of wine in front of Ian. Hayden also brought a glass of wine, narrowed his eyes and said, "Drink, Ian, congratulations on reaching 6th grade. I specially brought several barrels of the best wine into the palace for this party. Precious wine like this is not easy to find anywhere else." "Okay, let's drink," Hayden said. Ian sat still looking at the glass of wine in front of him. He thought to himself, looking back, "I don't think I drank much in my past life." Because Ragnar doesn't drink any alcohol, he says alcohol makes people dull and lose their guard. Thinking about things in his past life and looking at the large glass of wine in front of him, Ian pursed his lips slightly. With all his determination, Ian picked up that huge glass of wine, tilted his head back and took a long sip. At this moment, he seemed to want to drink for everything he had missed in his previous life. Crown Prince Hayden looked at Ian and asked, "What do you think, Ian?" Putting the glass of wine on the table, Ian raised his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth. His face was slightly red. He said, "Actually, it's quite delicious." Hayden bared his teeth and squinted his eyes, full of joy, and said, "I'm glad you like it." At this moment, at the next table, someone raised his hand and called out, "Your Highness, please tell us what happened in Dimitri's." Okay, Hayden stood up. He walked to the next table and began gesticulating to tell everyone the stories he had just experienced in Dimitri's. Ian still sat at his table, silently listening to everyone talk. While concentrating on listening, a voice suddenly rang out in my ear, "Mr. Ian, I will fill your cup." When Ian heard this voice, he turned his head and softly called out, "Mr. Oliver." Oliver held a bottle of wine in his hand, poured it into Ian's cup and said softly, "If this is your first time drinking, you shouldn't try too hard. If you're drunk and something happens, you'll launch a missile at the knights," Oliver said jokingly. Ian picked up the glass of wine, burst out laughing and said, "Mr. Oliver is always worried." He looked at Crown Prince Hayden, his voice carrying some surprise as he told Oliver, "Actually, I was quite surprised to see His Highness being close to the knights, even having fun with them." "He did, so is it okay?" Oliver picked up another beer, nodded and replied, "All the knights had sworn loyalty to him. They could be trusted." "Loyal and trusting," Ian put his hand on one cheek and said softly. Oliver seemed to realize something from Kai's voice. He looked towards Ian. Taking a sip of wine, Oliver calmly said, "I think I know why Ian doesn't have any friends." Ian heard that and was startled to say, "What? Why did you suddenly say that?" Oliver smiled slightly, not too fast or too slow to speak. "In fact, I knew from the moment I met him. Do you remember our first conversation 5 years ago in the Mogrian territory? Cecilia turned out to be a spy that you captured alive," Oliver asked. Ian followed his words, remembering what happened in the past. Oliver continued to speak, although he had just caught a spy who was a level 3 mage, but for him, nothing happened. At that time, he was very emotionless. He was really good at controlling his facial expressions. Children at that age will not be able to hide their facial expressions or true emotions. When he said this, he put the wine glass in his hand on the table. Oliver sat down next to Ian, continuing to speak his mind, but at that time I couldn't read any expression on his face, as if he were a soldier who had been trained for many years not to show it, that real feeling. Ian sat next to him, resting his chin in thought. At that time, I couldn't pretend I was still young. Oliver continued to talk. "That's when I felt that he was too withdrawn even though he was still very young. He probably didn't have any friends he could share his feelings with." Having said this, he glanced at Ian, smiled slightly and said, "I'm quite good at paying attention to things like that." Ian didn't object. He nodded and shrugged and said, Yes, I admit it, but I'm not sure how I should feel after hearing you speak so frankly." Pausing for a moment, Ian put his hand on his chin, looked into the distance, then continued, "Actually, I used to have a friend, but we didn't have a good ending." Oliver raised the glass of wine and took a sip, saying, "Your friend Ian, I'm very curious what kind of person he is." After drinking this sip of wine, Oliver immediately stood up. Before leaving, he said again, "Training with you for 5 years, I also realized one more thing." Ian turned his head slightly and asked, "What is that?" I'm afraid to hear what you might say." Oliver bent down slightly to look, speaking in a low voice, "I don't know why, but sometimes, when talking to Ian, I feel like I'm talking to a bored old man." Hearing this sentence, Ian exclaimed, after a sound of something. I heard Oliver doubt and exclaim, "I don't understand why." Ian felt a little guilty. He laughed a few times to hide his emotions and then said, "You are really good at evaluating others." Ian took another sip of wine, then looked at Oliver and said, "Actually, I'm almost 40 or 8 years old. I always use magic to maintain my youthful age." When Oliver heard this, he froze on the spot, his face wrinkled up, looking extremely unsightly. When Ian saw that, he burst out laughing and said, "I'm just kidding. You know, I'm the type of person who doesn't share my feelings and doesn't have friends. Sometimes I make jokes that sound real, please understand that." Oliver heard that and looked at Ian for a long time without saying anything. After a long time, he turned his head away and said in an elder's tone, "I'm the older one, this time I'll forgive you." Ian sitting below didn't say anything but burst out laughing a few times. Outside, the night was covered, high in the sky, thousands of stars sparkled. It took a long time before Ian comfortably exclaimed to Oliver, "Wow, I really appreciate it." It was late at night, and the party here still echoed with endless cheers and congratulations. Ian pushed the bag out. He patted his extremely dizzy head, thinking to himself, I've drank too much. I've never drank that much in my previous life." Just a few steps outside, a call rang in my ears. Boy Ian." Ian turned his head to look over and saw Deputy Paul Lenz sitting with his back against a corner of the wall not far away. Ian walked down the stairs and asked, "What are you doing out here?" Paul burst out laughing and said, "Actually, I'm not very good at drinking. 1 or 2 cups will make me feel tipsy. I'm hiding here to get some fresh air." "What about you?" Paul asked. Ian walked up to Paul, leaned against the wall with his arms crossed and said, "I also went out to get some air. I'm still not used to that person." Having said this, Ian looked at the person sitting below. He thought to himself, the second Royal Knight Vice Captain, Paul Lenz. He was the second best swordsman in his previous life, behind Sir Oliver. He was a commoner, but his swordsmanship skills and loyalty to the royal family earned him the trust of the Crown Prince and Lord Oliver, and rose to the position of Deputy Captain. At this moment, Paul suddenly turned around and asked Ian, "That reminds me, Mr. Ian, You said this was your first time drinking alcohol, right? How do you feel? It's your first time drinking alcohol. Hearing that, Ian replied honestly, it's not that bad, drinking a little is okay. Hearing you say that, Paul laughed and said, luckily, let's go drink sometime. The others want to thank you, Ian. Even the taciturn Captain Oliver started talking to you, right? And it's been a while then I saw His Highness radiant like that. It's all thanks to your strength. Ian smiled back. He said, thank you for saying that. But I simply pushed him forward a little. But on the positive side, I think I've become attached to this. Hearing these words, Paul raised his slightly red face and looked at Ian for a long time. Ian asked, what's wrong? Paul quickly shook his head and said, no, I'm just surprised. I didn't expect that Ian also had that look on his face, Paul exclaimed. Ian didn't understand what he meant when he heard that. At this moment, the door on the other side was opened from the inside. A person stuck his head out and called out, Deputy Captain, there you are. The other person said, the Crown Prince is calling you. If you don't come in and drink again, they said they will remove you from the position of Deputy Captain. Paul was startled and exclaimed, really? Paul quickly stood up and turned around to say to Ian, Uncle Ian, I'm going first. Ian nodded slightly. He leaned his back against the wall. His eyes followed the back of the two people leaving. He heard them talking to each other. From the beginning you should drink slowly. If it was possible, I would have done it. Wait until they are inside before Ian lifts his step and moves forward. He stood next to the railing, looking at the vast night before him, silently thinking about memories from his previous life. I no longer rely on them as my weapons. Changes due to your choice will gradually influence each other and create completely different situations than in previous lives. What will this lead to? No one can guess. I can only protect the people I love. I can only move forward. This is just the beginning, Ragnar, Ian said softly. A few night winds passed by, blowing his hair behind his back. Inside the royal palace. Looking outside through the glass window, Ragnar glanced slightly at Herbert standing behind him and asked, what are your plans now? Without letting the person behind him answer, Ragnar continued to question, what did I say? I said to eliminate him before he becomes an obstacle. Didn't I constantly remind you? Tower Master Herbert bowed his head and replied softly, yes, you said so. Ragnar turned around and looked at him, speaking coldly, and what have you said every time I remind you? If I wait a little longer, you will turn him into a useful weapon and offer him to me? Mister, always said that and ignored this, right? So what is he like now? Ragnar still did not give Herbert a chance to speak. He continued in a harsh voice, he was blocking every path. After hearing these reproaches, Tower Master Herbert let out a long breath and said softly, I made a wrong judgment. I should have quickly resolved the problem, but I could only delay. No one expected a young man to do that. I will make no more excuses, however, this will be the last time you will have to wait. Finally, the fifth Prince Ragnar said leisurely. Herbert bowed his head and replied firmly, this will be the last time. I ask you to wait a little longer. Because all preparations have been completed. He said this. Next to him appeared a person wearing a cloak with his head covered. Herbert turned around and called out, Helen, say hello to your highness. Looking at the person who had just appeared, Ragnar was startled and exclaimed, Helen, you mean the high-ranking magician who disappeared a few years ago? He couldn't believe it, his eyes opened wide, staring at the person in front of him. The other slowly took off his hood, revealing long crimson hair. Helen raised her blood-red eyes, looked straight at Ragnar and said respectfully, it's an honor to meet your highness. Seeing those eyes, Ragnar was so surprised that he had to take a few steps back. Tower Master Herbert saw this and immediately smiled reassuringly, please don't be too surprised, she is a human girl, a loyal subordinate of a manager who obeys God's orders. She is also a permanent servant who will give her life for you, your highness. Ragnar raised his hand to cover his mouth, thought for a moment and then cautiously said, Tower Master, could it be her? Realizing the meaning in those words, Herbert immediately nodded and replied yes. He looked straight into the eyes of the prince in front of him and calmly said, it was forbidden magic, black magic. Ian Phage, who is like a thorn in our eyes, will become a long-term pawn who will sacrifice his life for you. Herbert assessed Ragnar's expression for a moment then said softly, please don't worry. He clenched his fists into fists and said with utmost sincerity, Your Highness, according to plan, I hope you will ascend to the throne.